What that means, toss one back Thursday. And back in the house
Yeah,
to
yeah.
share another pre-weekend with all of you out there in the world, the beer world, or whatever world you're in. I'm actually going to start out with another drink that's not a beer, of course. So kind of get
Uh-oh.
into the cocktail groove. I think I'm going to now call it, I don't probably sound right, but the Jinsky sour,
Jinsky?
because it's gin and whiskey and sour.
Jinsky sour? Oh, there you go. Make your own.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that sounds right or not because, I feel like it's too close to maybe another word, so I'm a little worried about it. So I'm not going to stick with that or not. So,
Yeah, just go with it, Rod. Just go
because it
with
does fizz a little bit there. So the Jinsky sour. So I'll pour that here in a second. Todd's in the house. Somewhere Shannon disappeared. Mal's back in the house. So the night's already starting off to a good start here. Having Mal back from. They've been working her. She works hard for the money. Somebody cued it down in summer because she's working hard.
Working hard for
The brewery let her leave the basement tonight. So
Every now and again, they do unlock the door and let me out to play, and they lock me right back up.
please, may I have a little daylight?
There she is.
And then there's Shannon with the boomerang coming back. And so it's kind of good that we have Shannon and Mal here tonight because I don't have a lot of topics. I had to run around before the show, so I prepared no beer news whatsoever, although there are some beer topics out there. For people that watch the channel, you may know a couple of things that have happened this week, so we may get into one of those as well. So it's nice having two women on here so we can talk about that and everything. And for those of you that have joined from that, welcome to the channel if it's your first time, because I had a lot of people checking out the beer news this week and stuff, which is going to be more of a segment on the channel.
What you really meant to say was they can fill in because you have nothing else to say, right? But you didn't want to say
Yeah, you'll be okay.
Todd,
Fine.
don't you mansplain to them. Don't you do it.
Mansplain to a man.
So we'll see what we can all get into. And we got JV's in the house as well. Cheers, my
JV.
friend.
Hi,
JT's in the
Hold on,
house.
curtain.
Cheers,
hi,
cheers.
James.
Where in beer world and does the sun shine there? LOL.
Oh,
Yeah. Beer world is wherever you want it to be.
Oh yeah.
And then she was saying hello, everyone.
Boy, you really let anyone in, don't you?
Pretty much, I tried to hire a security guard, but just didn't have enough money, Nobody's watching the door now. Hashtag Shannon or we riot. Oh, she's here. Actually, having Shannon here may cause a riot, so we'll see what happens. So yeah.
No, there's no more.
There's no guarantee it won't happen. That's all I'm
There
saying.
will be no riots.
No topic, no prepared whom. Sounds like my show on Friday. Oh, yeah, I'm going to let the viewers pick topics. Once Emerson gets here, he always likes to come up with different topics for us to discuss. So I'm sure he won't be short on anything on his list. And it'll be a viewers. You pick the topics tonight you want us to talk about. Viewer's choice. Goldfinger Black Lager. Very nice, JT. And Gilbert's in the house. Cheers, fools. What is up, Gilbert?
I haven't seen very much content on Facebook. I haven't been on Facebook that much.
Oh, he's been putting some stuff out there still. Gilbert's going to drop his stuff from here and there.
Yeah.
He's not one of my favorites
Yeah.
on Facebook.
Hashtag, okay, Shannon is here and we still ride, right? Yeah.
Fair enough.
Exactly. We got Mr. Scion in the house. It's been a while, my friend. Cheers. Great to see you, brother. Hopefully you're having a great night and you got little hams going over there as you mix it up with some other stuff, my friends. Yeah, let's see. Cheers. Everybody saying cheers. All right. Busy with work, son. Yeah, Gilbert's working hard for the money too. I mean, ain't no telling what job Gilbert's doing for the money, but he's out there working hard, I'm sure. Working truck stops ain't as easy
we
as
don't
it used
need
to
to
be.
Obviously, he's on here. He must be working really hard.
He's out there working the stops. But yeah, so I'm gonna pour my drink and then you guys can say whatever you're drinking right now. Whoever wants to start, feel free.
I'll start out, so we'll start the bar low.
You're just waiting for that discussion. I see what you're doing. All right.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
see,
feel like
there you
everybody's
go,
already
yeah.
had that discussion.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely has happened. You got a little Bud Light.
made me want to drink it even more.
As
What
if
do
you
you-
really, as if you really needed another excuse.
Well, no, I'm usually a
No, I
Miller
know.
Lite.
No, I
I'm like, if Bud Light's on the menu, then I'm getting that.
No, that's
Stick
what-
with the ladies first. Mal, what are you drinking?
From Guinness Brewery, I'm having an old-fashioned inspired ale.
Oh, okay.
So a little different today. Ale aged in Kentucky bourbon barrels with orange and cherry. It's a 10.8% ABV. And to open it, I'm going to use this lovely new little bottle opener that I
Ooh.
That
got.
looks oddly
Oh,
familiar.
look at that. You got it.
Oh,
Yeah.
So this is my first time using it. Here we go.
Please
Anyway,
work,
look,
please,
let's
please
see.
work, please work.
Huzzah!
Please work.
Ah.
That's the guy in the car, isn't it? That's the guy in the
And
car.
then, oh my goodness,
Oh,
look at
look
that.
at this.
I
Wait a
have
minute.
to pour it into
Let me
the
pull you up
Rod
to into the
Oh,
big
yeah.
camera.
Got
There
my
you go.
Rod
Look
J
at that.
BeerVentures glass as well. So yeah, I get to pour that right in there.
Look at that.
You get to see Rod submerged in beer all the time. It's awesome.
You get to see Rod what?
Submerged in beer
Submerged
all
in
the
beer.
time.
Yeah.
I did want to get that shirt that you have
Yeah.
on there.
It's
Cheers,
all in the
everyone.
shop. It's all in the shop. Actually, right
Oh,
now
wow.
it's 15% off on the apparel shop right now. The spread
That,
shop.
that smells incredible. Wow.
The old fashioned.
Okay.
I've had the old fashioned before. Yeah, let me know what you think of that one there.
Holy crackers. Oh, I really like that. I didn't think I would. I do like old fashions, but I was worried that I wouldn't enjoy this. This is quite nice.
Yeah, that one's not bad.
Yeah.
I've had that one.
I was pleasantly surprised. I bought it as kind of a lark.
I don't think
So-
I got the mint stout they came out with though, because that one was done here at the Baltimore brewery as well.
Yeah, we have our Chicago one opening soon too.
Yeah, they got pushed back. So yeah, so
They
that'll be like
always
a
get
tap
pushed
house
back.
and stuff. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I know the people here are excited about that. I think they're sending some of the workers out there to help get that going and stuff. So I think it might. Is it going to be done when I'm out there in June? I don't think it will be in June. I think it's going to be later.
I
in
think it's
June.
later in the summer.
Yeah, they were
At least
shooting
the
for
last
St.
I
Patty's
heard.
Day. Yeah,
Yeah.
but you know, it is what it is. Todd, what do you got over there, brother?
I am drinking a Bourbon County from 2019.
Ooh.
Going way back, way back.
It's the wheat wine ale aged in larceny bourbon barrels.
Nice.
That's like pre-COVID right there.
Yeah.
Right?
Taste of the past.
You can go right back to that, right? I'm used to the camera being on the other side.
Yeah.
On that side.
The camera follows Shannon now. You guys got to be
I know,
ready for
I
that.
know. And if you see me go to the opposite side, I'm used to the camera being on that side.
It used to be right here, not anymore.
It doesn't
Yeah.
matter what's
Not
there.
tonight, it's
I don't
not.
know. I have
Not
no
tonight,
idea
it's
where it's
not.
at.
And for me, I'm actually drinking, as I called it, the Jinsky Sour. So it is actually Old Forester's gin with raspberry blueberry Bombay. I'm sorry, Old Forester's whiskey with blueberry raspberry Bombay gin and sours. And it's become a nice, flavorful drink to enjoy.
That
Is
sounds
it?
really
I
good.
mean, it's got to be super dry though, right? Like,
No, it's actually because it's got the sours in it. It's got a little tartness to it.
That's not the same one you've had the last couple weeks, is it?
Well, I was doing it one time with gin, and I did one time with whiskey, and I'm like, why am I segregating? Let's put everybody in the same pool. Put them all together. Put them all together.
Nice.
So yeah,
I used to be the mixologist, so you know. Why
yeah.
not?
So I said this because the gin really matched well with the sour because of the fruit flavors, and so everybody's had a whiskey sour before, so I'm like, the whiskey can't hurt it. So
We just need to come up with the name of your own. So
that's what I came up with, the Jinsky sour. I was only going to keep it that way.
a Jinsky sour?
I said Jinsky,
Jinsky?
but I could put Jinsky, but
Jinsky sour is a good name.
sour, yeah.
yeah, I was going to put an orange peel on the side, but I'm like, come on.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be that. I'm not gonna be that elitist.
Need that.
I already dressed up the fried bologna sandwich. I don't need to go any further. You know.
Exactly.
Yes, you never ruined that, so you know. That's enough.
Trying to make the fried bologna sandwich.
What if you compare the Jinsky sour with the fried bologna sandwich?
Ooh, there you go.
I don't think that's gonna work.
Which before we came on, I was telling Tom Shannon, oh, this is like the longest short we've ever had, but it got better as I head into the night. You know, Ended up grabbing some Wawa for dinner, so I had a shorty with some stuff there. The beers I'm going to break out tonight, I can finally get here now. Yeah, I'm pretty pumped. You might like the beers I'm going to pull out here, and I don't even know if Ty can get them where he's at. The beers I'm going to share with you because they're out of his state. So I got a couple, and it was the last 4-packs I got, but they just started getting them at one of my stores here. So that'll be upcoming here briefly.
Awesome.
Yeah. So there are ones that Shannon's not always a fan of. I'll put it that way.
What is it?
The beer that I'm going to be bringing up from your state.
Oh, she's not a fan of. Okay.
Yeah. You know when I say that, yeah.
Beer that you're not a fan of. Well, you'll see when he opens it.
You'll see when I get them. Yeah.
No, he's got to drink his mixologist cocktail first.
Let me see here. Where did I leave off in the comments? Sliding down. We got Big Daddy in the house. Sipping a Voodoo Ranger. I had a Ranger Juice Force last week, as a matter of fact. That was one of the beers I grabbed up in Jersey to chill with at the hotel. We went up to visit for Mother's Day. So
I like that whole line. The Juice Force line the Ranger is really good. Pretty good. They're all pretty good.
They're all pretty solid. Yeah, that was real easy drinking too.
Yeah.
Why give up on the best, right? I mean, Hams is always solid, my friend. You can always enjoy Hams. Working hard on this beer, Gilbert says now, which I don't think you said what beer you're drinking. Yeah, Gilbert. EB's in the house. Cheers, EB. What's going on, homie? What's up, homie and ladies? Always great to have a brother in the house.
Been a while.
EB my only friend. That's a silver YouTube member. 100,000+ subs. So no. If I got 100,000 subs, I might call it a career. But EB got the silver play button, all that kind of stuff. He just knocks it out.
Awesome.
Like, I mean, yeah. So
Is
he's always
that
entertaining.
channel?
Yeah, his main channel. Yeah. So if y'all haven't checked out EB, make sure you check it out. Not that he's already the king of the hill. I don't know why I'm pushing people there, but check it out if you have it. Yeah. He's yelling, "Thanks for sending them up, Rod."
Right. Appreciate it.
Oh, let me see. Cheers, EB from JB. Alex in the house. Cheers, my friend ABM. Y'all have checked out Alex. Check him out.
Alex.
Check out his Food Fridays on Friday nights, where he pairs food with beer as well, and he gets some people together for that. Always fun. Hit up JV, Alex. Cheers, homie. That was my friend Yo Eclectic. And Beer Master rocks indeed. Just chilling tonight, EB said. And EB's been cracking up on my Facebook page with the gaming. I've seen some of the stuff. I've been posting all kinds of just gaming memes and stuff like that. I feel like some of them definitely represent the team when we play Call of Duty. So nice bottle opener, pint glass. Thank you, Chew. Appreciate that. I mean, Mal won trivia, and that's what she ended up getting this time. Emerson got the Stein when he won a couple months ago. So when I do the next one, you guys want to get in onto the trivia when I post it out there?
I love that Mal one.
Yeah.
I love Mal one.
Get some items sent your way.
I went with the West Coast IPA shirt.
Yeah.
No, I know, but
Yeah. West Coast IPA. Yep. Yeah. So yeah.
As soon as you hit 100,000 subs, you can start giving out the things that you've worn for
Right.
winners.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah.
Worn
Yeah.
T-shirts, the whole hat thing.
Here's a sweatband from Beer Fest 2025.
Exactly.
Right here. He wore on the. I see you on the show.
Blood, sweat, and tears in that sweatband right there. Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah, JV, I'm with you. A long week indeed. Chilling, my friend. JV feels like it's been a 10-day week. Yeah, I've only worked 3 days this week. Tomorrow's the 4th, but I feel like it's been a lot longer. It's one of them weeks.
I definitely had 20 in a row.
Yeah. It's
So
that was rough.
Rod, I'm really sorry I'm really sorry you had a bad week because I can feel the energy from here. You're like,
I mean, you go through, you do it,
down.
you deal with it, you react to it, and then you just move through it, right? It's just like,
Plus coming back from being off for a while, so
yeah.
It reminds me of that song rediscovered called I've Had Better Days. Yeah. I've had.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
I
good
can sing it
little
because
song.
copyright shit, but you know.
Kind of
Gee, stepping into the cellar. Oh, Gilbert's going for something good in the cellar. Oh, I can't wait to see what he pulls out here. Beer wise, what Gilbert pulls out.
Yeah.
I gotta make sure I put it out there for Gilbert. You know, no word telling where it's going to go.
No, that's very fair.
Oh,
that's fair.
TK in the house. Cheers, my friend. Great to see you. About to jump on. Want to say hi? Yeah, great to have you. Say hi. Y'all, Beer Day with TK. If y'all haven't checked him out, make sure. He's always got a fun stuff. I just watched one of his videos the other day too. Trying to get everybody's videos in again. Trying to get the time cut where I can be a part and stuff.
So many videos, so little time.
Yeah, 100%.
Shaken or stirred? It's actually shaken. Shaken for this one here. Yeah.
I wouldn't expect any less than from Rod.
Well, it's you know, if you're going to make the Jinsky, you got to shake it. So
If you're gonna do it, you got to do it right.
yeah, shake it like a salt shaker.
Like a Polaroid picture.
Yeah. Stillman's cream. See, I don't know Stillman's cream ale. Is that a Canadian? That might be a Canadian.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Either.
Everything I think of cream ale because of probably Joe with Beer Patrol is like Genesee cream. Everything got me matched up against Genesee cream ale.
Yeah.
I always think of Sun King because that's like one of my I had two.
Sun King has a cream ale. They have a good cream
Oh,
ale.
yeah.
Sun King.
Yeah.
I had two beers that I'm like, okay, craft beer's not so bad.
Yeah.
Was Sun King cream ale and then Donham Day the Whittle Moon. It's a wheat beer.
So,
Yeah, it's kind of similar to the Blue Moon.
Yeah.
well, from the Book of Joe, Genesee is the top of the line.
You're right. You know, I don't even know if we even get the Genesee cream ale here anymore or not. Last couple
Yeah,
times,
it's like in spots. Yeah.
last couple times I went to Wine World over by work, which is the only place I can get it is over in Kentucky. But haven't seen it the last few times.
Yeah.
Because I was able to get like a 12-pack for like $8.99 or something like that, or $9.99. I was like, that's a good fridge beer just to keep on hand, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of thinking of beer stores, that I made think of you said wine, the Total Wine. I didn't know the guy that created Total Wine was actually from Baltimore. He's actually
really?
He's running for office here and stuff. So the guy that created it and everything.
Did you see that Depths where you was at? Where Depths is now like a wine or
They're part of Liquor. They're
Barn.
part of Liquor Barn, I think.
yeah, liquor barn.
Yeah.
That's
Did they change the name of it at all, or is it still just Depths? You know.
that? I'm not 100% on.
I know they were bought out like a couple years ago. So
I would assume that it changed, but maybe they kept it the same name.
they kept it the same when it first got bought. But yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe
yeah.
maybe it is them, and they just own it.
Entertaining. Y'all need some better taste. Well, definitely, brother. You're always entertaining. Always. If anything, just tune in for the rants. The rants are legendary. Jeez, a bit. No, I mean right now, not Alex. It's like the set show that we kind of do.
Do show it off.
Yes, I'm showing it off.
So TK from Chew as well. Starting off slow with the Bush beer. Bush. Yeah, Gilbert said, yeah, for the West Coast IPA. Beer in front. Dave's in the house. Cheers, my friend.
Hi, Dave.
Great to see you, Dave. Actually, just listen to your latest podcast. Great show again. So I'm like 3 or 4 behind, but I listened to it early when I went to run errands before the show tonight. So I always catch Dave stuff in the car.
As always.
Always great entertaining. Always great people on there. Dave's been quite on the Pizza Fest lately on Twitter too. He's been all over pizza and Stromboli's. I don't know what it is, but he's been like enjoying the pizzas a lot lately.
So what do you all like? I think we've had this discussion before. I don't know if I've ever asked Mal this, but what do you like on your pizza?
Pepperoni and pineapple.
I like everything on it. Like he's meat kind of pizza, and I'm like, I just want everything on it except for anchovies.
Oh, I like anchovies too.
I mean, I've never tried them. Just the idea of them.
I do mushrooms or whatever. I mean, I'll do some peppers or whatever. I just as long as I don't really have onions. I'm just not a big like onion.
I'm not either.
Cooked, but not like I don't feel like they're cooked enough on pizza, so I don't like them on pizza.
I think pineapple is the best ingredient when I get like if I get a pizza with everything, I'm like I want extra pineapple. That is the ingredient when I'm like eating. I'm like, is there pineapple on this bite? Pineapple's the best.
Well, you know, the Hawaiian pizza has the Canadian bacon. I tend to think the Canadian bacon is too chewy. I feel like I'm having ham-flavored bubble gum.
Yeah, I don't.
That's
yeah,
that's why I like the pepperoni better, because it has a little more saltiness, a little more spice, and then with that sweetness from the pineapple, I think it's great.
Yeah.
Occasionally, I will throw in green olives just to really throw things into a mix, because then you get the salty briny at the same time. But you know,
What about you, Rod?
I'm just counting down to see how long the pizza wars start in the comments here. Two things that are dangerous for some people: pizza and ketchup on hot dogs. They kind of set people off sometimes. So yeah.
Really? See, I
ketchup
feel
and
like
dill
everybody
relish.
I don't like
Dill
ketchup.
relish.
But I
Dill
feel like
relish and ketchup.
new topping for pizza.
And for me living close to Chicago, that's like a sin. But I like ketchup and dill relish. Sorry.
I like ketchup and relish, yeah. But I mean, if you're putting a pickle on, why would you get upset with somebody doing relish? I mean, you're putting a pickle on it, so
I'm just
it's not that far fetched. I mean, for me, it depends on what I'm feeling for the pizza. I don't think I've ever done it with just pepperoni and pineapple. I feel like pineapple is kind of like an accessory type topping for me. Like if I'm doing like pineapple, it'd be like jalapeno and pepperoni. There'd be something else that would be in there.
Ooh,
Sour.
that would be good.
Yeah,
I haven't
yeah.
tried the jalapeno.
There you go. Yeah.
And then I can have like the tartness from the fruit play off
Or maybe the pepperoncini.
spice of the pepper. Something like that.
No,
Yeah,
banana peppers.
Well, it's something like that. But like with the jalapeno, you have the nice heat from that, and you can play off, I think, the pineapple and stuff too.
Yes.
So
I do love sweet and spicy.
Yeah. So, but I mean, like, I think we talked about it before, like here, one of the things I came up with, they got like some type of sweet chili type sauce, or whatever, sweet tomato, whatever. And you get like steak, like Philly type steak with pepperoni and with like mushrooms. And it's just like a cheesesteak pizza, which is pretty good. So I've done that one too.
Good.
And I like meatballs on pizza now in some situations as well.
See, I was thinking you could do a pizza now with like fried bologna on it.
That sounds awful.
Somebody's probably tried it. I mean, I don't know where, but I'm sure somebody's probably tried it at some point.
You don't even eat that much fried bologna.
No, you just buy some, so I'm going
For a regular plain
But I'm
bologna
going to.
sandwich.
put the bologna in an air fryer. Nothing. It's good.
But would you need more than the fry? I mean, that's like, has there ever been a hot dog pizza? I've never seen a hot dog
I'm
pizza.
sure.
But if you're doing fried bologna, you can do a hot dog. I mean, it's kind of the same thing.
I
Or you
had
can
a
do them
hot
both
dog
at the
beer.
same time.
Yeah, just slice the hot dogs up, put them on top. It's like they're pepperoni.
I had a hot dog beer.
Oh
Like,
my God.
An actual hot dog beer.
Which one?
I was at Schaumburg Ballpark Brew Fest this last Saturday. I was working there for one of the breweries, and there were like 40 different breweries there. And one of the booths was a homebrew store, and they had a little jockey box with their taps. But then one of their customers also had a little jockey box with his own taps that he had made from what they sold him. And one of them was a hot dog beer, and if you had your eyes closed and you sniffed, you would think you were holding a Chicago dog and sniffing it. Like it was straight up. So when you tasted it, you didn't necessarily get meat. You got the saltiness of the meat, but then you had sweet relish, you had onion, and you had mustard, and you could smell all of those. So when he made it, he put the condiments in to the actual brewing. It was craziness. And I'm hoping he's willing to share his recipe with me because Chu and I want to try making it at home.
What style of beer would it fall under?
It was a blonde.
It's a blonde.
I thought it was a sour because of all the vinegary from the sweet relish, but no, it was a blonde, and it was craziness in a cup. Like they need to sell that at every ball game ever. It was nuts.
So when you smelled it and then you tasted it, you weren't disappointed.
No, the taste matched
they carry over
completely. Mustard, onion, and sweet relish. That was the taste. That was the smell. It was unbelievable.
Interesting.
Crazy.
Well, that's like when we went to the Cincinnati Beer Fest and they had that 420 beer. Oh my God, it smelled so good. And then I tasted it and I'm like, this tastes like, you know what I want to say.
I don't know what you're talking about because I liked it. So
I like what it smelled, but I did not like the taste.
Cheers.
Oh yeah.
Cheers to Kyle in the house.
What's
No
up, Kyle?
Hype Beer Reviews. Cheers, my friend. Y'all want to check out Kyle. Make sure to check him out. But if you're going to talk hot dog beer, then unless you're doing like this guy, you're not really doing anything. You're just kind of, you're faking the funk on it, because this guy that I'm going to pull up actually went full out. And this is how you do it. I'm not going to put the volume on.
I cannot see that.
You can't see it?
Well,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
my problem, not
Listen,
anybody. I'm just blind.
Yankees fan goes viral for unusual hot dog usage.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So unless you're doing like this guy, you ain't going full out. I mean, this guy takes the straw. He's going to funnel out the hot dog. Take the hot dog. Wait. He's like, get this over here before this person knocks it over.
Yeah.
I've seen this before.
Hot dog in the beer. And guess what? I now got a straw that is a hot dog. If y'all ain't doing it like this,
Yeah.
y'all ain't doing it right. Look, takes it, pokes it right in, puts the hot dog in.
I love it.
Well, I like those. He ate the inside of
Yeah.
filling through the straw.
Sucked out the straw inside
Yeah.
of the straw. I mean, you don't want to waste.
So when you're talking about a hot dog beer, that guy's the one. That's the guy on it really doing it. I mean, he's.
See,
Just
Rod,
a
you said you
kind
had
of
no beer.
random
needs.
He's
question
the
though.
inventor. He's the inventor.
Well, that's a while ago when that guy did that. Like I think last season or something.
Yeah,
like that,
Yeah,
I think.
I
that
just
was
want to
a while
ask
back.
a random question though. Who was sitting 2 rows back across the aisle and just thought, I'm just going to film this random guy for a while, and that happened to happen? Like,
Well,
Who's that
I mean,
guy?
It's unusual. You might as well capture it.
But
I mean, I would kind of. I mean, random
maybe he
luck.
did one already, and he's like, oh, maybe he'll do it again. Like, but
Or-
we're filming this random guy
I mean,
from behind.
The guy had no
He
hot
said
dog bun, so it's like if you saw a guy to take the hot dog off the bun, it might be like, what is he doing? Is he going to just eat the hot dog straight or whatever? Do you see him messing with it? You might get the camera. It just, yeah.
Maybe.
Or this is what would happen to me. I'd be like taping the game, and then I'm like, oh, I'm gonna capture the crowd, and then I'll see somebody doing something weird, and then I'm like, oh, they
oh, what's he doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, now I'm gonna be creepy.
How close can I zoom?
It's like,
I mean, I'm
what
not
the
gonna-
hell?
But maybe it is.
Well, yeah.
Is that one of those look moments, when you're with a friend and you see something going on, you're tapping them, look, you gotta look, you gotta look.
Yeah.
Hey, look.
What's going on? You think you're whispering, but you're not.
You're like,
Yeah.
oh, shit, maybe I need to try that.
Like, he is not going to do what I think he's going to do, is he?
That's what happened when I walked
Oh,
past that booth that had the hot dog beer.
Right.
He does.
I was like,
So,
shoot, look.
I mean, maybe that's why the Yankees are world champions. He's a Yankee fan, and it's Yankee ingenuity, so to speak.
Those Yankee fans.
I mean,
Yeah, right.
I don't know. I mean, like, you gotta be. I feel like you have to have like some practice with the straw into the hot dog. That's not the first
That's-
time he did that, because
Pretty good
Like,
accuracy
it's
there to
kinda-
go straight through it.
it's kind of like, when I was a kid, my mom, when we'd go out to eat, and you get the straw and the paper on the wrapper, and then you just like open the top of it, and then you blow the paper off of the straw to hit somebody. Like, I kind of feel like that would be the same thing with the hot dog, trying to make it a straw. If you poke it the wrong way, then it's not going to work. So I
You have a
kind
li-
If you
You
poke it
have
the
a
wrong
limp-
way,
you-
it's not going to work. Okay,
you have a
yeah, I
limp-
agree.
Yeah, then you have a limp hot dog.
it happens, Rod.
But even if you missed, it still works,
That's what she
technically.
said, right?
It
That's what she
happens.
said.
It's nothing to be ashamed of, Rod.
I can't
So-
get it to work.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
So everyone, the more you know, the more you know. We have the little
more you
rainbow
know.
going across. Yeah.
Dog
If
down.
you don't poke it the right
Dog
way, it
down.
doesn't work.
Yeah.
The more
Don't bend it too far. Bend it like Beckham. So yeah, there you go.
Bend it like what?
Beckham.
Beckham.
Oh, I thought he said Beckel. I was like, was that like the Z version of Bend It Like Beckham?
No.
Oh, never mind. I know what that was.
Welcome to the show, everybody.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm trying to be more like I didn't say, and then I
Hey.
said what I thought it was.
We almost
half of the fun is watching Shannon censor herself. That's half the fun right there.
I'll tell you what. Mwah. Good night, everybody.
No way.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't
Good to see you.
we don't know what Paul may have in his cellar, so yeah, that could be a dangerous experience.
What's-
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, else there's
Wayne,
something
hi.
busy. Give it up for Rod. What's up, Wayne? Cheers, my friend. Another great channel. Check out Wayne as well. Wayne's got some good stuff. Not just the channel, but also the podcast too.
Mhm.
and you're steadily putting out good material. JT said, talking to my brother Nola. It's his birthday. Oh, tell him happy birthday
Happy
from the crew.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, brother.
Get him some bees to throw down there in New Orleans. That'll cheer him up.
Oh, boy.
Sleeman's large Canadian brewer, owned by Sapporo, good old school brews, and they actually own Unibrew. Oh, okay, cool.
Nothing wrong with Unibrew, for
Yeah.
sure.
I love it.
See, we get to the first pizza comment: pepperoni or sausage? Pepperoni or sausage?
Pepperoni.
Pepperoni.
Always.
I'd probably pick sausage.
Well, I don't know if Dave is saying he prefers pepperoni sausage, or he's asking a question: pepperoni or sausage.
I don't know, but it's
But
pepperoni.
there's no question mark. But I prefer pepperoni over sausage.
But not
I think he's
Italian.
saying those are his two favorites.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's a meat lovers fan, I'm sure.
Nothing wrong with that. I mean, I guess it could be, but nothing wrong with that on
no,
pizza.
it's just a preference. I mean, you know.
EB, ham, bacon, and pineapple are awesome on pizza. Yeah, that definitely works well.
Actually, bacon's good on anything. It doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah,
what it
bacon.
is.
You're right. Yes.
Bacon on ice cream, bacon on waffles. It doesn't matter. It's going to be good no matter what.
Bacon on a brownie.
Oh, heck yeah.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
I've had bacon and beer, so I'm winning. So, yeah.
Yeah,
Me
I mean, you
too.
really can't. Like, that's what
Yeah.
we should do. We should open
What
a
do we have?
bacon company.
What was that?
No, but then we got to kill the
Was
pigs.
that Hammerheads? We did the
Yeah, the bacon brownie.
Well,
brownie.
you don't have to do
Yeah.
the killing, though. I mean,
I
Yeah.
know.
Have
but
someone
still,
else do
I'm
it.
thinking about- I'm making.
You know
all
it's
this
really
for
good is
my
candy
kids.
bacon. That nice
Oh, yeah.
glaze on it. Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
You can snack on that for a good amount of
Just
time.
turn over to
That's
Nessa. She can
delicious.
take care of it all.
Yeah.
actually, we
yeah.
have some chili spiced candied bacon down in our cupboard right now
Ooh,
from a
yeah.
place called
Oh.
Pink Cupcake that's near
Oh,
here.
that sounds so
They're
good.
amazing.
What
That's a good point, Ty. If we have a slaughterhouse, we'll have Vanessa run it.
You're right.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
She would be the
Yes.
Oh
head,
my god!
the head cheese right there for sure.
I would run away and drown myself in the ocean if I owned a slaughterhouse.
But you'd be back in for the BLT sandwiches.
Yeah. Insert it, bacon. It's like, I'm gonna go drown. Oh no, I'm coming back because I'm hungry.
No, I know.
So the college I went to had a slaughterhouse in the town.
Mhm.
And okay, so my college, and then 5 blocks over is a slaughterhouse. And if the wind was blowing just right, your whole campus smelled like pork.
We had those.
All
We had
day.
that down in
We
Louisville.
have
On
that
the
here.
other side of town was a dog food factory. So if the wind blew the other way, your entire campus smelled of dog food.
We used that.
Super fun in the summer. Oh my
Oh,
So we
god.
had
wow.
we had Purina that was close to the U of L campus, global campus.
I just really. I mean,
But then we could drive down the highway. We got
on Market Street. That one was the worst though. The slaughter.
it's the meat packing.
The
plant
meat
or
pack, that
whatever,
one was
yeah.
way worse.
I think it's Fisher's or
Oh,
something.
yeah.
Meat
That's
Yeah.
awful.
And you can drive down. No, you can still smell. You can drive down the highway. It's
But you
yeah,
know,
the
as
wind
much as
blowing
people
right.
complain about the slaughterhouses and the meat packing facilities, they don't smell as bad as a pig farm. I'm sorry. I've
Oh,
lived
no.
near
Yeah,
pig
well,
farms.
yeah.
Nothing smells that bad.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
That's true.
yeah,
Because we
yeah.
got friends with.
Although dairy farm cows can be a little stinky out there too.
They can be, but honestly,
It's
a
not
pig
like
farm
it's not
is
like
death.
though.
Yeah.
It's death
I
to
do
smell.
remember, John Sharon. So we went out to his house and
His-
his mom and dad's house,
No,
or her
Lori's
mom and dad's house. I'm sorry. Yeah. And it wasn't too far from like a pig farmer's, and it was like, the wind was just blowing. It's like, oh my gosh, this is terrible. It's so bad.
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah, where I was out in Kentucky and where Todd came out before. Yeah, you got to drive past a White Castle. And then the White Castle factory where they make the White Castle burgers they sell in the store and stuff. And it's 24 hours they run stuff. So yeah, coming home from a bar like at 1 o'clock at night or whatever, and they got the coming out and you just smell the White Castles coming down. Yeah, you get a craving by the time you get home for sure.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. You're sitting there knocking on the factory door. Can you guys sell White Castles here?
Please let me
So
in.
what animal do you feel the least guilty about eating?
The least
I know
guilty
one-
about eating?
none of them. I don't feel guilty about eating none of them. And I'm not judging you. I just feel like that's going to be your answer.
Least guilty? I mean, they all had their shot to get away.
That'd be my answer. I'm not really that guilty about eating any of them, really.
I would say
Okay, if I had to say one, maybe it would be either veal because it's a baby cow or lamb.
That's work. Shannon, keep your judgment to yourself.
you said you weren't judging.
a baby?
I thought we were in a circle of trust here.
No, there's.
What do you think
For
of?
me, it
No,
would be
but-
geese because I hate
What do you-
Canadian geese so much.
You hate Canadian geese?
I hate Canadian geese with a fiery passion. I can't stand those animals. So geese, yep, I'm all in.
Do you eat?
But-
Can
Bring
you
it up.
eat? Do people eat geese?
You
though?
can't eat the Canadian ones, but when I'm having something that has goose in it, I am pleased because I am depleting some of that population. I
Yeah, they are
hate
a-holes.
Canadian geese so much.
You didn't know.
They're
You didn't know.
too, because you eat their bacon, so why not the geese
Yeah,
also?
why not?
'Cause those
Canadian
things,
bacon
those
sucks
things,
though.
those things are mean as
I mean, I've eaten duck before, and duck are kind of like a friendly type bird.
Yeah,
but,
mine
you
is
know.
chicken and
Duck's
fish.
kinda
Like I
good.
don't really
I feel bad
guilty
when I
about
eat duck.
chicken
I
and
like
fish.
ducks.
Yeah, I mean,
You said guilty,
I-
not guilty.
I
though.
thought I
You
said
said
the
guilty.
least guilty. The least guilty.
Least guilty.
I think said most guilty.
I might
Oh.
That's what I thought too.
That
might
explains
have.
his answer now. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Oh
the
yeah,
most
for
guilty.
me, veal and lamb would be the hardest ones for me to eat, and I do enjoy both of those quite a bit.
Right.
But
Yeah,
I
you
still
just
feel
try
a
not-
little bad
I mean,
when I'm having
it's
it.
a baby cow and it's like a little sheep. You know,
Okay.
But-
I didn't
Ron, that
feel
makes
bad
me
eating
feel
gator.
better about our friendship.
you
I
feel
was
bad
gonna
about
say-
eating gator. There's a lot of
I did-
gators though.
I
Said
did
you
not
don't.
feel bad eating
No.
gator because they're perfectly willing to take out a human. I'm like, no, I'm good with gator.
Yep, gator. That's a good answer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because they're able to take us down. So I'm like, no, that's fair.
Right.
I think I knew about that.
Yeah, gators. I think that's a very good answer.
No, I mean the sheep and the gator too, but yeah.
Yeah, I've got
We had gator at what was it, Gators there in Riverfront,
Cincinnati. Like in
or on
26 years ago. or
Kentucky
something.
side of Cincinnati.
Yeah,
River-
Kentucky side. Old man, no hype. He's good. All right, bro. Well, you got to teach in the morning, so
That's right. Yeah. You got,
Yeah.
You have to
definitely understand
youth.
that. And
get used to teach tomorrow.
yeah. He's like I said, I told Kyle many times. I mean, props to you because teachers don't got it easy nowadays. I mean,
No, teachers have they have
Not at
screwed
all.
teachers so bad.
yeah,
It's not about
That's
teaching.
why I'm not one anymore.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not
'Cause
about teaching.
I've seen some videos. I know I would have been fired a long time ago because I would have definitely been choking a kid out or something.
Well, not
Honestly,
Everybody
the
has their
kids
phone
are
out.
not the problem.
I
When you're
know.
a teacher, the
I make-
kids
I
are
make- I
never the
make a- I
problem.
make a
It's
jo- I
always
make a
something
joke.
else.
It's
Yeah,
always
It's
the
always
upper
the
and
PTO or the parents or the administration. It's always the fundraising. It's always something else. It's never the children that you are upset about. I mean, occasionally you'll have a problem child, but that's never what you're angry about.
parents are
Trust
always
me.
the worst
Oh,
when it comes to sports.
it's rough.
Like
So
right now,
now-
right now, there's a shortage of them getting baseball umpires because of dealing with parents.
well, for sure.
And as a person that coaches kids, parents are just the worst. Like I had to get into it with a parent one time, and basically because the kid started crying in our basketball game because he was confused between listening to me and listening to his dad every time he went down to court. I tell his dad, like, that's not your kid when you're out here with me. That's my kid.
Right, yeah.
You need to go over
Yep.
and sit down and shut up. And being I'm bigger than most people, he kind of went over and sat down and shut up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
it didn't work as well when I told a father
Yeah.
to do that.
Yeah. But I've seen some parents just go off the edge and just like, dude, like seriously, like your career is over. You had your chance. You didn't make it to the pros. Let your
Right.
kid do what they're going to do.
Yeah.
If you want to say, then you need to be a coach, and
Yeah.
you're not. So let me do my job.
Yeah. But
Yep.
that's always the worst ones to deal with. So I feel for some of those refs and coaches and stuff. I mean, I just like they just had a thing on the news. Some guy walked up and like leveled like one of the umpires at a game. Just walked up and like cold cocked him. And it's just like,
You're like, dude, he makes like $20 a game.
yeah. Yeah.
$5
Well, a lot
a
of them
game,
volunteer. A lot
You're
of them
right.
are
Yeah.
volunteers.
Some of them don't even, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just like I feel like the umpires do it because they love the game, and then other people are sucking the joy out of that for not only the umpires but for the kids too.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, for sure. For sure.
Yeah. So I know I'd have been arrested for something, I'm sure.
Try dumping slow pitch softball in the league sometime. That is the
Oh
worst.
yeah, done. Yeah,
I
done
did
that.
it
Yeah.
like 3 weeks, and I'm like, nope, I'm out. You can't
Which
pay me
is
enough
so
for this.
funny to me, though. No.
I was like, nope, I'm
Which
out.
is so funny to me because Todd's like a real chill kind of guy. But when we started dating, he played softball, and he'd be out there on the field or whatever, and an umpire would call something, and he'd get like you were the guy that get up in the umpire's face.
No, I know, I was.
Yeah, he was like he'd get up in the umpire's face and start screaming and yelling at him, and I'm like, who the hell is that guy? Like, I'm like he's kind of scary.
Yeah, there's some umpires. I used to pitch for slow pitch softball. Sometimes I'm like, ball, that's right in the corner. Are you kidding me? Like,
you see, you know, yeah, you know. That's how it goes, right? It's
Yeah.
like,
But it's funny, I got into coaching when I was in Cincinnati because it was from one of the umps that actually umpired our game and stuff. We were talking. He's like, "Oh, you should come out here and coach with our team that we have here in Cincinnati and stuff." So, I cut them a break when I can, but sometimes, yeah, they get into. I see some guys really good. We used to have a work league in basketball, and they would bring in a guy to ref to work. This is a work league, just like in the company gym that we were in.
Right.
And then one of the guys work with, he would get ejected from games. Like, seriously, you got ejected from a work league. You got a double technical in a work league.
like maybe you should go to anger classes,
Yeah.
management classes.
Like,
Yeah.
I've not ever done that, but do you feel like I kind of feel like now, like the people that would go and play like in a work league or like the softball league or whatever, they were doing it for fun, and then all the people that are so serious about it run them off because they're making it not fun. So the only people left playing are the angry ones that throw a fit and want to beat somebody's,
I think you still get. I think you still probably get good people out there. Yeah.
Because I yelled at, they done it.
Shit.
They had done it for years and years and years and years.
Yeah.
I'll admit I didn't do the sports things, but I did music and I did theater. And there are some parents who think that their child is God's gift to music.
The center.
And
Yeah.
if they don't get lead in the play, holy crackers, the world is ending. Like,
so
it's kind of
insane to
crazy.
me.
Yeah.
It's the same. It's all the same, but different genre. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
on the other side of it, when we coached and we coached like 8 to 10-year-olds at the time. We were in the Super Bowl game and we were up like 12-0 with like 3.5 minutes left. We decided to put in some of the kids off the bench. I literally had a parent whose kid had not played in the game come over. He's like, "Hey, coach, you think it might be too early to get them in there?" And I'm like, they're not going to catch it because it was a running clock, right? You know the running clock, so it's going like,
right.
and it's like these kids haven't played. They're like, "Yeah, but what if they come?" It's like, your kid has not even been in the game. You don't want to see your kid have some happiness and get in there and play. He's like, I just want to secure the win. I'm like, this is not you playing the game. This is your kid playing the game.
Exactly. Yes. That's a first. I've not heard that one before.
Yeah.
I mean,
It was just.
I just kind of feel like if you're going to let your child do that, then you are trusting that coach, and that is your responsibility to trust that coach. And if you don't trust that coach, then you shouldn't let your child play. Like that's just the way the world works.
Right.
And they get so upset, and
Well, usually though it's the other way around. It's like, my kid ain't been in. Why hasn't he played yet? Not put him in too early. Why is he playing now for?
I was shocked myself. Like,
no kidding. I'm just trying to do a good thing and just getting yelled at.
Parent didn't crack a smile or anything. Parent was like serious too. Like, it's like, we're okay. We already won. It's pretty much
children
over.
make
Don't worry.
crazy. They really do.
Yeah. But Gilbert had responded, your Canadian bacon isn't Canadian bacon.
That is probably very true.
Probably true. Yes,
That is
I agree.
probably very
But
true.
speaking of questionable meats on a pizza, what about Spam? Could you put Spam
love
on a pizza
Spam
and
on
get
a
away with
pizza.
it?
I love
He
Spam
would.
on a pizza.
Because then you'd have your Spam and you could put your pineapple, because in Hawaii it's such a popular thing. I'm sure the pineapple and Spam will work together.
You know why it's popular in Hawaii? Because it takes so much money to get stuff shipped to an island. They can only have Spam, and it's cheaper.
It is expensive in Hawaii from what I know. But yeah.
No, they supposedly they have like an out, like think of Jungle Gyms, just one section of hot sauce. It'd be like a whole section of just Spam, different flavors of Spam.
I was gonna say, I wonder if they get special Spam out there then. Yeah.
I don't know, because I've seen things on like social media or whatever, but I've never seen it here. So
But
I think
what
they
is
may.
Spam?
Maybe they
What
do.
is Spam? Is it
Spare-
like a hot dog?
Spiced
Like-
ham.
It's probably the
It's
same as
spiced.
like.
Oh, is that what it
I
is?
didn't
I thought it was like spare ham, like the parts
No,
of the
it's
pork
yeah,
nobody
like
else eats.
Ham. It's called spiced
Here.
ham, but they condensed it. It's just processed and put in a can, but it's spiced ham. Is
I thought
what
it was just like the other
actually stands
parts.
for.
Yeah.
Well, it probably is just parts, right? But it's from a pig, so they call it ham. They can't call it ham, so they call it Spam.
See,
I feel like we should be
like
saying spam.
Well, you can
spam,
call ham from a
spamity,
pig.
spam,
Ham comes from a
spam,
pig, so you can
no?
still call it ham. Yeah.
I was about to say, where's the Monty Python here?
Yeah.
I mean, spam. Yeah, right?
There's Spam a lot. But
I remember one of my favorite meals as a kid was Spam and macaroni and cheese out of the box.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
so was
Oh, yeah.
Like Kraft macaroni and cheese and spam.
Yes, like serve it up. I don't care. I was
Oh,
good.
So
no, I
Chew will make spam sometimes with Worcestershire sauce and have it like sauteed, and it's so freaking good.
Really? So y'all
It's
still eat
so
spam?
amazing.
I
Oh,
still
yeah.
buy it.
Yes,
I still
yeah.
buy it. And I'll fry it and put it on a sandwich and make it.
I don't think I could eat it. I look at that can like there's no way I can eat it.
If
Like
we
a
get it
potted
on
meat
sale,
like that.
if it's ever on sale at the store, we 100% will pick up a couple cans
But
and
you know
we'll
the
have
funny
it
thing is,
like corned beef and hash kind of style breakfast with eggs and stuff. It's so good.
For me to eat
she'll
spam,
make faces about it, but she'll eat it when I fry it up.
when I'm
She's like,
drunk
"Oh,
and it's
so
3
good."
o'clock in the morning.
I feel like if I'm eating,
I ain't never fix it at 3 o'clock.
I feel like if I'm
Okay,
eating,
when I'm drunk and it's midnight.
if I'm eating spam, I'm feeling like we're in Walking Dead times. We got to be in the Walking Dead times. If you see this guy eating spam,
That's
the
what we
zombies
need
are
to do.
out.
We need to
If
Says-
you ever tried
says the first-
how Chew cooks it, you would be like, oh yeah, 100%. I will eat this all the time. You
Ooh.
would. The way
Says
he
the
makes
person
it with the
eating pot
spices and
meat.
everything.
Yeah.
mm.
Not very often. Every once in a while, I'll eat pot of meat, and I'm disappointed every time I do it.
You should be. because
He'll mince a garlic clove and put it in there. He has capers in there with it. Oh my god, you have no idea how good his spam is.
Well, he's like a little
I
chef.
feel like
with
you
the
should
spam.
fly to Hawaii and just get him a job right now.
I've done island life. I'm not doing it again. Never again will I live on an island.
Choo the spam man.
Oh yeah.
There you go. Forget if we're going to ketchup, put sauerkraut on a hot dog.
Oh
See
my
sauerkraut I put on sausage, not on the hot
Yeah.
dog.
Oh yeah, better on sausage or
But I-
bratwurst, perhaps.
Yeah. But I would put ketchup on the sausage too and mustard.
I'm just mustard. I'm not a big ketchup fan.
Oh, not at all. Ketchup, another great food that they showed on the Food That Built America, how they came up with that and
Oh yeah.
how it was actually used in the beginning because of the roughness of the American meat. So then we get the catsup from the UK or whatever, and then here Heinz was able to make it more of a different recipe. But it was like the meat was so bad, it was like you had to put something on it to taste it. Which at a bad steakhouse, people still do because it's like
I
you're
still
chewing
always
on
have
the
steak.
shoe.
I always use steak sauce.
Yeah.
She always says how good my steak is, but yet she pours A1 all over
It's
it.
just the way I was brought up. My dad made steak.
A1 is good
No,
though.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, but it's
not a
just
steak if it don't have A1.
But
every time you're stabbing Todd right in the heart when you do it. You're stabbing him right in the heart every time.
I know. That's why I was like, here, just let me here, just give me
Well,
right.
Todd, just make the meat better. She won't have to.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that's what she said, but it is what she said.
I wonder if there's like a steak Nazi in one of your steakhouses.
I'm gonna do so much.
Like a steak Nazi at one of the steakhouses. Like somebody orders, can I get some ketchup? Somebody ordered ketchup at table 5 out there for your. Who ordered ketchup? Like,
You're right. Who's ordering ketchup?
I mean, I feel like that would be an insult. If you're like, give me some ketchup to put on this steak, I'd be like, would you like a hamburger?
yeah. Oh man, but I'm sure it's happened.
Yeah, I'm sure it has because some people are big fans of ketchup.
Gilbert says pepperoni meatball or Sicilian sausage. Son, no pineapples. I do like Sicilian sausage, yeah.
Oh yeah.
But he's like he's not on the pineapple side, but
I've
he's
never
more
even heard
the
of-
meat lover too.
I feel like if you do all of them, even pineapple would be good.
What?
Get your fruit with the meats. I did a wood fire prime rib pizza with au jus aioli, but ooh.
Ooh,
That
now you're
sounds
talking.
amazing.
But he's in Canada. You know, Canadians are fancy, so
Yeah, bougie.
they're all bougie up there north of the border.
I really do want to move to Canada.
They probably had to hold the pizza with their pinky up as they're kind of eating it.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Yeah, right. It's all slipping down there. Yeah.
You're being judgmental, Rod. Just jealous. You're jealous.
I bet you want to say that to his face.
it's a prime rib pizza. Hell yeah, I'm jealous. I like to get a prime rib pizza with
I would
au jus
too.
aioli.
No kidding.
I feel like the pizza would take away. Oh no,
I feel like they were already holding back
I don't
those.
like prime rib.
They were already holding back so long with us getting the what's the one dish with the cheese curds? The
Poutine.
Oh,
yeah, it took us forever to see
Poutine.
poutines pop up around here. And they had that for centuries, and it's just
Poutine
like,
is so good.
why are you
That
holding
was
out on
French
us?
Yeah.
That
French
was-
fries, cheese curds, gravy.
hey,
like,
I'm from the Midwest. Douse everything with gravy. I'm happy.
Yes.
Yeah, you can't go wrong
Midwest, it's
there.
all about the gravy.
Wasn't it in the South too? I mean, they just put all over the biscuits and everything too down there.
Yeah,
Just
it's
I
like-
don't know, Rod, how long did it take you to have biscuits and gravy? As long as it took you to have fried bologna almost.
longer because I never had biscuits and gravy to after I had the fried bologna.
No
So it was
kidding.
like a
Are you
year or two
serious?
after.
Oh,
I
wow.
thought it was before that. Okay.
Yeah. No, it was after.
Where did you have the biscuits and gravy?
I want to say Frisch's, maybe.
Oh yeah, you needed homemade.
Yeah, that's-
yeah,
Still
I mean
haven't
that was kind of a
even had-
knockoff and stuff, but yeah, I just never had biscuits and gravy.
Did
until
you
then.
like
Although it's
So
good,
good.
like
Yeah, it was fine. It was good. Yeah, I liked it when I had it.
They've got pretty good.
It
biscuits and
is,
gravy. but it's not homemade.
It's
though.
like
It's
the
not
powdered
homemade, though.
stuff. Like if
Yeah.
you make it on the stove with bacon and
But-
sausage grease and
No, but theirs is better than like McDonald's
It is,
or anywhere
yeah.
else you go.
yeah.
It's
They're-
like having
That's
it's like
not
having
homemade.
instant grits and saying you've had grits, right? And people are like, oh, you can't go with the instant grits. You got to have the real thing. So yeah, it's yeah, that was one of those things I got late in life. I mean, the whole chicken and waffles thing had that
Oh,
that took a while for that to really get out. I think that was kind of
That was the
that
midnight.
was like
snack
that was
at our
like out.
wedding.
Well, let's say in California it was real popular out there with Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles or whatever I think it was, but then it took a while for it to kind of come across some spots where you actually saw that there. So
I've had
Who
chicken
did-
waffles a couple of times.
We had it at that restaurant in Louisville.
Hammerheads.
No, it wasn't Hammerheads. It's Game or
No, it wasn't game.
No,
we
but
never been to game.
it's the one that it doesn't matter the
the
name.
Firehouse or whatever.
Yeah, the old
Yeah.
firehouse. And you
Silver Dollar.
Silver Dollar. Yeah,
Yeah.
you ordered it, and I'm like, this is pretty damn good.
That was good. And then we had it when I had it when we was up in Indianapolis. Remember on the way home? And we
Yes.
stopped for breakfast. Like, yeah, give us some chicken and waffles. I don't care. I'm gonna eat it. It was so good.
It was pretty good. Who would have thought?
I haven't had chicken and waffles. We actually have a place down here that they have chicken and waffles, but I haven't had it yet. I think it's Connie's Chicken and Waffles or something. So
Yeah,
Oh,
Chu and I chose
Yeah.
that
What-
as the
what's your hold up,
midnight
Rod?
snack at our wedding. So at the end of our
Really?
wedding, like when everyone had been drinking 6 hours open bar at a whiskey
Yeah.
distillery, they brought out chicken and waffles, and it was like a pack of wolves descending on the
Yeah.
table. It
You're
was
right.
kind of amazing.
I'm not even going to lie. After like when we did the beer festival one year and we went to Joella's Chicken afterwards,
Yeah, we have those.
Joel's is good.
chicken and waffles after that, after drinking beer, it was perfect to fit right in to enjoy that.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, mine.
Now,
is-
now with some chicken and waffles.
No.
That's so good. Yeah, Waffle House is a good. too,
Waffle
though.
House is
Yeah.
the best.
That's the best drinking
Even
food
better than White Castle.
for sure.
What about Cracker Barrel? Cracker Barrel, good chicken and waffles.
Never
I
had
don't
that.
know.
don't know.
I mean, I
Can you
like.
get chicken waffles then?
I don't know. We haven't been there in a million years.
So in your Cracker Barrels, if you've been there in a while, I don't know if you know because Shannon said you might not have been there. I'm wondering if you guys can get alcohol because some Cracker Barrels they just serve beer, they serve mimosas and stuff. Now
We
I've been to
had
one. I've been to one of those and actually it wasn't bad.
We
The ones
have
that
it.
I
and
went to
know
didn't
ours
have alcohol.
does.
It does now.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
All the old drunk people will be there.
No, only because I've seen it on Facebook. Somebody mentions like, when do they get like beer or mimosas or whatever? I was like, different
Yeah.
variations, throughout the country. It's had it.
I have a kind of a soft
I'm
spot for old
pretty
drunk
sure
people.
ours does now. Which
Yeah,
is like
Gino's
wow,
East
what the
Sauce
road-
and
Gino's East
pepperoni.
is pretty good.
Nice big guy.
Yeah, Gino's East is pretty darn good.
You have to travel to Whitby, Ontario, and stop at the restaurant Hot Rocks EB. Why just EB? Why can't anybody else go?
I know, right?
We're
Yeah.
not allowed. We're not special enough to go.
Being only, that's it. That's all. Everybody else.
It's like a special handshake. The dead ones, the dead ones were the animals we were talking about earlier. It's these lamb and calves that are before it gets their problem, right? Yeah,
How
I mean,
much do we,
we all
how
look
much
at
do we
things
need
differently
Vanessa in
here,
on this
so,
conversation?
right. Well, it's funny. EB and Erie, they actually have chickens and stuff. They're doing eggs and stuff. And I remember she was naming them like when they first got them. I'm like, why not just call them 4-piece? Why not just call them, thigh
Yeah, 4 feet.
and wing or
Extra
something?
crispy.
Yeah.
You're extra crispy. You're 4-piece. Your
Original.
bucket.
You're OG.
She was like, we are not eating these chickens. I think EB was like, we'll see.
You're right. Look at that. Look at that.
Okay,
At
do you
least
think if you wanted meat and you had to go out and kill it yourself? Say you had like a big old vegetable garden, you had vegetables and fruits, and then you had these animals that lived on your property. Do you think if you wanted to eat those animals, you had to raise them to a certain amount of time for them to like be able to be eaten. Do you think that you would still be able to kill them?
Yeah, you'd have to kill them to
Yeah.
keep from eating your vegetables.
If I knew, if
Oh,
I knew
man.
if I knew how to
Drop
skin
the
them,
mic.
if I knew how to skin them, I probably would. That's the thing. They said if more people had to kill their own meat, there'd probably be more vegetarians in the world.
Absolutely.
You're probably
Absolutely.
that is probably true. That is probably true. But
Now, if I
if
didn't
they're
have all them
eating your
vegetables,
vegetables that you were living off of, you probably had no problem killing them.
right? I mean, if I didn't have
That's what I'm
vegetables
saying.
and fruits, then and I was starving, I would probably become barbarian and I'd probably kill them animals.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
But like I said, I'm a hypocrite, and I don't have any problem going to the grocery store and buying them.
If
Hog
I
farmer.
owning the animals and then killing them would be hard for me, but I could live on the vegetables that I'm growing and fish. If I can fish, I can clean a
Oh, I
fish
can.
and ready to go. I'm set.
But
I-
you're
I was
okay.
taught all that as a
You're
kid.
okay to kill the fish. The
Yeah,
fish
and
is
I
an
don't-
animal.
And I think like rabbit, perhaps. I think I could handle the rabbits.
What, you didn't like Bugs
Small
Bunny as a
things.
kid? You think to take out rabbits like that? Everybody
If
had
I
love for
had
Bugs
to
Bunny.
shoot- if I had to shoot and skin my own food,
What that rabbit do to you?
I would probably lean that direction.
Yeah. But see, I'm kind of like with a rabbit. I'm like,
But if
how
I
much-
owned
Are
it,
you
I
actually-
don't think I could kill it.
yeah.
Okay.
If I owned it, I don't think I could kill it. It would have to be something wild because I really don't think I could kill
Right.
it if I got to know
For
its
sure.
personality.
That's a good way
I
to
couldn't.
look at it. If it was wild, it would be.
No, I'm thinking of no Pulp Fiction, the whole personality thing.
Oh, it was wild. It was eating your vegetables, so it would be
Well, then
wild
you didn't build a
anyway,
big enough
so
fence to keep them out of your vegetables, and then that would have been your fault.
I guess.
Yeah,
I'm
engineering.
making a
Todd,
big
engineering.
bowl of empty glass here because I'm
Sure.
hoping
You're
Chew's
13%
watching
beer?
and he will bring me
Yeah,
something.
where's Chew
Listen
at?
for Chew. Chew, come on, Chew. Give me a beer.
I'm hoping he'll notice that.
Chew.
No.
Next
When
thing
it
you know,
chew,
see
whenever you chew, whenever you hear
Uh-oh.
bring
Bring
one. Yeah, just have one waiting in the hall.
Rod, have you met Chew in
You're so-
person before?
not in person, but
I got you. On cue, Chew.
Thank you,
on
my
cue.
love.
everybody give it up for Chew.
So he brought me Scarlet Fire, roasty red ale from Tight Head Brewing Company, which is right by our house, and I love this beer so much. It's one of my absolute
Really?
favorites.
It's good artwork.
It's a 5.6% ABV and 30 IBUs.
There you go.
But I got this for free. So Chew and I have been doing all these events. I work for 2 different breweries, and they found out that I love doing events, the beer fests and everything. And they also found out that if they assign me to a beer fest, they get Chew as free labor because he'll come as a volunteer just to drink. So it's kind of a bonus if they assign me to it. So I have become a brand ambassador, that's the term, for doing the events for the 2 breweries that I work for. And
Nice.
each time I'm there, I get chatting with all the other tables, all the other booths, all the other breweries. And at the end, we do a beer share where I'll give them the beers that I'm serving. They'll give me the beers that they're serving, and we all swap. Chew and I have, I think it's 7.5 cases of beer downstairs. And half of that is just beer swap stuff from all the events we've been doing. It's craziness. We have no room in the fridge anymore. There's no food.
Baltimore, Maryland is where that could go if you need to.
It's a good problem to have. Yeah.
It's amazing, and I love
Yeah.
every second of it. So I'm just showing Rod submerged in beer again because I think that's an important visual for everybody to see is Rod completely
that.
submerged in his beer.
Smiling.
Smiling. Yep. So
That's a mighty fine glass.
I know. It's beautiful. I'm so happy about it. You have no idea.
Well, Gilbert has said he actually had an uncle who was a hog farmer, and then he was like, I have an uncle who was a lamb farmer. I wouldn't feel bad about eating lambs. Sheep are dense and never know the end is coming. So
True.
didn't even
True.
see it coming.
The cows don't generally understand it either. So
But
Yeah.
what is
Right.
that? So Claire Danes was in a movie. Tipa, what was, no, and it was about,
Clarified butter roll steaks is good, JT. Yeah.
but she came out with the movie, and it
Oh,
was
yeah.
based on a true story about the woman who, she had autism. Claire Danes was the actress in this movie.
Now,
Was it Nell?
No, I don't know if
Now,
she had
that's
autism.
not
She was just in the woods.
Carol,
Good answer. I get answer.
You're trying to redirect me. I know what you're doing.
Carol,
I just feel like you went very non sequitur there for a second, and I'm a
Yeah,
little
no,
confused.
things. And so she did this true story, and she was an actress, and it was Tifa something, and she came up with like a humane way to kill the cows, where they were just like going through this thing, and it.
Temple Grandine.
Yep, Temple Grandine.
There you go.
Yes.
Never heard of that.
She was autistic, but she came up with a way to like, which now I'm still feeling bad about it.
Gets 8.2 on IMDb.
It's a good story.
So.
It's a true story. Yeah.
Now I know grenadine.
Love you,
You put that,
James.
you put that in
True
kamikaze.
story. Yeah.
I stand firm on the pineapple side. If you don't like it, don't order it.
Love you, James. I got you.
Pineapple,
Yeah, pineapple on pizza for sure.
steak sauce too, and with the blue steak. But
I don't know what that is.
blue steak? I don't know. Unless it was like the blue cheese on the blue steak or something.
I
think
kind of
it-
feel like you don't know what it is, Rod.
I don't either.
Maybe he's
Yeah.
using food dye.
But why blue?
Because it's pretty. Duh.
'Cause
I'm
it's-
wearing
'cause it's-
blue.
'cause
She's
it-
wearing
'cause it-
blue.
Because it's Canada. They're trying. It's Canada
I
being
feel
extra.
like he's like,
Is it a
making a
special?
lot of comments
I've
there.
never heard of a blue steak.
yeah, I think he's making some
Oh,
kind of
only
noise.
from the 50s, but still, we didn't get it here till like the early 2000s. So you still
Yeah.
held back on us.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless
It's
somebody
like the
came in,
ketchup potato
Canadian-
chips. We can't get it.
unless they came in as like an immigrant and they brought that recipe in, we didn't see it and stuff. Which now, I don't even know how many dishes we're going to miss out from south of the border because we can't get people in now. They're going to bring in good shit to probably cook, and we won't even know.
Exactly.
Yeah, so then avocado prices go up, but then people will get upset when avocados go up. Then people are mad when they can't get their
Well,
guacamole.
more you're supposed to eat your toast.
First world problems.
No. First world for us, third world for them because they can't get in.
That's a fair statement, Rod.
So I heard
Trez in
someone.
the house. Cheers,
Oh,
Trez.
sorry.
Yeah.
Oh,
There
hey,
you go.
Trez. I heard someone tell me at one point that first world problems versus third world problems only was specific to countries that were involved in world wars being the first world, and anything else was considered third. So it actually had nothing to do with socioeconomic. Has anyone else heard that before? Someone told me this, and I don't know that it's true. I haven't actually done the research, so
No.
Yeah.
that.
But see, when I say it, because it's one of my favorite sayings, it's just like when I get upset my Wi-Fi is not working or something stupid that I'm like, really? Like, is this really a problem in the whole world that people have? Like, that is a first world problem. That is not worth getting upset about when people are worried about eating and having a roof over their head.
That's your favorite saying. First
Yeah.
world
Yeah.
problem.
First,
But
that's
see,
a
here's the
first
thing:
world-
is like first world,
yeah,
and then there's third world that people say.
right. A third
My
world.
What happened to
question,
second?
my question is, where's second world? Is that like Middle Earth? Is that like where the
No,
hobbits are? Like the hobbits are in the second world right now.
Yes.
The elves and the hobbits. Like
Think it's
I would,
screwed.
I like to visit
You're
second
right.
world. I like the movies. I would visit second world.
Second world is like the middle class. We just get screwed on everything.
I also was listening to a comedian he was from a country in Africa. I'm sorry, I can't recall exactly which country he was from because it was a year ago or so that I listened to him. But he was talking about having moved to London to become a comedian. That was his dream. And he was saying, I come here and everyone's talking about the economic crisis. I don't see planes dropping food to you guys. I don't think this is an economic
Exactly.
crisis. And he kind of went on a whole thing
Exactly.
about it. It was really funny. So
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
outside of their comfort zone, and that's why it's a problem for them.
You're right.
precisely, yes.
Yeah.
We all have our own spaces that we live in without realizing there's space outside.
Yes, exactly.
Todd Trez wants you to let him know what time you're going to be down there because he saw it starts at 11:35.
No, Trez, that's the Sunday game is starting that early, which I've never either. But the game on Saturday, which I'll be at, is at 4:10. I think is the game time.
Is this for like next weekend?
No, this is for this weekend coming up. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was thinking maybe because of Memorial
Yeah, so the
Day or
game on
something.
Saturday, which is where we'll be at that one at 4:10. But the one on Sunday is like at 11:35, which is weird. I've never seen one that early either.
That is early.
Third world with everybody that wasn't in there.
I apologize. I need Chew to tell you something. Chew, come back.
Oh, Chew's gonna chime in.
Say it louder so the mic can pick you up.
Yeah.
It was during the Cold War, and it was the U.S. and all their allies were first world. Soviet Union and all the communists and their allies were the second world countries, and third world was everybody else.
Did you guys hear that?
Yeah.
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 Okay.
So
There you go.
third world, like the second world problems were like people that had like bombs, they had defense and they could fight back. But the third world didn't have anything to fight back.
Or
and
the third world just chose
everything.
not to be involved.
They're all the small countries that
Yeah.
were,
and that's what I'm like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because honestly,
I'm
I'm pretty sure the whole world can agree that the Cold War was not the best one to be involved in.
Well, none of them are the best ones.
Well, yes,
Yeah.
right.
But
I'm kind of disappointed. I was hoping Chew would say Second World was where the hobbits and the elves were, and he's been there and it's been glorious. I was hoping he would say that, because then I would really want to go to the Second World and hang out in a little pub with the hobbits.
yeah.
Apparently, when Chew opened the door to tell me that, he let a cat into the room because she was
That's what
running
happens.
against my leg. Oh, we have two.
Yeah,
Ah.
Chew cats. We have yet. You be saying
All
we
the
have yet to eat
hobbits
any of our
in
chickens. Still buying shit
Soviet
from the store.
Union
Ours
and
is
the
too entertaining.
communists.
Yeah, because if you eat your chickens, they don't give you them fabulous eggs that are delicious.
I'm
Yeah, by the
sorry,
way-
Rod. Chew just popped in to say all of the hobbits live in the Soviet Union, so they were second world.
Okay,
Ah.
Like,
well, I mean,
what?
he was not tall, so I mean, it can be.
Oh. Lovely.
So EP has not given up
Oh.
on the fact they may eat the chickens at some point. So he said we have
But
yet.
we're not there yet, Rod.
eat at it. Yeah.
We're not there.
Yeah, but he's watching them run around. He's like, "Yeah, you're gonna be a nice roaster when I get you in the oven." Yeah.
Get that rotisserie going.
I
Oh
don't know.
yeah.
Choose any of my vegetable plants, and then I can't kill them and eat the vegetables.
But he's-
Oh yeah, I think he would definitely.
Damn that! If folks had to raise and kill or hunt, skin, and
I don't
process
know.
their own meats, fewer would buy from the stores when they had opportunity. It's so much better. Yeah. Well, I mean, if it got to a point where you had to go out and hunt and do stuff from
Yeah.
whatever polls or testing, that is the belief that people would be more vegetarian and stuff. But yeah,
Yeah.
If people-
It's easy for us to say what we would do when we've never had to do it.
yeah.
I've had to do it.
Like I have
could
friends
if
that
I
kill
had to,
deer,
but I don't want to.
I have
try
friends that
something,
kill
I've
deer,
I've
and they
never
get so
actually
much
did it.
meat out. Like, they'll kill a deer and they'll have meat like for months, like or
Yeah.
in spots like Canada where you kill a moose, that'll feed you like for a good amount of time,
Right.
So it's like,
I'm capable, but I'm not a fan. So I'm out
See-
if I can avoid it.
I think I could get hungry enough to do it, but I'd die and starve before I actually hit it with a weapon to kill it.
yeah. But then if you kill an
Honestly,
animal,
if you drive
you
long enough, you're gonna hit something.
kill an animal, then you got like a freezer full of steaks, like Napoleon Dynamite's grandma. Grandma said stop eating all her steaks.
If the world is to a place where I have to kill an animal for food, I don't think I'm gonna have a freezer anymore.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's gonna be electric, right? So you got to put it in there. So you do
Yeah.
have to put the food outside or in the ground or whatever. However, you
Or
keep it
salt,
cold.
and where do you get salt from? It's like if you put it
Ocean,
in-
yeah, salt water. You can-
well, I'll die before I get to the ocean from here. If the world
It's a long walk.
long walk. I'd probably be able to find a ride though. I think I'd be all right.
Yeah, I don't know. Once AI figures a lot of stuff out, they go Skynet. We're pretty much all screwed anyway. So
Yeah. That sounds like a tomorrow problem, not a today problem.
Oh, fun fact. When my last job, I was an office manager for a place. They were installing cameras and security systems. And the company that installed all the cameras was called Skynet. It was like,
Ew.
that was either a very poor choice or a really, really good choice. I'm not sure which.
yeah,
But it still made me laugh taking pictures of their vans from out the windows because I'm like, hey, Skynet's at my work.
Mal, I think I remember. Is this the story you were telling me when you were down here about the boss at that place?
Oh, yeah, that
Okay,
boss.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Because I remembered you told me something like that.
I have never been happier than not being there.
yeah.
I love
People,
that you had the strength to leave. Is what I love.
People should start changing their Wi-Fi names to Skynet. See, people start freaking out.
A whole bunch of people do it with the numbers after. It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, we got this.
Yeah.
You know, when I was in Kentucky, one of the Wi-Fi people in our neighborhood, they changed theirs to FBI van.
Oh.
Enough in the FBI to call it that.
Mm. Oh man! Speaking of FBI, I was watching the news the other day. So the NSA, one of the NSA key people, I don't know if you saw it or not, but apparently at their house, like yesterday or the day before, some drunk guy just came stumbling through. Secret Service didn't even see the guy come in. Like they're running investigations. Like, how did this guy get into the NSA person's house? Like, where was Secret Service? I guess they were caught up doing something or sleeping or whatever. Like, well, it's just like he just walked on in, and they said the guy didn't mean any harm and stuff, and it was all settled fine. But it's just like now it's a big investigation. Like, how does this guy just walk right in? Like,
But
He's
whatever
zigzagged.
happened to that whole thing? Like,
He's
on the East
zigzagged.
Coast or-
yeah. Well, the thing is, and I think about it, like for a guy to get into that, you probably would have to be drunk. And like Mal
you
said,
can
zigzag,
zigzag.
because if you try to logically get in, you probably get caught. But it's kind of like when you see a wreck and like somebody gets away and walks away, you find out, oh, they were drunk when they were driving. They weren't like clenched up. They were kind of just rolling with the car and stuff. And
They
got out
weren't
and walked.
suspicious. They
Right.
weren't suspicious.
Yeah.
They
but
didn't
just-
know they were doing anything wrong.
yeah, those Secret Service, yeah, one job to do, right? Those Secret Service guys. Mr. George, how much you pay this guy? Too much.
You had one job.
We all have bad days at work. Though. That would be the worst boss ever.
maybe one guy was in a can. Maybe that was his excuse. I was in a can. I don't know what happened out there. I was taking care of business. You know what I mean? So what these other guys did, I have no
It's that other
idea.
guy's fault. Not my
Yeah.
fault. It's their fault.
I was dropping off the kids when it happened.
Let me show
Uh,
you this. Then I'm gonna go to the bathroom. So I was laying in bed the other night. I was sleeping in the other
All
room.
right, cheers, EB. Yeah.
And I was like, I've had this moment like in the last couple of months where I'm like laying in bed. I'm like, geez, I wish I could just like clap my hands and make all the lights go off and stuff. So I'm like,
Clapper.
She wants the
that was
clapper.
something like that. And so the other night I was laying in bed and I was like, you know what? I wish I
Clap
could
on.
clap her. And I was like, Shannon, you know what? That is not too big of a dream that you can't accomplish that. So I ordered the clapper. And then I
Clap on.
Clap off.
ordered
Clap on, clap off. The clapper.
Todd, you know,
Down in bed like doing a quick like, snap.
you know what's coming next in a few months, Todd, right? It's the Chia Pets. The Chia Pets will be
No, we've
next. in
already-
a
No,
few-
I've already had chia. My brother bought me chia pet for Christmas one time. It was like, that's the best thing. It was the Bob
Ross.
Bob Ross. Yeah, the Bob Ross. Like that.
Bob Vila.
I got Chew one that's Sophia
Growing
from
the
the
hair
Golden
out.
Girls.
Oh, he's a
Sophia
big
from
Sophia
the
fan.
Golden
That's
Girls.
right.
Chia
Yeah.
Pet for Chew. Oh yeah.
He's the home builder, the home improvement guy.
I have to get the Golden Girls theme in here for
Yes.
Chew at some point.
Oh yeah, for sure. Since he is obsessed. I'm not kidding. This is a crochet Golden Girls thing that I have.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where you can crochet all the characters. I'm not kidding how obsessed with Golden Girls he is.
So they're all
Actually,
dead now, right? Are they all dead now?
Yes. But fun thing, on the 25th, that's a Thursday, before your show, I'm off work that day. Strangely enough, I'm off work, thank God. And we are going to a Golden Girls pop-up here in Chicago. And it's all like drinks that are based on the Golden Girls and cheesecake. And like they have like a set menu that you can pick from, but all the sets are like there. Like you can pose with the phone in the kitchen and you can be like in their lanai and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, he's super excited. We're going to have a super fun time. I can't wait.
What is his fascination with the Golden Girls? I'm just
Betty White,
just the Betty White thing.
he
Okay.
loves her.
But what about her other stuff? It's just really Golden Girls. Like, is he like?
No. He loves everything she's ever been in. The thing where she was pranking young people and
Yeah.
oh gosh, way back when she had the Betty White show, her animal works, because she did a whole lot for rescuing animals. Like that was a huge part of her. I bought him a little golden book, like the kids' little golden books that was
Mhm.
all Betty White.
Cleveland.
Oh, Hot in Cleveland, he loved like everything.
Oh,
and
yeah, I forgot
Golden
about that
Palace,
stuff.
the movie The Proposal, everything.
Snickers commercial.
Oh, the Snickers commercials too. So yeah, he's up here telling me. So you know how couples can have like the 5 celebrities that you're allowed to,
Yeah.
if you get a chance,
You
right?
get 5? I thought you only got 1.
Oh well, we did 5, but but for us, 2 of his top 5 were Betty White. He's like, I don't need a 5th. I don't need an extra. No.
Even the older Betty White.
Oh yeah, he would have gone to her in a second. If he had had an opportunity, he would have gone to her in a second. And honestly, I can't say I blame him because she was amazing. She was an absolutely amazing human being, and I'm 100% on board. So,
You'd be okay with it. It'd be fine.
Yeah, but to have
But
a pass on
now-
the old Betty White, I mean, that's just
but now
smells
she's
of Bengay.
passed.
I can say I would love to be what.
Oh, he would have. He just popped in and said he would have.
I just
Did
feel like
with
there's
Betty White.
Epsom salt everywhere. I just don't
Yeah.
know.
But the funny thing is, now that she's passed, he has 2 open spots. He still hasn't filled those spots, and I keep telling him, you have the opportunity to fill those spots. And he's like, who could fill those spots? No one is close to her, and
That's that-
so
yeah.
it's fine. He's been a granny chaser since he was a kid, so it's all cool.
Granny chaser.
Oh yeah.
How
Oh
do you
yeah.
feel- how do you
Old
feel about-
women love him. Old
How do you
women
feel
have
about
always loved him.
grandma from the Beverly Hillbillies?
I think we know
Oh,
how
Granny.
She
Oh,
was
Granny.
too wiry. She was too wiry.
I think we know how he.
How do you
I know,
how do you
right?
how do you feel about Aunt B?
No, it was
She's
all about Betty White.
Hillbillies.
No,
forever.
but
For sure.
the grandma in Beverly Hillbilly, she was spicy.
She
Oh,
was
yeah,
spicy.
she was spicy.
Yeah.
Sure.
She was more of a Sophia than a Rose. He liked Rose better. He liked Betty White. I
So
don't
my
know.
best friend, she was like, who's your favorite Golden Girl? I was like, Betty White, obviously, Rose. And she was like, okay, who's your next? I was like, Blanche. And so she had bought these little tins of mints. And she bought her Rose and she bought me Blanche. And I'm like, you didn't ask me who I thought I was more like. I'm like, you are definitely a Rose and I'm a Blanche,
I
But
will take Dorothy mints, please. No.
they taste awful. They taste awful.
Aw. Oh,
I don't hear anybody loving B. Arthur over there. That's all I'm saying.
I love Bea Arthur. I think she was a great lady who was just angry at the world. I think she was a lovely lady who
Because
was
she was
angry at
still
the
living
world.
with her mother.
No love for Maud. I'm just saying.
Not just in that show. That was an angry lady who was lovely anyway. She was
little bitter.
pissed off at a lot of things. She hated Betty White during that show.
She was jealous
Really?
She hated her. Couldn't stand her.
because
at
she
all.
was the star.
It's kind of funny when you hear about some of the celebrities that work together and they really don't have a liking for each other.
Well,
Like
they
people
look
hated
the
people
bestest
hated
best
working
friends, right?
like the old Saturday Night Live. A lot of actors hated working with Chevy Chase and how much of an
Oh, I
ass
heard
he
he's
was.
for real.
And a lot of people didn't like working with Bill Murray. But I'm like, when you see him on scene, they're like they deliver
He's
these
a
great
good actor.
things together. But yeah, that's part of the acting, I guess.
I know we're behind on comments, but I have to take a second and say hi, Dad. Sorry.
Oh, we didn't get down there yet? Okay, we'll get down
No,
there.
we're not down there, but he just popped on, and I have to say hi, Dad.
He's been a loyal viewer. We appreciate him being here.
Yes, he's a wonderful human.
JT said blue steak means seared, extra rare.
Ugh.
And Eric Gilbert said blue steak means the cow is still fighting. So there you go.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Shout out
I
to
like
Tennessee.
it red, but not bleeding.
Welcome, Tennessee. Cheers, my friend.
Hello,
Tennessee
how are you?
bushcrafter in the house. USA is second world now. The only industrialized
Ooh.
nation without universal health care guarantee child care in a place with most armed assholes running around. Oops, sorry, I got political. JT got political? That never happens.
Really? Shocker.
You know, it's kind of interesting. We are the only industrialized country without universal health care. So
That
could
is
we
true.
Exactly.
could we fall into the second
Yeah, we probably are a second
world?
world country.
And then no worries. Says, oh shit, my bad. He's like he's talking about the baseball game. All good.
No,
She-
we've been messaging.
JT said she was correct. Yeah.
That's the first
so
time
the
he has
fourth
ever
world
heard that
will be-
sentence.
Is that where the little people are? You know, when I lived in Cincinnati,
Oh.
truth about Cincinnati, if you guys are up there, Trez, you actually know this as well. There's actually a town of, I guess the proper term now is little people. That is a whole like I want to say it's like a whole village because you make me think a keyboard or something, but it's a whole. It's this area where it's
We know what you're
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
the buildings are small. It's all designed for little people. I feel worse calling them little people than the other word we're not supposed to
too.
say.
I know, right?
But
I agree. With
yeah, but if people would try to find it, it would get pissed because people would try to find it in Cincinnati. And it was just like this mystical type place or whatever. But it is there where they have like their own thing, and it's kind of interesting. So if you're ever in Cincinnati, not that you should go on this hunt to try to find little people, but it is there.
They need their peace. They don't need us big people
Yeah.
coming to their village.
Yeah, they don't need any Gandalfs come stomping through. But if you're ever in Cincinnati, there is a spot that if you talk to Cincinnati people, they'll tell you, and Trez will back me up in the comments, I'm sure. But yeah, it's this spot like north of Cincinnati where it's this town or village, or I don't know if you can take a portal to get there or whatever, but somehow it's there.
I love that. though.
I'll tell you though, if you're going to go, if you're going to go visit, you got to take some kick-ass fireworks though.
It's
Yeah.
Bring some kick-ass fireworks, you'll be fine.
I love
But
that
yeah.
they got that.
that is pretty awesome.
Meat protein used to be once or twice a thing for most. Yeah, it used to be not as much as it's funny, like back in the day, like here like in America and stuff, and everybody's kind of getting health conscious and you try to be skinny, but like back in the day, people that had like who was it in France, with Louis the 14th or whatever that was, but like people that had weight were seen as being more of having money because they could eat whenever they wanted to eat. So they were seen as being more of a wealthy class.
Fat women used to be hot.
Yeah. So it's interesting.
In some countries they still are.
Yeah, moose will last for a couple of years. Yeah. Some countries they still are.
Yeah. Well, the Venus de Milo wasn't exactly the skinniest painting of a woman ever. They were all very curvy, very round, and it was very attractive. Well,
it's like if you go back to here, like 50s or 60s, looking at the whole thing was like a whole between Marilyn Monroe and Jane. What was her last name? The other blonde.
I know who you're talking about.
I want to say Ashcraft or something like that. Mansfield, Jane Mansfield.
Yes, Mansfield.
Who was even more voluptuous. There used to be the whole debate between those two or whatever, and Jane was pretty popular for a lot of people.
Well, I saw an ad in, what was it, like Cosmo or something when I was a teenager. I saw this thing, and it was talking about, they showed a picture of Marilyn Monroe in her swimsuit, and they showed it to 3 different plastic surgeons, and they marked on the picture all the things that they would have changed about her. And so they had these 3 different things showing, they would have the cheeks pulled in, they would have the lips enhanced, her knees were apparently a big problem for all of these.
Her
Her knees were too fat, apparently.
Because now we got to worry about
all the fat. But yeah, it was like so eye-opening to see what plastic surgeons would suggest to change on Marilyn Monroe, who is one of the quintessential beauties of the U.S. She was a gorgeous woman. And it was just so funny. And then they did the same thing with Audrey Hepburn, and then they did the same thing with another. Like, it was so crazy. Like Audrey Hepburn, they would have changed her nose. Her nose was perfect. Like,
exactly.
Are you kidding? They all would have changed her nose, all 3 of them. It was just nuts.
Yeah, that's just
like, why?
I know. Why? It's just crazy.
It's
just be you and do you, and
exactly. And then you will attract the people that you're supposed to attract, and you will repel the people you're supposed to repel.
Yeah,
we're born the way we look for a certain reason.
Yeah, it's funny because we were talking. I don't know if I talked about this last week, Todd. We were doing it, but I was downstairs one day, and I noticed all these people we're right across the street from the arena now that they just redid, and all these people were coming. It was all women that were kind of coming to the street and going to the arena, and it was women from all different varying sizes and stuff that were going there. And I'm like, what is going on over there? All these women are coming out everywhere, and blah blah blah. So I was waiting for food to get delivered, so I pull it up, and Lizzo was performing.
Oh yeah,
So she had, and so you could just tell like the crowd that was coming in, and it's like I never really listened to a Lizzo song. My wife thinks I've heard him somewhere at some point, but I don't think I have. But I've seen her on interviews, I've seen her doing stuff, and it's just like, here's a person who just said, "Damn, with all you think, I'm going to do my thing," and blah blah blah. It's like, why don't more people live with that attitude? I don't know. So
and she's got so many fans, and nobody's saying I'm not going to be your fan because you're bigger than what the ideal image is supposed to be.
I remember we talked about because she was like a big flute player or whatever. Like she's a big time like flute player or whatever. Also, which most people wouldn't know
Yeah, and I'm just saying, you men are going to be in trouble when us women are like, you know what? I don't care what I look like. I'm here for me and not to be pretty to you.
Yeah, I think a lot of men are already in trouble with these things that are taking place in some of these state courthouses. But that's just me. But not to get
Yeah.
political, like JT said. But Tennessee said, "I love knowing we raise our animals, give them the best life, and knowing we eat what they eat before we eat them." Yeah, that's a great thing about when you're raising your own animals that way. And you look at the whole, what is it, like the grain fed or the free range type stuff,
Right?
and,
Yeah.
yeah. So supposedly that all comes into play and things like that too. So. That is a good thing, but if you're controlling your own food intake, you have that ability. You're not having a company dump chemicals and stuff in either. So
We're all screwed. I mean, we're screwed. Like, we're sitting at this kitchen table and we're probably breathing in 50 chemicals that can give us cancer.
Well, it was funny. I had one of my buddies that I loaned in the book like years ago, after I had read it and stuff, but it was a sci-fi type thriller. So there was basically like an outbreak of diseases in the country, and people started dying from it. And the thing is, people were trying to figure out what it was actually causing it. And it actually had been, over a certain number of years, the food we've been taking in have been poisoned in a way.
Oh yeah.
So that once they introduce an agent into the atmosphere or into like the water or whatever it was, it triggered everything inside.
Right.
And so it was like coming from a foreign agency outside from another country that was attacking the States that way. And it was just kind of interesting when you think about some of the stuff you read. Like if you pick up a box in a store and you're looking at something processed, you'll see stuff in there. You're like, what the hell is that? Like you won't even know. Like
if it's got too many letters in it and you don't know how to pronounce it, you shouldn't probably be putting it in your body.
You're right.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like terror something, Dean. It's like, what the hell is this? Yeah. 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 Shannon did break out the clapper. Yeah.
I did. I got I'm kind of aggressive, so when I got it out of the box, I tore it apart because I just don't know how to do anything gently. But
yeah,
I think that's the way it goes.
Can we all agree that at the end of the show we have to clap her out of the show?
Yeah, I'm
Is
gonna
that
have
something we can agree
But I
to?
gotta find something to put in.
To turn
No,
off.
but I
Like
know what's
clapping.
gonna happen.
Yeah.
I know what's gonna happen though. I'm gonna plug this into my lamp on my nightstand, and I'm gonna be like, and then it's not gonna do it, and then I'm just gonna like keep
This is
clapping,
gonna be pissed.
and then I'm gonna get
Yeah.
upset, and then I'm gonna say first world problem, Shannon,
Cheers, RS.
and then that'll be the end, and I won't buy no more clappers.
Fresh eggs every day. Yeah. Little people in town. That's little put, isn't it? But see, Tresback said, yes, it is, right? Located at Mount Healthy. Sorry for like, you laughed too, but he thinks it's actually a spot there.
But
So
you can't help but laugh.
Tres may have went and seen it himself. I don't know. It's kind of like, are you able? Because they don't like people trespassing. So I don't know if people like standing in the woods with binoculars and like, oh, I think I see him.
Rod, are you asking him if he has a kink
We kink.
with the little people?
No, he knows where it's at. He may have been there. He may have.
Oh, I thought you knew he knew where it was at, and then you were like, "Oh, how do you know where it's at?" And then you were like, "Oh, do you have that?" You know. But that's just me thinking too much.
You immediately went
Don't
to
bang on
kink.
Trez
I don't
like
know
that. That's
why
not
you
cool.
went straight to kink.
What'd you say, Mal?
You immediately went to kink. Why did it automatically go to kink?
I don't know. It's
That
That's
only-
where she automatically
that-
goes all the time.
That only comes out at bachelor parties.
oh God.
We got a donkey and we got a little person.
What do you have?
Oh man,
Yeah.
this episode's gonna get banned by YouTube. No, vertically challenged is what
Yeah,
ours.
my father's helping you get banned right now because that's seriously.
She was laughing at the little put.
Lily put.
Oh,
Mostly sick minds aspire to be plastic surgery. Yeah, I mean you're changing other people's bodies.
Right. They're not the person you should be looking at. Like, is this person attractive or not? Like,
That's next for a deal where she's gonna get the medical
clap on,
alert.
clap off, and I've fallen. I can't.
that's the medical alert. That's just
Yeah.
a crap.
That's on my Apple
You
Watch.
just press
No, on
it.
my watch. I have a watch, and it says if I take a hard fall, it will call the emergency people.
Will it really?
Yeah. I
Oh,
turned
wow.
that setting off though because I fall hard a lot.
Yeah.
If you showed up our house like every
Todd be there getting questioned. Like I wasn't even home at the time. Sure you
I'd
were,
be like,
sir.
all right, go ahead, just whatever. Just I'm tired of defending myself. Just go on, take me in. That's gonna happen sooner or later. It's like,
Or they
yes,
come
the
back.
bruises. I mean, I don't know. She can't tell you either. I don't know what.
Yeah,
sure it
I'll be in
happens.
the bathroom. You're like, where'd you get that? I'm like, I don't know.
Or they'll come back and they be like, again.
Yeah, you get your address on speed dial. We know where you live. We know what it is. Like, okay.
I'm just clumsy. I bump into stuff.
She does.
And I'm not even like, even when I'm sober.
Oh yeah.
See, I knew. I was reading this time.
His wife's gonna kill him. Oh no! Wait. No. So, tell them what happened last
I
week.
don't want to tell them what happened last week. Are you talking about the chair or the kitchen incident?
Or both. Both. Maybe.
You tell them. I don't want to tell it.
The chair in the kitchen.
No, you're a better storyteller than I am.
You don't build up the hype about it now.
I know, right?
I will tell one story.
This
from
is
that
her
night.
story. This is her side of the story.
I will tell one story from that night. So we went out, we were drinking. We went to the American Legion with his mom. And so his dad died. If you're going to want me to tell it, then you need to be quiet.
Go ahead.
So we went, his mom was with us and she was like, hey, you want to go to the American Legion? I'm like, yeah, let's go to the American Legion because that's where we used to all hang out together when we were younger before we got married and before his dad died. Well, when his dad died, they had a chair, like it's a very hefty chair, and they put a plaque on the back of it with Ronnie's name and the date he was born and the date he died.
That's
So
cool.
it took me years to go back. So finally I went back, and every time I go back, his chair is over in the damn corner, not at the table we sit at. So, I mean, we've been there quite a few times, and this night I'm like, you know what? Where's Ronnie's chair? It's over in the damn corner. And I'm like, you know what? I'm sick of this. I stole that chair, and I brought it home. I picked it up. I was like, I told Todd, and his mom was like, come on. I was like, meet me in the parking lot. Because I went to the bingo hall side. I was like, make sure I had a whole plan. Yeah, I stole the damn chair.
So that is the back of the chair that she
Oh wow.
brought
Let's pull it up
home
here.
and
Hold on.
is now in our basement.
No, that's cool though.
That
I
is
stole
cool.
that damn chair.
Yeah.
It's like, screw the American Legion, we're bringing it home. I was like, so me and my mom was like, where'd she go? I was looking over, it's like, she's probably outside with the chair, I assume, because she brought it over and sat down and it was like, and it was gone. I was like, she's outside. Wait. So we walked outside and she's like waving at us at the car, like, come on, let's go. I was like,
Yeah,
oh God,
I
here
stole
we
the
go.
damn chair. I'm like,
Have you
they're
been
not
back
gonna
since?
appreciate it, then
Have
it
you
don't
been
belong
back
here.
since?
What'd you say?
Have you been back since?
Oh, I haven't.
This was just a couple weeks ago. This was just a couple weeks
Yeah,
ago.
no, I haven't. And then,
We haven't had a chance yet.
yeah, but I'm a little afraid to go back because
No.
I mean, it was kind of obvious because I was like, I picked the chair up, I brought it to the table. And so there's like the little hallway between the bingo hall and the bar where we were at.
They ain't gonna care.
I know,
You
but-
probably did him a favor for.
But so I was like, I sat in the chair and I kind of put it kind of in the middle of the bar, and then I just like sat in and kind of hopped it over until I got to the hallway by the bathrooms. And then when I got to the hallway to the bathrooms, I picked it up and ran out the back of the bingo hall.
I'm just picturing Shannon with Mission Impossible skills here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely see her as the Simon Pegg character.
Then she runs out the door. She's like, "All right, let's go. Come on."
I
let's
told
go,
you, I was
let's
like,
go."
meet me in the back.
I
Meet
know
me
you
at the
did,
car.
but I didn't know. I was like, "I
I
go back."
pushed my coat in, opened the trunk, threw the chair in there. I'm like, let's
Hey.
get the hell out of here.
Hey, you finished your beer first, right? Tell me you finished
Probably
your
not.
drink first.
I don't remember, but there's more beers at home. I mean,
I'm
I
just
was-
thinking,
That is wasteful.
I got some place with some pretty cool beer signs. I need to get Shannon in there.
No, she always get on
she'll
me
take
for
it.
some glass. I'm like, you said a whole freaking chair. You got
because
me
it
for
meant
stealing the
something.
glass.
It wasn't just some random glass. It meant something.
She's just gonna scoot her chair closer and closer to the
I did. I sat in it and I
Holding
was just like,
aside.
that's a heavy chair. Like holding on to it and like hopping it over closer and closer to the hallway. And it's like, all right, I'm just gonna pick it up and run.
That would have
And
been
I-
a great video.
Exactly. And
That's
that's
what I said. I was like, that won't miss
and that's what makes me mad. And
Yeah,
Right.
Shannon's got moves like Jagger.
Right.
Yes.
I clapped off and fell water in my Chia Pet, right? The Chia Pet, the medical alert, and the
Oh,
clapper
yeah.
all together. Oh, I used to take my pocket fisherman and my fold-up bike to the artificial lake.
Pocket fisherman, yes.
I
Pocket
need to get-
fisherman. That thing was amazing.
What is that?
I need to get a
was like a
beer.
little-
You
it
guys
was like
keep
this
going.
big.
Like a cane pole
No,
you
it was
can
like a
fold up?
telescoping type. Like,
Yeah, it was like this
it's
big.
put down
and
to
you
like
pull out
put it in
the
your
thing
pocket.
for the rod, and it had the like it was a handheld, and it had the hooks, and it had the sinkers, and it had everything all like in there. Like it was crazy.
It was
I-
almost
I-
like an antenna that just pulled out, like, you know.
I feel like my father had one, but we might have just watched an infomercial on it. I'm not sure.
No, I never had one, but I do know. I do remember the
Hey,
commercial.
infomercials must be a little effective.
For a second, I thought you said nymphomercial. Okay.
If
I was like, what did I miss? What did I miss?
Speaking of
It
infomercials,
depends.
does anyone remember the tater mitts?
I do
Tater
not.
mitts were plastic gloves that were like thick on where your palms were, but they were rough surface where your palms were, and you cook the potato and you boil it, and then you take it out of the boiling water and you like rub your hands on it. It would take the skin off of the potato.
Really? What
My
happened
friend and
to
I thought
those?
this was the funniest thing, hilarious, all through my youth. This man bought me tater mitts for Christmas 2 years ago, and I have them in my cupboard. I still haven't actually tried them though. I need to actually try them and see if the tater mitts.
Send them
work.
to her. She'll try them.
Yeah. I mean, I do. That
She
is.
does mashed potatoes at least once a year anyway.
Yeah. I do mashed potatoes on
Oh.
Thanksgiving.
She brought them up.
The
Okay,
tater mitts.
so-
Oh, there's tater mitts.
They're
There you
plastic, but look at the hand. Like it's all rough, a really rough surface,
That's
and then the back
huge.
is like plastic.
That's what she said.
But yeah, so you boil the
go.
potatoes
That's
and you
not what
rub,
she said.
you rub your
That's
hands
what
on
he
the
said.
potatoes,
That is what he said.
and you hold the potato and you just go like this, and the skin's supposed to come right off of them. So these are
that's what she
tater
said.
mitts, and I haven't used them yet to find out how well they work, but they're very
Okay, Mal.
strange feeling.
By next week, you need to have tried them and tell us.
Make your
You are
hands like
correct.
4 times bigger than they are.
Yeah, it makes my hands look like Cookie Monster.
Oh my god, I love Cookie Monster.
Give me a cookie.
Yeah.
So yes,
right.
tater mitts right there.
So I'm going to crack open this beer, which I probably overpaid for, but it was
Long
just,
awaited.
It happens, Rod.
It-
It happens.
it was more around the excitement of actually seeing it here. And I think, I don't know if the ABV is correct or not on it with this company, but Untapped has it at 5.3 because I don't see it in the can.
450.
Yeah.
Is it from 450?
No, 450, not 420. I mean, if it was 420, I'd be okay, I think. But,
You're right, yeah.
Yeah. But now that we have in our area, this is the Sandy's
I love the can art.
Sandy's. So this is a sour ale, and it comes in at 5.3% ABV according to Untapped. But then
Damn, are you
again,
gonna make it through the night?
right? Like I didn't. You never know when he's on the can because they don't have it on the can, so you couldn't really tell. So
From who? That sounds like 450.
yeah, 450, 420,
Oh, it
450. Yeah, 450 North.
Oh,
Oh,
it is.
okay, all right.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
right, yeah.
Yeah. So we get them here now.
You never know. It could be, it could not be.
The Slushy XL.
Oh, there you go.
how old is that beer?
It's new.
No, they distribute now.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
It's a smoothie style sour ale with saltwater
Everywhere except
tap
for Indiana.
with saltwater taffy, watermelon, banana, raspberry, strawberry, and vanilla.
What?
See, that doesn't sound good to me. That's too
So
much.
how much did you pay for that can?
Actually, I got a 4-pack because they weren't separated, and it was like I think 24 or 25.
Okay, that's what they
Yeah.
sell them for at the release or whatever.
But
Okay,
it's
so
like,
that's-
but
How
I
much
could have got,
pay here too.
but I could have got the other half for 20.
that's a you problem.
Yes,
Joe
it's
said.
a me
That's
problem.
that's on
So,
you.
but there was the last two they have for 450. They sold out of everything else. And I'm like, I don't see it, so I got to go to risk
But
it
if-
on this one.
If I could get them here, I would totally would. But I think I get them over in Louisville though, so I
Yeah.
should go.
But
and
the
work and
thing
see.
is yeah, Rod, maybe you did overpay, and maybe it doesn't have enough alcohol. But maybe when you taste it, you'll be like, "Oh my god, this is so good."
it No, but I think the ABV is legit now because they have like,
Outside people testing it.
yeah.
Yeah. So I had two friends rate this on Untapped before I opened it up. One of them thought it was solid at a 4.2. The other one thought it was a 1.
Oh, jeez. So it's like a 2.5.
Yeah, it averaged out.
All right.
It averaged out to 2.6. I don't know why somebody would think it was a 1. They probably just didn't like the sour style.
Exactly.
Right.
So yeah, but it's
Not
just
what
like,
you like.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, that's like Colt 45 level or something when you give it a 1. It's like, I don't even put Colt 45 at a 1. I would at least give it maybe 1.75, maybe.
What
a
about
2.
Mad Dog
I was
2020?
gonna say, what about
Well, that's not a
you?
beer. That's not a beer though.
I was gonna say, what would you rate that? That'd
Did
be-
Todd show you the picture I sent him? They got new line. They got new line of stuff out. Did you show her that picture, Todd?
No, I didn't.
I thought I was participating in malt liquor night. is
Oh,
what
you
I-
were participating. You were participating.
Yeah, but I thought I had a malt liquor and it wasn't a malt liquor.
Oh, so it's gonna pour it out. That's got
So-
that milky look like usual.
Oh, that looks yum. It
She
looks
just
like a
popped
smoothie.
in to show our 450 North that we have.
So you
in the
get them
house.
there too?
Oh, nice. Huh?
This is a blackberry
They
cheesecake
show up
one that
everywhere
we
we
haven't
go.
tried yet.
You know why?
Yeah.
Because they have screwed
Oh
all
my
that.
God.
We don't like them anymore because of what they did.
Well,
and they
probably.
don't realize.
That's
It
probably.
smells so good. It's like a smoothie. It's almost like a breakfast, like a fruity pebble breakfast cereal or something.
Nice.
I got some fruity pebbles in.
What if I could put a 450 beer into instead of milk, put it with the fruity pebbles? I wonder what that would taste like.
Oh, probably damn good. I'm sure it was taste like it'd be good.
I think you
Don't
should probably
have
put it in
it
the blender
in the
though.
morning.
Because
You get if we get the watermelon out of it.
I love watermelon.
Very smooth, very creamy. Get that pulp type thing as you drink it down. It leaves it on the glass.
Rod, where are you from originally?
New Jersey.
Because you say water, and I'm interested. So,
It's a Jersey thing, you know.
oh, is
Yeah.
it okay?
Yeah.
I didn't
It's-
know. I just.
It's like
watermelon.
Pittsburgh saying yins. They say yins.
Yeah.
Ewins, yeah.
And that's
Utes.
one that I hadn't heard, so I didn't know where it was from. So thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Tart. It's different. It's not terrible, but it's not the best one I've had from 450 North
I
either.
think you liked it really well. The first drink you take, now that you're thinking about it, you're like, maybe it's not as good as I thought it was.
It's not as good as that one I sent you all that time, though, was it?
No, not as good as that one, but
Which one did you send them?
it's got the smoothie feel, and it's got a nice tart feel to it, the nice sour feel. Definitely more the Berliner Weiss style. A little bit of an aftertaste in it, kind of like a little bit of a aspirin type feel to it.
I'm so glad
Okay.
you continued the word to aspirin. I was like,
Yeah.
aspirin. Oh, okay.
I
That
could have
was
said
a totally
I guess I could have
different
said aspirin like instead of aspirin, but sometimes I like to make up the words as I go.
word. I got worried when you
So
said
worth
ask that many
worth the
times.
4-pack price or no?
Worth the 4-pack price I paid on this, I would say no. I think this might have been more compared to some stuff out there, maybe around 16 to 18 for the 4-pack rather than 25. I
See,
think
I
it was
feel like-
overpriced. Now, the other one I got is one of the Nugget series, and that probably will turn out okay because the Nugget series, they do a good job.
No, but I feel no, you're right on that because they're so minimum on those. Like they're
Yeah.
for the slushy for sure. But I feel like now the name's out there, so they just market it off the name.
Yeah, I think it is. I think that's what happens.
So their distro stuff probably ain't as good as what you get at the releases or whatever, but maybe the IPA stuff could be.
Yeah.
He likes
No,
the potato
Potato,
skin.
potato skins have all the nutrients. And cheers to Jamie.
JT,
Welcome, my
she's
friend.
taking
Cheers.
She's taking the thing off.
Yeah. I wouldn't. You can't give True a back rub with that, right? Because it'll take his skin off or something. It's kind of like
Well,
Freddy,
I have to
Freddy
I have to
Krueger.
boil him first.
Yeah.
If I boil him first, it'll take the skin right off.
Get into this hot bath, Chew.
It's gonna be cold at first though, and then you
Oh,
just
Be like
raise
those old Bugs Bunny commercials. You have them in there.
It's like lobster. you have to slowly raise the temperature, right?
Like the old Bugs Bunny commercials. You have him in the bathtub, the old cartoon. You have him in the tub. Then you start slicing carrots and onions while he's in the tub. Like that's I'm making a stew. Yeah.
Vegetables.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
and that's the thing, like going back to our conversation about killing animals, like if eating people wasn't so like, because I'm a person.
Or
I'm a
wrong.
person.
Or wrong.
Well, and wrong, yes.
Unless you're Jeffrey Dahmer.
So I would feel better about I'd feel better about killing a person than I would an animal, but I would feel better about eating an animal than a person. You know what I'm saying?
Jeffrey Dahmer.
Like, no, but I would feel worse about killing an animal.
No, yes,
Yeah.
no, that for sure.
Todd,
yeah.
Todd, you better sleep with one eye open, man.
I'm not gonna.
Todd has my number.
If you don't hear from me for like a week and a half, then you know what the problem
Jesus
is.
Christ! Now you're gonna die of a heart attack right now.
I'm just teasing shit.
This is going to be this is going to be a story on the ID channel.
It's gonna be on video. She said it. She said it. Here we go.
It's all
I'm going to
right.
have Chris Hansen calling me. Didn't you do a YouTube broadcast featuring these two?
Like, I don't know, maybe not. Depends.
No, but you know what? I think we love animals so much is because they can't talk. If they talked and
People love parrots. Parrots can talk.
Yeah, they can only
They-
say what they
That's
can
why nobody
talk
has
to
a
say.
parrot, though.
that's
Well,
when
they mimic you.
that we have to teach them the things to
Or
say.
cockatoo.
Yeah, teach them. Just learn it off of what you say.
Oh no! So I'm gonna tell a joke I heard about a parrot, and I'm gonna screw it up because
I
I'm a
guarantee. I was
horrible
gonna say this is not
storyteller.
gonna be right.
If you hadn't nailed it to the perch,
I would
push
just
up
eat the
daisies,
carrots. Did you say we eat the carrots in the bathtub? It's like, oh, she's feeding me. Why give me a back rub? Yeah.
So this woman keeps walking past this pet store, and she said, and there's this parrot or some kind of bird that can talk. He's like, "You're ugly. You're fat." And then so she's like, "What?" And then she keeps walking. The next day, he's like, "You're ugly. You're fat." And then like the third day, the bird says that to the woman. She goes into the pet store and she's like, "You know, you got this bird out here and it keeps saying like these horrible things to me." And then so the pet store owner goes, "Okay, I'm gonna take care of it." And he goes out to the bird and wrings his neck and it's like, "You can't do that. You know, I'm gonna kill you if you do that." So then the next day, the woman's walking past. Yeah, this isn't gonna be funny, but anyway. So the next day, the woman walks past and the bird looks at her and he goes, "You know." Yeah.
Okay, you got to do that
Said
one.
it
You
right.
got to do it. Yeah, you got it right.
Close
Yeah.
enough, anyway.
You know.
Close enough to make it right anyway. So.
Yeah.
So I had
So-
a friend who was ridiculously bad at telling jokes when I was growing up, and I don't know how many of you know this joke, but what's this? A flock of these. So you have the multiple fingers. What's this? It's a flock of these. She did it backwards every time, all throughout our youth. She could not do that joke right. And I'm so pleased that Shannon got the joke right. That's awesome.
Oh,
Well, I
I'm
don't know.
sure it would have been way better. I don't think
I'm
I
not
got,
sure it's 100% right, but it's close enough.
but I was trying to make it really quick. I was trying to
See,
make it quick.
Art,
For her,
second
it's
round for the parrot joke.
If I hadn't nailed him to the perch, he'd be pushing up the daisies.
And you like the joke parrot too, so yeah. So Shannon always undercuts herself, so
She does.
Not
She
always.
does.
Sometimes,
Not
I
always.
do, but not always. I'm a horrible.
Majority of the
I am a
time.
horrible.
No, you are
storyteller.
that for sure.
I
Yes,
get
you
so
are.
in my mind and
just back her up, Todd.
It always.
no.
No, I ain't doing that.
Well, now I want to punch you in your eye.
Go ahead. It's on camera.
A
So
flock of
since we have you on here, I already done a video on the channel for people that have not watched it or you want to watch it, kind of giving some commentary on it. I did that as a beer news item about Miller Lite earlier. Do you guys want to talk about that, or have you seen the commercial that people are losing their mind over right
Miller
now?
Lite, the
Not-
Bud Light.
Not fully losing their mind, but
Miller
definitely not losing their mind is way like Kid Rock shooting cans in the backyard, losing their mind. But people are out
Miller
here
Lite?
complaining about it. Yeah,
No, I haven't
If you haven't seen it, I'll show you the commercial. If you haven't
I'll
seen it,
Show it.
Yes,
I
please.
haven't seen
Please,
it.
Okay.
I haven't
show
seen
it.
that one.
let me see here.
Because I saw it when
Road
it
and
first
Coast
came out,
Shannon
and that was a
Lovers,
while
yeah.
ago. So.
So it was actually released on the internet back in March, and then Miller Lite pulled it off. So it was before the Bud Light type thing happened, but apparently now people are kind of discovering it, and like people are like, like just the whole go woke, go broke type thing. It's kind of just funny how it's all being done. So I'll go ahead and pull it up here for people watching. If you didn't see the video I did earlier on it, you can go back and watch that and catch my commentary, but we'll go into show here.
Oh, wait, show Chu's comment first.
What's you say?
He said encode, Shannon, another joke. He meant encore.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
Yeah.
He
I don't
typed
think
it.
I have anymore. I
And what
wish
is-
I did, but don't.
And what is Chew drinking tonight, right? Yeah.
That's a good question. I don't know. Well, he said he Bush Light earlier, so I don't know. My dad just said yes, encode.
But okay, we're going to show it here.
Here's a little known fact. Women were among the very first to brew beer ever. From Mesopotamia to the Middle Ages to colonial America, women were the ones doing the brewing. Centuries later, how did the industry pay homage to the founding mothers of beer? They put us in bikinis. Wow. Look at this wild. It's time beer made it up to women. So today, Miller Lite is on a mission to clean up not just their but the whole beer industry's Miller Lite has been scouring the internet for all this and buying it back so that they can turn it into good for women brewers. Literally, good How, you ask? Ladies, take it away.
First, we turn the bad into compost. Then we feed compost to worms. Push out beautiful fertilizer.
That good helps farmers grow quality hops,
which is then donated to women brewers to make their own really good
But there's definitely more out there. In your attic, in the garage, in your parents' basement. Send any you got into Miller Lite, and they'll turn that into good too. Oh. So here's to women, because without us, there would be no beer.
Good.
So
Yes.
so hold on now. So my question to you, because we have two women here on the panel tonight, what your thoughts are around it. Let me give you some of the feedback. So some of the people that, if you haven't been on Twitter, you wouldn't have seen it. If you're on Twitter, you're probably seeing stuff
I was
around
really
it.
happy by that commercial, and I think now you're going to make me really mad.
Well, let me finish telling the story. So on Twitter, a lot of people were basically they're basically saying Miller Lite's doing what Bud Light did, which isn't the case because Miller Lite came out way before Bud Light did back in March. And they did it on the internet with this, and it didn't even last that long out there. People just kind of discovered it. Miller Lite actually, I think, tried to bury it, but people were digging it back up. And some people are saying, oh, this is too woke. I'm not going to buy Miller Lite, blah, blah, blah. People are like, well, man started Miller Lite, blah, blah, blah. And it's kind of like, I think they're short-sighted, not realizing it's more for going back to the creation of beer, not just what Miller Lite, what Miller had done there. And then I looked at it when I did my news thing, talking about the sustainability, how they're actually recycling some of this stuff and kind of putting it to good use, and then supporting to get more women involved in it. So
exactly,
some people, and now the person that was the lead person talking and narrating, I guess she's a comedian. I hadn't seen her before, but apparently she did some stuff back in the day where she basically took her clothes off for stuff too. So people are kind of saying it was kind of ironic that she's actually talking about them using women as sex type things when she actually did some. Wait a minute, Shannon, let me finish before when she's done some stuff like that too. Like, so there's some question around that and everything. And then some people are kind of like a little sensitive about the shit word being used. Although honestly, I think we see more worse stuff now on TV, like when they're quotes, and we have worse stuff like worse than that in the last presidency that was being said out there. Yeah. So it's kind of like, just kind of, now that we have two women on here, kind of get your feedback on it and see what you guys thought of it. Like I have no problem with it, and a good amount of people didn't have any problem with it, but then some people were kind of like saying some stuff too. So
before you all say anything, I didn't see nothing wrong with it. Like I thought it was a good ad, like kind of branched out to whatever, like, you know what I mean? Like I didn't really
okay,
see
so
anything wrong with
I'm
it.
looking at it in two ways. I'm looking at it like if I was involved with the company in the PR aspect of it. Like craft beer has exploded, so I kind of feel like these macro breweries are
Uh-oh.
kind of like going down, and they're not. So now they're reaching out to like get people that weren't necessarily their customers before, such as women or with Bud Light, LBTG, you know. So now they're reaching out to those people to kind of like, so they're not fooling me, but they may think that, you know, women and the LBTG are like, you know, they believe in that stuff. But I'm like, do you? Or are you just trying to get more customers? But then I'm also like, I love the
Very
message
fact.
at the same time.
Yeah.
But have you seen the Ford commercial when it's like, we got this man car, it's all for men, it has no windshield wipers, it has no headlights, it has none of this stuff. And that's because women all invented that.
I have not seen that one.
Yes.
I haven't either.
Yeah.
But Mal, your thoughts?
So, going along with what Shannon said, yeah, what I initially felt, so I saw this back in March when it first happened.
When it first happened. Mm-hmm.
When it first happened, and you showing it again is the first time I've seen it since then. But when I first saw it in March, I had kind of a moment where I was like, okay, Miller Lite's trying to appeal to a wider audience because they see their numbers dropping. I did feel that off the bat. However, I do know a lot of people who have Miller Lite, Bud Light memorabilia that is, well, women in bikinis, like the posters and the standees and the stuff. Like I've seen that in friends' houses as a beer drinker. Like I see that around. I'm aware of what that is. And I know that that was a situation that wasn't just specific to beer. That was all across everywhere.
Sure.
I mean,
Sure.
using women's
It's
bodies
American
to
marketing.
entice men to do things. I understand that. And that's just, well, it's history. That's how it happened.
Right. Yeah.
That's fine. And I accept that history happened. That's not an issue for me. But we can grow and learn from that. Personally, I've had people tell me with my beer channel that, you know, I'll get more viewers if I wear lower cut shirts. I've actually had people tell me that.
Why would
And
you want the viewers?
Exactly. Those aren't necessarily the viewers I'm after. So
Right.
for me, it's not like, and I told them, yeah, if I did it shirtless, I'd probably get more too. I could be on Patreon getting tons because I could do it shirtless, but I'm not going to do that because that's not what it's about.
You want to do it because you believe in it, not because you want all
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now,
you don't want to sell your soul for it.
On the flip side, what they're doing, I kind of appreciate. They're saying that is bad. Am I allowed to say the word?
Yeah.
Okay. It's
you're
bad
fine.
shit.
Yeah.
I had to check, but that's bad shit. And I love that they said it was bad shit and they're turning it into good shit, which means compost. It means, you know, to help the plants grow. I like that concept of the crossover. Like, this sucked. This is going to be good. And this is going to grow things and help us improve. Again, macro versus micro. I have a love for micro and nano breweries. And I understand that a macro brewery doing this is trying to play off of that and get more people.
Mm-hmm.
As to the person who was doing it, that she had done things in her past. Yes, because a lot of people had to survive. Women were stuck being sexualized in order to succeed. That's just how it was. And I don't fault her for doing that because she was in a culture where she didn't have a choice unless she wanted to get where she is now, where she can actually have a good message.
Right.
And okay, didn't have a choice. I know people will argue that she had a choice. I do get that. But I mean, you look at Cindy Crawford, you look at some of these people who were sexualized even as children.
They've been brainwashed by society.
And then brainwashed by society or brainwashed by the people around them. I don't want to say society as a whole, but the people around them brainwashed them to a point where they made choices that weren't necessarily great for their future, but for their present, it helped a lot.
Sure.
And as a younger person, we all got talked into student loans. We all got talked into credit cards. We all got talked into a lot of things that did not help us later on, but helped us at that moment. And I know the sexualization is a hot topic right now, but honestly, we've had it happen so many times in so many different capacities. It's hard to fault someone for buying into it at that
Oh
time.
no, yeah,
Like, I can't fault her for having done that in the past.
No.
I can't fault her for coming forward and saying, hey, wait, that's bad shit. We got good shit now. And I
Yeah.
like that. I like that Miller is attempting something that makes women less utilized in that sense. Then another side, you could say they're taking the sexualization of women and, you know, using it to improve their situation. So
Yeah.
it's there's so many parts to it. There's so many cogs turning, and it's really hard to. Personally, when I saw it the first time, I loved it. I was happy. I was
Sure.
happy when I saw it the first time because thank God someone's pointing out, hey, we've been in bikinis on beer for frickin' ever. And now we're
But
going
we've
to
been doing
stop
other
that.
shit on the side.
Yeah. And I love the idea of stopping that. That it doesn't have to be sexualization to sell beer. No, these guys are going to buy their beer anyway. Bush has shown that with their corn. Everything's corn, right?
Right.
Bush does all their cans are corn, all their logos are corn, all their it's all corn because they're getting farmers. That's where they're headed.
Right,
And they're,
yeah.
you know, tying that in.
Bikini posters in their barns.
Exactly. So,
Yeah.
you know, you have to come at it from so many different directions when you're really
That is
contemplating the whole thing. So,
Yeah.
I was happy with the ad. I was happy.
Because I'm like, I feel like I'm a feminist, but I'm also like, as a woman, like, and I know most women don't realize this until they're older and they don't have that power, not value, but power anymore. It's like, I'm like, yes, that is one of our powers over men if we're hot. And as long as you're not as long as your value isn't coming from them thinking you're hot, but you're just like, hey, I can do this and I can, not too far though, like posing for in a bikini.
Well, I mean, some women use that power to their advantage.
And they
They
should.
do.
Yeah.
They should.
Because they can. Why not?
As long
Why
as
shouldn't
they
they
know
use
I
that?
mean,
if they have that
we talked about Marilyn Monroe earlier. I mean, she was a blonde bombshell, right? So she used that in a lot of ways.
And it has been found that her IQ was higher than Einstein.
Mhm.
I mean, like her IQ was crazy.
she was pretty
high.
intelligent. She was pretty intelligent.
Knew what she was doing, and she was playing people for that. Now, that doesn't necessarily make her a good person. That doesn't necessarily make her a bad person. It just means she was playing the game.
She did what she needed to do.
Makes her a smart
Exactly.
Yeah.
It makes her smart. She played the game to succeed.
Right. As long as an attractive woman knows that she is she doesn't need the validation from everybody, but she knows that is her power and that she can get what she needs from those people because they're being just as shady as she is by using that power.
Right.
You know, so
Both
I'm
sides
like,
of the spectrum.
So when I'm doing videos where I'm talking about beer and I'm talking about how it's made, I'm talking about, you know, what it tastes like, what it smells like, I'm not thinking, hey, is this person finding me sexy? That has never crossed my mind.
No, yeah.
Because I don't give a crap if someone finds me sexy because I have a man who loves me. And I'm happy. I'm happy in this situation that I'm in. But that's not everyone's situation. And everyone can find their own situation to survive in. But for me, that's not my thing. Like, I won't be slutty just to, you know, be on Instagram saying, hey, I'm in a bikini and having a beer, therefore you should follow me. No, I have no interest in that.
There goes my channel then.
Send the thongs back, Todd. Send them back.
But at the same time, I will say I do follow some that wear bikinis and drink their beer because they might know what they're talking about beer. I find that interesting.
And they get good beers. I know some of the ones you're talking about. They get good beers. Yeah.
Just because she chose to take that avenue doesn't mean I have to, and just because she chose to take that avenue doesn't mean I have to hate on her.
As long as you know you're smart and you're in charge while you're doing it.
Like she's perfectly fine doing what she's doing. It doesn't hurt me. do what you do.
More
Same
power.
with this. Same with
Yeah,
Miller. And if this leads to Miller not using women to sell beer, fuck, I'm gonna take that as a great. If Miller's not
Right.
going to use women to sell beer anymore, I'm like, hey, it's a win. I will take
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Well, the
So,
thing is now,
yeah.
so the ad, like we talked about, came out a couple months ago, which basically was a limited run and tried to be like, now they're not even saying anything about it. They're kind of just hoping
Trying to
it dies down. Like they pretty much
Right.
said Miller Lite went dark on it type thing. And it took me a little bit of time to find the video. Because
Right.
you didn't get it from a Miller Lite site.
Because it's buried now.
And it's buried
Yeah.
now. Or you're coming across people reacting to it. So I was able to find it
Yeah.
out there because that's what I do. I find shit, people. And I was able to locate it and bring it here and be able to offer it and do the video I did about it earlier. But now it's kind of like, so were you not sincere in what you said when you
no, it
did
was
the video?
probably PR.
Or like Bud Light, when they did the thing about the Bud Light thing is they never actually made that for sale. That was kind of
No.
just to get to the person and the person's social media influencer brought
Right,
it up.
right.
Yeah.
And
And
I saw, well, hold
Love her.
on. So I saw some of the situation there because what some people were telling me when I did that one, I could see what some people were upset by it because her crowd that follows Dylan are
Yeah.
underage. So they were kind of like her main thing is underage. So Bud Light's marketing to people underage. So I can see their beef with some of the stuff on that as well. What, Shannon? I know you can't hold it
The
there. What is
No,
it?
but most of the people
No,
that were
that-
mad about it wasn't the underage.
No.
That was the
No, I mean some of the comments I got back. Some of the comments I got from people were saying they were telling me about the underage that person main demographic was. So if they're marketing the stuff that was underage, I can see where people would be upset by it.
And I
Yes,
understand
yes,
that.
I get that.
I understand that because the underage.
Oh, wait a
ones-
minute. Mal's low on a beer here. So let
Yes.
me
Choose
get
coming
her.
in. Choose coming in.
You know what that sound means, Chew. Let's get Mal some beer
Get
here.
Mal- No, but the underage, I feel like the reason that they think the underage are her demographic is because they're the ones on the internet. They're the ones that are doing that. They're the ones that are speaking out because they've been like judged and they're having a hard time.
Yeah.
Us, our age, that believe the same thing, we watch it. We may not necessarily comment. We may not like put it out there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
That makes sense.
No, definitely. And shout out to Liz. Welcome to the channel. Definitely appreciate you coming in as a new subscriber. And check out Mal on her channel and Perfectly Me Crafts as well.
Thank you.
Great to actually have you aboard here.
Welcome.
She brought me 2, so I need help, guys.
He's basically saying, don't call me again.
I'm saying you're right. I'm saying you're right.
Jungle Boogie Pale Wheat Ale with Rooibos tea from Mars Brewing Company and Chug Life Sparkling Lager from Mars Brewing Company.
No, the first one.
Yeah, first one for sure. That's
The
cool.
dark
Gang.
One?
So-
You guys got
Jungle.
it.
Rod,
Yeah.
I just want you to know.
No sparkling water.
Appreciate you so much. Like, I get to talk
Sparkling
about
water.
things that I don't like. Things that matter to me, I feel like matter to you, and like, I love that. Like, I just feel like you're all my groups.
Well, my space, I try to open it up for different discussions. It's kind of
Right?
like
Yeah.
when I did the Bud Light thing or I did the Miller Lite thing, it wasn't, I don't do those things just to
Ruffle people's feathers.
ruffle people up.
Yes.
I kind of
Right.
want to get feedback on to see what people are thinking out
Yeah.
there. That's why I'm going to have more like beer news type things on the channel now. And it's kind of like
I do have
the
one
thing
for you.
that the thing lost. Okay, the thing lost in the country, and we see this every day, like with Congress, is people having sensible conversations. Like we don't have to agree.
Exactly.
But let's just talk about
Cheers
what
to
we're
that.
thinking about out there and try
Cheers
to
to
get an idea down and see if we can find some common type area to actually have these discussions, right? So I can look at that ad and I can say, well, to me, the one part stretch was where she says, they put us in bikinis. Like women weren't forced to have to do that. Now some women were
Right.
able to seize an opportunity, so it's kind of like that. But when people are saying like, well, Frederick Miller did, like you're missing the point. You're short-sighted. They're talking about the historical aspect where women are seen
Right,
as the
yeah.
first brewers. They mentioned Mesopotamia, and I said, actually, you can go further back from Mesopotamia, where actually they found artifacts showing out of Africa,
Stone
where they had
Age.
other areas were actually done too,
Right.
which was a different variant of the drink. So, but even then, it was more shown that the women were the initial brewers that were kind of doing everything, right?
Right.
So it's kind of like,
The patriarchy.
yeah, it's kind of like, yeah, it's like no one should be offended. I feel like when it's offended, I mentioned this on the video I did, there's some type of, to me, a fragility out there with some of these guys, like whatever, you're not under attack. It's not a zero-sum game. It's not like one has to be good and one has to be bad. Everybody can actually come in. And so you have an environment now where you're bringing more people in, which is great because guess what? When you bring more people in, you get more ideas. You have more things. It's kind of like you bring in Black people, you bring Latino people, you bring other people from different groups, Asian people into beer making. They come up with different ideas because they're pulling from their culture that aren't everybody else's culture.
It's going to make it better all
A
around.
couple
Right,
things.
you just blew my mind with that because I was
Yeah.
thinking, I was going to say, there's no right, unless you're doing math, there's no right and there's no wrong. Unless you're saying 2 + 2 = 4. Like, opinions are opinions.
I don't know, that Common Core screws some people up. I'm just saying.
Well, but you just made my
It
mind.
totally did. Yes, it did.
But you made my mind grow because you said the word fragility, and I'm like, that is exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Fragility.
But
People
the
are
biggest,
like, they
the
want to
biggest
be
issue
right.
that we're stumbling into is ego. People have ego about what they believe. And you
Right.
don't need to have ego about what you believe. You can believe a thing and not be egotistical about it. You can
And be
believe a
open to
thing and
learning.
hear someone else's opinion and not be angry that they think differently than you.
Yes.
Yeah.
And our ego tends to be a big issue in a lot of these
Sure,
things.
yeah.
That's why the people who are making changes are the loudest ones, but the
Yes.
loudest ones are not the majority. The loudest ones are the more egotistical,
That
the
is what
ones
I
who
always
have
say.
that ego. And
Yeah.
they're fighting everything because it's not what they think. But
Yeah.
you cannot. Chu and I have completely different political views, completely different, and that's fine.
Oh my God, I
I
don't know how
love
that-
this man.
Yeah.
I love this man, and we have totally differing views on several things, and it's led to some very interesting discussions, but it's never led to fights. And
Yeah.
that's because we respect each other as humans to have our own opinions.
And that's fair.
Like
Right.
we don't have
Yeah.
to have that ego that my way is the right way all the time.
Well,
And
of
that's
course.
Right.
okay.
Yeah.
You know, and when I describe a beer, if someone else says, "Oh no, I tasted banana in there," and you never said that, well, okay, I'm glad that you tasted banana. If you like banana, that's cool. Enjoy it. Enjoy the beer. But
Right.
it doesn't have to be the end all be all of everything.
It's not right or wrong.
By the way,
Yeah.
Chu stopped in real quick just to say this is actually Chu G Life, not Truck Life.
I just don't know why Chew doesn't come on camera because Chew would be the star of the show. Like, of all of us, he would take.
Just so Mallory.
There's
under
a
the
knock
bus.
to the
Yeah.
ego right there. There's
Yeah.
a knock
No,
to the ego.
Now I feel like me and you, like we can have some discussions on, like we would have a very deep conversation. But I feel like if Chew came on, everybody like, what do you think, Chew? What do you
I
think?
agree. And
Yeah.
I've told him this on several occasions. He doesn't like being in front of the camera. He just
He's
doesn't.
afraid. He's afraid.
He's not afraid.
He's
just
not
comfortable.
afraid. He's just not comfortable
Hundred-
being in front of a lot of people. I mean,
Yes.
honestly, if we get overcharged at the grocery store, he won't go back in and get his $10 back. He's
I won't
just not
either.
that kind of
Oh,
person.
I go back in. like,
But he can't.
Oh, fuck yeah.
It's just,
and they're
I
like,
have
oh,
to go
okay.
back in for that.
Hell yeah, I do go back in there. Like, yeah, I'm seeing this one here. Yeah, what's up with
I'm
that?
like, maybe they're having a hard day. Maybe their manager yelled. I'm like, is this $10 really going to matter that much in our life?
Yeah,
Gonna ruin
I want
our
that.
day.
I want my
Back
$10.
in there.
Could be.
Yeah.
But if we go back in there and make it might ruin their day.
If
Like,
you don't
$10
if you don't fix it for now, it's going to keep screwing up other people. If you're doing a public service announcement, you're going in there handling business. Yeah,
PSA.
yeah,
PSA.
yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
But the
That's the way I
JT's
feel.
point, it'll be interesting to see. I would say there's a lot of stuff that's going on right now, like we mentioned earlier a little bit, like in a lot of state houses with the whole.
And that's why they're so angry.
Not to make it all the whole political thing with the whole pro-choice and the thing right now. South Carolina was another state.
I don't think their days are numbered. I think they're very organized, and I think
they're very organized. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
I think they do the long game for a lot.
I would
things.
think.
And
I would
fine.
say,
like,
don't judge.
They
me.
have
I'm
their
trying to
views, and I'm not judging, but you know, like they have their views, and they're trying to push their views. That's what people do when they're involved in their government, and more people should be involved in their government if they feel strongly about certain topics. They
honestly,
should.
I feel the right is more organized than the left is. I feel like the left is still kind of clawing at each other between the progressives and the moderates, and the right has just pretty much got on the bus. They're like, okay, we're all in the same bus. We may not fully agree, but we'll tolerate enough just to get our point across as a team.
Yeah,
I think the left has not done that, and I think that's the issue they're running into right now.
But we need to be
cognizant. They're organized and they're moving forward on their topics. That's their thing. I have and twins. I don't know what that means.
I didn't know what it was
in relation to. The Miller Lite ads? Were there Miller Lite ads with twins?
I like the attention to Miller curves, but I think that's keeping off to me. It almost comes off as a so Chu makes an interesting point, because when I first saw it, I was kind of like, and I mentioned this on the video, I didn't even think it was real kind of thing, because I was like, I've seen people post it. I was wondering, like, it felt like a Saturday Night Live skit to me when I first watched it.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
sort of did.
And I feel like the repetitiveness of them saying shit kind of will wear you down after a point. So it's kind of like, the execution was not fully as great to me. And then a couple other parts. Yeah, but I think overall on the messaging and what they were trying to do, I think was there. But I just think there was just too much other stuff happening with it. And for a minute and a half, they probably could have cut it down as well, especially knowing how
clean it up.
HD span falls for people when you're watching online. It would have been better to have maybe a shorter type version, which they may have been planning to do before they pulled it. But yeah, I think the execution was kind of weird on it. Chew in a tank top. She was going out there to sell some beer. Give you free beer, and I wear a tank top every day. He said.
I'd love to ask my father not to suggest Chew in a tank top to sell beer.
Yeah.
Come on, everybody suggest Chew in a
and
tank
they're
top.
having baseball talk in your chat, just so you know. Sorry.
Oh, I see that. Yeah.
And that's a Pirates fan. Chew's a Tigers fan.
Liz said with the proceeds, go to Female Brewers, for example, then I'd be more for it as a message. Yeah, so I mean, they're supporting female brewers and what they're actually doing with it as well.
Well, they're supporting female hop growers. Are they supporting female brewers?
No, they said female. They said female brewers at the end. One lady said female brewers. Yeah, so they're taking the compost to hop farms, but then the money they're raising off of is going to female brewers to get female brewers more off. So yeah, so it's still doing that part of it.
All right.
But again, that's the problem, right? You lose some of that in the messaging with all the stuff happening. Pirates owe you a 6-pack, and you owe me a 6-pack. So we call it a draw.
Baseball, sorry.
No, when we do a beer review, I find you sexy talking beer and
So, Rod, can you play commercials? Because I sent that.
No, I only played that one because I knew I wouldn't get hit with YouTube.
Oh, okay. Well, you don't have to share it, but you need to watch it. Todd's going to send it to you.
Let's see what happens this summer at Beast Sport event booths and promotional materials.
Liz,
I mean, the thing is, they've already come off of kind of standing with that ad. I don't know if they did like Bud Light and laid anybody off or anything like that, but they kind of backed away from it. So I would think coming forward, you're probably going to still have some of the promotional stuff out there. So it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. If they backed off on it already, they might act like it's like Rocky V. It never really happened. You know, like don't go see it. It's like we don't want you. It's like Tokyo Drift. Don't just act like you never saw it out there. You know, type thing.
But you saw it, didn't you, Rod?
That's actually the one Fast and Furious I have not seen. Although now we're on Fast 10. So then they got Jason Momoa on board. It's like this is becoming like you remember back in the day. I mean, you guys might be too young for it a little bit, but they used to have these movies like Earthquake and Tower and Inferno, where they would get all the major superstars from acting in these movies and stuff like Steve McQueen. It's like I feel like Fast and Furious is that way. Like every time you bring in somebody else, they get another major movie star involved. It's just like it's like the 80s. It's becoming the 80s. it's becoming it's becoming the ABC movie of the week.
All right, I just sent you the link to what she sent.
It's like 30 seconds long.
If you want to play, it's up to you.
Cheers, Paolo. Happy
Hi, Paolo.
Thursday, being in the house and everything. Welcome to the channel, my friend. Give you a big old
welcome.
The first time you've actually
Paolo's
been.
awesome.
Scary.
Got Blake in the house. Cheers, Blake.
What's up, Blake?
That's not no sincerity as well. If they're helping women brewers, do they mean their competitors? How are they helping the competition? Yeah, it's questionable about how far they're standing behind it because, again, they pulled away from it. The same thing with Bud Light. So they quickly backed off. They put a couple of the people that were in charge of that campaign on leave. I don't know if they're going to bring them back or not. And they said they're going back to sports and something else, and that's all they're going to do. So it's kind of like they found their lane. The funny thing is, so if you look at Molson Coors, which owns Miller, and you look at AB and Bev, which owns Bud Light, they actually own 2/3 of the market.
Yeah.
So that's where I always find it funny when people saying they're not going to drink their beers. It's kind of hard to try to find where they may go to not drink their beers, right? So
exactly.
Like some people say, well, when you go to craft or something like that and everything, but if you go like Busch, you're drinking one of their beers. If you drink Molson, you're drinking one of their beers. If you're jumping over to something like Mick Ultra, you're drinking one of their beers. So it's interesting to see because most of the people that drink their beers are macro drinkers. And they've got the macro market quartered in a lot of areas. So it's just interesting.
It's a nice statement for them to make to their friends that are as ignorant to the chain as they are.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, we talk about craft. If you come into craft is definitely open to a lot of that stuff. So what do you say, Mal?
I'm just going to disappear for a moment. I need to go use the restroom, so I'll be right back.
Okay. No problem. And she says, hey, to Paolo, long time no drinks. LOL. Just took over James Finduman. Oh, there you go, Liz. Make a move. Finduman, I do like that from Unibrew. Nice little beer there. Yeah, how's it going with you? You lick? Chew, what are you doing down there? What are you doing downstairs? I think you did. I don't go camera because I like being the man behind a great woman. There you go.
Oh, that's so sweet.
You know, when you got a mustache, a series as Chew, you're going to have lines like that, you know.
Maybe Todd should do that.
Yeah. Chew's like the most interesting man in the real life version.
He is.
Yeah.
He is.
Yeah.
I love his energy.
Anybody can rock a Raleigh Fingers mustache. Yeah, they got a lot of stuff going on. Yeah. Man, solid. So that was a look there. Because like I said, having you on and having Mal on, I thought it'd be interesting to see what your guys' thoughts were on it.
And I do, because I was like, if I'm gonna show up tonight, I'm gonna look at the beer news and I'm gonna not side swipe and take the conversation other places. And so, but then I was like, there is literally no beer news. It's like from 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, well, this past week was shout out to all the breweries and stuff. They had the stuff down in Nashville for the Beer Wars and the craft beer marketing, which I was one of the judges. So thanks again for the CMBA for having me be a part of that. It was great to see. One of the ones I actually liked was the Great Lakes packaging. They actually ended up winning a medal for the packaging for their Christmas ale. I was actually judging in that category. And one thing, and Dave was here earlier from Beer in Front. I wait for Mal to come back as well. But he was hitting on some of the stories he was hearing out of there. And one of the big things that, I'll say, or Dave will say, or Mal, or like M from Pints and Panels, a lot of people it's beers for don't be a dick about beer, right? Just don't
be a dick about anything. And
then down at the awards in Nashville, and there's Mal, she's back now. So I was saying Dave was here earlier from Beer in Front, and one of his things on the podcast this past week for the news items was that we were talking about don't be a dick about beer. Well, apparently down at the beer awards, which Mal, you're familiar with, they were having in Nashville this last week, people were being a dick apparently. So people were kind of being in certain events and stuff. And it was kind of like the side eye. I don't know what words may have been said or something like that, everything about, kind of like if you weren't the white guy with the beer type culture, what are you doing here? Like, what are you doing beer thing? And that was some things that were kind of that Dave hit on. I haven't talked to Dave to see about more that he may have heard from what.
Well, then I might have been a dick at that part.
But he made a note on his podcast this week. So if you haven't checked out Beer in Front podcast, check it out.
Yeah, I gotta listen to it. I haven't yet.
Yeah, but it was talking about, like, I guess some of the women had some comments, some of the different people from different groups had some comments. They thought it was kind of like, yeah, so you're still dealing with the, I want to say the white boy frat mindset, but that's still kind of happening down there.
That is exactly what it
and
is.
so again, it's not just in beer. You have this and other stuff, but it's still a thing being fought through right now. So
superiority.
I do have a quick question though, because when I went downstairs to use the restroom, Chew yelled at me for leaving for a comment that he said. What happened?
Chew was talking to Apollo when they were talking.
It's the camera one.
Oh, I don't go on camera. Yeah, that was his great comment. So,
yeah.
He was mad that I missed his comment because I had to use the restroom.
Yeah, Shannon gave him praise. Shannon gave him praise on that. Shannon did say, I don't know why Todd doesn't do that. So yeah, so
yeah, I'm like, Todd, you should go off camera.
Thank you, Chew. I appreciate the comment. I don't appreciate that you yelled at me for going to the bathroom, but you know.
What do you want? What do you want?
Yeah, the dual chat action between you and Liz, JT. Yeah, which I forgot to. I don't even know if you did it tonight or not. Mal, did you put this on your channel as well? Or I forgot to mention. Okay, yeah. So we have the dual stuff going on Mal's channel for Perfectly Meat Crafts as well.
Yeah, I think Chew's been watching the chat over there just in case because it doesn't translate over here. So
okay, yeah, we're just trying to promote his channel more. Yeah. So so it's an interesting thing. Oh shoot, did they really? Yeah, they're gonna be out. Yeah,
I can't stand that. I gotta go to bed.
You're gonna be pissed for the rest of the night, aren't you?
You know, I grew up as a kid being a Lakers fan. I was like a Showtime Lakers fan when it was Magic and Worthy and Kareem. Even before Worthy, it was Magic, Kareem, Wilkes, Norm Nixon, all those guys. And now it's like I'm not disappointed the Lakers are losing, and I feel like they're just trying to have LeBron hanging there for more rings, and it's just
and
like
me too. I like actually.
LeBron James is still playing. How old is he?
He's like 38 now. Yeah,
I was gonna say they ain't 40 yet.
Yeah, his 20th season. And like people are like, oh, LeBron's got all the scoring. Like LeBron should. He's been playing as long, for his talent. He should have like all the scoring type stuff.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah. But I'm like, people are like, well, if he gets this one, he'll have 5 titles. That'll make it a great. So I'm like, five titles ties on the Magic, and Magic did it in 9. So
in a harder time frame too.
Yeah. She says no. I want the Lakers to win.
Really? Why do you want the Lakers to win? You're a Pistons fan.
He must be a LeBron fan too, or something. Yeah.
Where are the Pistons from?
Well, you know what it is because he's probably
because of Thor.
He's a Pistons fan, right? So if he's a Pistons fan, he can't like the Bulls.
He's a Detroit fan.
But so for Chew, he can't like the Bulls.
Why would you call your team the Pistons?
And so right now
the
debate is who's the greatest, LeBron or Jordan. So he wants LeBron to win so he can actually pass Jordan probably as a GOAT. I'm thinking
if you actually look at the stats, I'm pretty sure LeBron wins, right? Like I'm a Bulls fan, but
no,
really?
Jordan's titles, defensive MVPs, all league MVP. No, Jordan has more trophies than LeBron even has.
Well, I'm not counting trophies. I'm counting stats. Like
LeBron couldn't sniff Jordan.
No, if Jordan would have played, if Jordan would have played baseball, I believe the Bulls would have lost the championship. He wouldn't.
Jordan had to play baseball because he's forced out for gambling and shit. That's what.
Well, but they wouldn't have lost a championship in the '90s in that run. He would have won 8 titles.
I'm saying Jordan.
He also played golf. All right.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he wasn't a linebacker at some point.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, like a lot of people forget too. Like, if
Did you know he was into lacrosse?
LeBron. No, Jordan.
I'm just teasing.
If Magic would have had to retire early, I think Magic would have been in a GOAT conversation as well. I mean, for what he was doing, I think because he finished I think he was like 6 or 7 in points, and he only played for 13 seasons. because he got cut short with the HIV. If it wasn't for that, I think Magic would have been in the GOAT conversation as well,
I think
for
so,
points,
too.
for assists, for everything he did.
Oh yeah.
No, we were talking about Jordan. Have you seen the conspiracy theories of Jimmy Butler as
See, I know Chew. Chew says I'm right. With Jimmy
Well,
Butler,
then you're obviously right then.
is Jordan's son?
yeah. Well, that's the thing. I've always thought of Butler as being like a little Jordan, but I've seen him playing for the time in
No.
Chicago.
No, but I've seen like a breakdown when Jordan was like out west, like 9 months before before Butler was even born. So supposedly there could have been a connection, whatever. So they say conspiracy theorists think that Butler is Jordan's illegitimate son.
Because we believe conspiracy theories.
Well, the way he's putting up points right now, he may be Jordan's
I
illegitimate
know,
son.
that's
He's
what I'm
playing
saying,
like
like-
one. Yeah.
Maybe. I'm not saying it's not, but I'm not saying he is. But it
Well,
could
didn't
be.
they say the same about the guy who was like he was on the Bulls and he like broke immediately, like ankles and knees, like everything broke. What they called him the man of glass for a while. It was shoot, who was that?
On the Bulls?
I
played for
hear Chew
Bulls?
yelling,
I think
but it
you're
was some
thinking
guy
about
fresh
that.
out of college and like everything.
Are you talking
he did,
about
like,
Greg Oden from Ohio State
No,
that
no,
went to Portland?
Yeah, he
No,
was a man of glass
he
for
joined
sure.
the Bulls and he
Oh,
immediately got injured.
you're talking about Jalen Rose.
No,
Jalen Rose was
Derrick
hurt.
Rose.
Derrick Rose, yeah.
Derrick
Yeah.
Rose.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
he was like
He's on the
supposed
Knicks
to be
now.
the second coming or whatever it was, and then he literally spent all this time injured forever.
Yeah.
It was like, no, stop
It's
being
getting
hurt, please.
Yeah. He was he came out of college, from Michigan and thought it was gonna be, and then hit all that stuff happening.
Yeah.
Well,
He
let
had
me
some
grab
problems.
another. I guess I'll grab one more beer. You guys all got beer still?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like I don't have any Ambien tonight, so I'm probably just gonna go to work tomorrow with
I just
no
opened
sleep at
one,
all.
so
All right, well, let me grab one
sort
here.
of ish.
And then we'll come back, and Mallory says she had a news item, I think, too, right?
I do.
Okay.
I'm so
That's
excited.
All right, let me grab it.
I really don't like it. We're gonna see how many beers I've drank. And I know that's not even all of them.
I've only
I was
seen
gonna
you
say,
have
It's
two.
not how many threw
Or are you
away.
at 3? Because I'm at 3, so I don't know where you're at, but
Well, mine are like 4%. So 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Probably 11 or 12.
Probably.
Jesus Christ.
so I had a 10.8
Probably.
to start.
So these were all 4%. Are they 4% or
5.6?
3%?
4.2 maybe.
So we'll just go with 4. So 4 times.
5.5.
Shit. You need to stop drinking.
That's what we all say. And then we realize
But
there's
I-
another
but I
good
feel
beer out
like-
there.
I
All right,
feel
so-
like when people see me, they're like, "Oh my
Ooh.
god, you're drinking!" I'm like,
Well, I
yeah.
see
Another-
Funkin'.
Any other day, I'm not.
Oh, another
Divine,
4.54.
Funkin'.
Divine,
Nugs.
funky
Nuggets.
nugs.
Nice.
So this is an 8% Imperial IPA. And, you know what? I actually got mine untapped here.
Curious of your thoughts on that one.
It is a West Coast IPA hopped with Citra, Simcoe, Amarillo, Angina, and Vic Secret. I don't think I've heard of the Angina app, hop rather,
I haven't
or
either.
or Angina, ENGINA. I don't know.
Potato.
Apricot, apricot, however you want to go with it. So
pecan, whatever.
yeah, tomato.
So on, so on.
Tomato
Cit-
beer? What?
Yeah, Citrus, Simcoe, Amarillo, Angina, and Vic Secret. So yeah, this was actually done with 450 North in collaboration with Divine Barrel Brewing out of Charlotte, North Carolina. So shout out to Wayne down in Carolinas. Just going to crack this baby open. Now the Nugs are usually a pretty good series, right? The Nuggets.
Yes.
everything. So yeah. Oh yeah, baby.
Oh my.
I'm jealous now
Look at
that
that
you all
pour.
get the
Look at that
450 and
pour.
I can't even
Oh,
get
this pour was not a
50 in
great
the
pour
same
though.
state.
I know.
Jesus.
It was all faux.
It came off of there. Well, it'll settle pretty quick, but I definitely
That's
got
what they all do, though.
definitely got a good amount of head. You got the
Yeah.
haze,
That's
you
what
got
she
the
said.
West Coast IPA with the West Coast
It is not
IPA
what she
shirt
said.
on.
That's what he
Yeah.
said. Thank you.
Well, maybe. That's okay.
Decent
Whichever.
amount of head is always
He said it's
what
he said it's a lot of head. She said it'll go down pretty soon.
You're right.
Fingers crossed.
Just
You
not
forgot
right.
that part.
So yeah, so here's a look at it here. Nice aroma, tropical, resiny, citrusy, dank. Dank is such an overused word nowadays in craft beer, but it's kind of like, what else do you put in there? You know, if
It's an
something's dank,
overused
it's just
flavor
dank.
in craft beer too, so
Yeah.
you're kind of stuck.
It's got that. It's got like that funky, sticky weed type dankiness to it, though.
Mm-hmm.
But if we say dank, everybody knows what that means. Like, okay.
Pineapple, orange, grapefruit, tangerine. It comes out rather easily, so you don't have to sniff too hard. So nice in that respect.
And lots of head.
Lots of head.
Still not what she said.
No, I said lots of head. No, what she said.
Nice bitter hoppy feel.
Potato.
Nice prickling on the tongue. A little bit of that. I always come across like this thing I always call like a baking soda type feel in the taste. A little bit of a feel of that there. A little bit of a syrupy type feel in the texture as usual. A little bit of a sweetness. A little bit of a drying aspect on the back end. Great lacing. Lacing's coming off nice on this one.
How's it going?
Yeah, I'm digging it. I mean, the hops are really coming through nicely. Felt scratchiness in the throat. Feel the hops lingering around. Nice medium body. Medium to, I wouldn't say the full, but it's got a nice medium body at least to it. Good after duration of the flavor. Yeah, I mean, it's your West Coast IPA type feel, which is nice to have nowadays, where everything isn't juicy, hazy. Which is always funny when you say wet because it's beer, right? But it's like there's definitely a feel between the dry and the wet when you're talking about West Coast versus the East Coast IPA.
Yeah, big difference.
So Jeff, buy that one as a 4-pack?
I bought this as a 4-pack, and I think this was like the same around 24 or whatever for it. I feel better about this one than I did the first one, though.
But that's kind of the going rate for most beers nowadays. It feels like $24 to $25, $6, whatever for 4-pack.
Yeah. I mean, if I put a 4-pack of this versus a 4-pack of other half, though, I'm going other half.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Unless you like it, need it, then you can buy like a
And
6-pack
my news
for
talks
like
about why, by the way.
$19.99 or $12.99.
Yeah. What'd you say, Val?
I said my beer news talks about why, by the way.
Yeah. So you want to do your beer news now, then, or you want to wait for Shannon to come back?
Is she into hazies?
Yeah, do beer news now. What is she doing? She's doing something over there.
She went downstairs. I don't know how you actually heard it.
I feel like she's trying to make some White Castle right now.
So my news mainly deals with hazy IPAs, which I don't think is really her style. But so I subscribe to Hop Culture.
Okay, I know Hop Culture.
All this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they put out an article recently which caught my attention, and it was about a beer additive called Phantasm. I don't know if you read the article.
No, I haven't seen that one.
So Phantasm is a powder that's derived from Marlborough Sauvignon Blanc grapes in New Zealand. So New Zealand is well known for their wine culture. Like they have some amazing wines coming out of New Zealand. This brewer discovered that if you take the spent grapes from these Marlborough Sauvignon places, he could derive that into a powder. And it had to do with the chemical balance between the grapes versus the hops. But I'm not going to go into all the science of it. But he found that if some were added to the whirlpool when you were brewing a hazy IPA or a New England IPA of any juicy style, it actually enhances the juice flavor without adding the extra hops. So you can back off on the amount of hops you're adding, add a little bit of this, and it would make a huge difference in the juiciness of your New England IPA. And it was this whole big thing. So at the time I read the article, there were only about 5 different breweries that were using this. It's called Phantasm.
Oh, yeah.
They have an Instagram, phantasm.nz. I've been following them now because I was interested in what they were doing. I found taking these grape skins, this powdered grape skin, enhanced the juiciness of any IPA people were working on. And Other Half has been toying with it. And 2 breweries in Colorado were toying with it as well. And one other from the southern US. And I can't recall which brewery that was. But apparently it's made their IPAs, their New England IPAs, like crazy juicy. And people have been super excited when they're trying them.
Okay.
But it's also saving the breweries money because they're not having to use as much hops to accomplish the same juiciness. So one of the breweries I told both breweries that I worked for about this product. And apparently one of the breweries I work for has ordered it. We haven't received it yet, but he has ordered it and it's coming, and we're going to try it out in the New England IPA, which I'm super excited about. But there's not too many breweries that are toying with it just yet. So everyone's kind of learning how it works. Like some are adding it in the whirlpool, some are adding it in the mash. Everyone's just trying to sort out how it accomplishes what it does. But unfortunately, it can only come when those grapes are available, when they've been used to make wine already. So there's a limited supply as well. Very interesting stuff, and I've been super excited to learn more. But phantasm.nz on Instagram, they're doing some interesting stuff with the hazies. And if Other Half has been toying with it already, I mean, Other Half, they're juicy as heck. Like they just, you salivate just thinking about an Other Half beer. So I'm interested to see what other breweries are going to do with this brand new ingredient that's like a whole play on how to enhance what so many people are craving on their New Englands, because the New England, obviously the haze ain't dead. People are super excited about it.
People still like it,
I think it's to see what happens next.
I think it's interesting for one, but I also think it's pretty cool that Mallory's putting her stamp there on the beer world. So if we can, let's celebrate that for a second.
Right, yes.
Mal's coming up. That's right. Yeah, give it up for Mal. Coming up.
Danced to my little song there. Okay.
No, that's awesome. That is.
But
awesome.
I was super excited when the owner told me that he ordered some of the Phantasm. I was like, oh, "You did? Like, you're actually going to try it? Oh, so excited!" So
that's
cool. That's awesome.
I'm waiting to see. I look forward to seeing what you think about it when it actually happens.
Yeah, I'm super curious how that's going to affect, because honestly, we don't do a ton of hazies. The brewery that has purchased it, they're more well known for their smoothie sours. So I'm interested to see, because even a smoothie sour, if you're enhancing the juiciness, maybe they're going to use it there too. I don't know what he's planning with it just yet, but yeah. So when he told me he ordered it, I was like, oh my gosh. Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm such a geek.
No,
it's
awesome.
I'm a total beer geek. I can't help it.
No,
that's
awesome.
That's great.
That's awesome.
Which is something women don't always.
I mean, we didn't put you in a bikini or anything, so yeah, but that's awesome.
I know, but she was being poopy.
She said, I like Shannon doing math. It was like me doing grammar.
I don't know what that means, because
he's not great at grammar.
I'm not good at math.
That's what he's saying.
Except for when I'm
That's
drunk.
what he's saying.
Yeah, except when he is drunk.
Tornado, Toledo.
Let's try that again, Rod. You can do this. No, try it again.
Tornado, Toledo. It was
there
just
you
had
go.
to get
You
it
got
together.
it. You got it.
Yeah, that one was better.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know I was being critiqued. The White
I
Sox
know,
Jordan,
right?
the Charlotte Bobcat Jordan. Yeah,
Nobody's
different Jordans.
Right. Nobody's looking.
It is, and it's like cousins. They're cousins to
Yes.
the yeah. Hip hip hooray, Mallory going along with the song. There you go. Yeah.
This is my dance. This is all I have for the dancing.
That's your dance. That's like
Yeah,
a
that's
chair
my
dance.
dance.
Like some people have like a
You know,
chair
it's
dance.
so funny. You
Like
just
I don't
said
dance, but they'll
that.
move in the chair, but they're not getting on the dance floor. Like I got the moves in the chair, but I'm not leaving.
But we know
You're
that
exactly
Shannon
right.
has this
No,
dance where she like slides up.
And I'm sitting in a chair. I'm like, I can't not move, and everybody's sitting. I'm like,
I know, Shannon, you move all the way to the front door.
Not unless
With the
Shannon's
chair.
taking. Not unless
With
Shannon's
the
taking a
you
chair.
move all the way
Then
to
she
the front
moves.
door.
no, I won't take nobody's chair.
You're
The
right.
hop. She's a hop along kid at that point.
Exactly.
So cool, man. My nerds. I was thinking of my native Finger Lakes and knowing that their wineries are often compared to New Zealand local source. Yeah. So Liz giving you props there as well. No, that's awesome.
But you know, okay, New Zealand is obviously known for their fruit forward wines. They
Yeah.
really do. But there are other places that are too. So can we powder those wines and see what it does? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, if there may be chemical issues, I'm not sure. I mean, I know it's all chemistry, and honestly, I got a D in chemistry because I hated my professor, but that's besides the point. But there might be a chemical thing with the grape skins that could enhance beer, and why not delve into that, see what's coming?
No, I
don't
think
know.
that is something there. I mean, I've had wine barrel beers, which have been phenomenal, and some of the ones I've actually had there.
I have too.
So I think there is something in the grape skins as well, probably to help agitate or bring a different flavor and stuff too. That's the whole great thing about beer. All the experimentation that's taking place right now is just like, if you're a beer drinker, like I don't know if there was a better time to be alive than the last like 5, 10, 15 years or whatever with all the stuff that we've seen.
100%,
Oh,
yes.
sure.
Yeah.
I think 10 years. I mean, 10 years is probably when we've been here how long? We've probably been here 10 years, haven't we?
Longer, yeah, 9.
It's time to move.
Getting close.
10 years
probably, I'm
max.
sure, yeah.
Yeah.
So 12. Well, I feel like you got into the craft beers like.
Okay, well, if you're selling the place, you got to put some curtains in first.
You gotta put curtains in first. You're
Shannon,
right. Yeah,
if you're selling the place, you got to put curtains in first.
No, I'm taking my curtains with me because I love them. Ain't leaving the curtains.
I'm so sorry, I couldn't resist the
Yeah.
opportunity.
No, you're on
No.
the JV front.
I had to.
Yeah.
I
And
had
if you
to.
look like
There you go,
shower
there you
curtains
go.
over here.
She's seen them.
See, they're
She's
supposed
seen
to
them.
be like.
There's
I've
curtains and
seen them
there's
in
curtain free.
person.
Yeah.
I say,
Like
she's
this.
I've sat in front of them.
Yeah.
Look at Shannon's doing the curves like she's Vanna White over there.
I know, right?
He's
Yeah,
flipping letters.
but Todd's like, no, we got to keep them closed because maybe somebody. I'm like, nobody wants to look in our house. Todd,
Because
I
she's
promise
too
you
lazy
that.
to close them.
Well, that was not a very nice thing to say. No, I'm just like, I really don't think anybody's gonna.
Along with the lights that you leave.
I'm gonna call. I'm gonna call A&E and be like, have you thought about a show called Curtain Wars?
Yes.
No, yeah. I mean, kind of if it's blue, I love it. If it's got some blue in it, I love it.
She says, Todd and Shannon, move up to Chicagoland. There you
Yes.
go.
City girl. I am not a city
No,
girl.
no, suburbs, man. Suburbs.
Get the
Yeah.
suburbs.
You don't have to
It gets
be in the
cold
city.
though. It gets cold. I'm just saying.
No, but I bet it don't get too hot in the wintertime or in the summertime either. That's
true.
when we went to Michigan in the middle of July, and it was like the perfect temperature. And I love the snow.
I
and
mean, y'all
love-
can move to Baltimore too. We haven't had any weather issues like everybody else in the country since we've been here. Last 18 months, we've been pretty safe here.
Great, guys. Thanks. Now we're selling the house and moving somewhere. Who knows where, but we're moving now.
Packing up like the Beverly Hillbillies, my friend.
You're right.
No, we should. Like, once our daughter graduates, you're screwed. Once our daughter moves out of the house, I'm like, we're just going to be nomads.
Oh, like Francis Norman in that movie.
So
We're going to be
Just-
nomads. I'm like,
just stepping
let's get
back
an
to what
RV,
Liz
let's
said.
just,
You
like-
know what? Ty, like my wife again because she's been like, we should get an RV and just drive around the country. Not like I'm not driving an RV around the country. Like she's like, that's what we should like. Where does this come from? Like this,
Yeah,
this,
because you
this-
have to drive. I have to drive.
No,
relax
no,
and
no, no,
enjoy
no,
the
no,
scenery.
no, no, no.
Yeah, this is great.
I will be like, I'll drive, and then you're like, I don't want to drive, and then be like, okay, I'll drive, and then the whole time I'm driving, you're telling me what I'm doing wrong. So,
That's what she does too. Yeah.
When have I ever told you you're doing something wrong driving?
No comment.
Seriously? Are you
Can I
You
just
have never done that.
Can I just throw out a thing, just because I don't know how long Liz is going to be here. But Liz Burns,
Me and Mallory were out bidding
No.
riding for Todd and Shannon.
There
You're in
we
a bidding war.
but
I got it.
Liz Burns said the Finger Lakes, knowing the wineries are often compared to New Zealand. This was
Right.
2 comments ago. Liz, do you have contacts at any of those wineries? Because it would be interesting to see if one of those wineries would be interested in donating that to see if we could create our own phantasm here from what we create. Like, that would be really interesting. I apologize for breaking up the thing, but I was like, what she said, it struck a chord, and I was like,
Sure.
if we could create some here, that's a whole new thing.
Now, I could maybe get you some wine barrels from here.
But this isn't the wine barrels. This is the spent grapes.
Yeah.
After they've been smashed, the
for the
grapes.
powder. Yeah.
But they powder that and create a thing that can enhance beer. And I'm really intrigued by it, but I don't know how they're creating it. So.
But I'm just saying, when you open your brewery and when it's expand, whatever, I can maybe get you some wine barrels.
I got you, sugar, and I will be calling you. I'm telling you. Well, I'll be calling you to show up and drink my beer.
No, my cousin owned his own winery, and he's still the head winery maker there. He's not the owner anymore.
But first and foremost, I'll be calling you up to drink. That's the first thing I'm going to call you for, is to come up and drink. After that, I might bug you about barrels.
I just want to be part of them. I just want to be part of the Mug Club. That's all I'm looking for. You know?
Darn right, you already are. You already are. There's no question.
Okay. So, Rod, when I was like, I'm going to contribute to the show tonight, I got on. I was looking for like
I love this. I love this. Yeah.
So I just remembered this.
Don't love it yet.
Which is probably old news to you guys, but I saw this thing about powdered beer.
Yes, from Germany.
Yes, and it's like, would you drink powdered beer?
I'd give it a try to see what it tastes like. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I would try it.
Yeah,
I would try it.
Some German scientists that come up with it.
2 weeks ago, if you were here.
I wasn't here 2 weeks ago, but
I said if you was.
But I wasn't.
Yeah, so the German scientists came up with this, and they're testing it. Now, it's not designed to be sold for consumer use yet, but they are having a couple breweries kind of check it out to see how it actually works. But you would add water to it and basically run it through a cycle and be able to create beer from it.
I feel like that's something we should stock up on, because the end of the world might be, and I don't want to be sober when the end of the world.
Anything from Germany that mentions beer, I'm pretty much on board with, because I mean, they're
right.
Yeah, they kind of got it down. Yeah,
They know what they're doing.
Although the one country that pretty much drinks like, I don't know, like it's the end of the world, it's like Lithuania. Apparently, like Lithuania puts down a lot of alcohol. Like
Czech Republic still has.
Or I'm sorry, Czech Republic. Czech Republic is the front. Czech Republic is the front. What I'm thinking of. Yeah, so Czech has that. I think Lithuania is somewhere on the list, but Czech is the one that's pretty much. They're drinking like, you know, it's 1999.
2 liters a day or something. It's like crazy amounts.
But then I'm thinking, like, what are you doing over the Czech Republic? Not much till hockey season. I mean.
Sounds like we're gonna RV to the Czech Republic.
Yeah. So, but I had a Lithuanian beer a while back. I did a review on. I think I did a review on it. I think I put 15% ABV was an imperial lager. Who does an imperial lager at 15% ABV? Well, Lithuania does.
That's what I was gonna say. Lithuania does.
And it's like, so this is like an ultra malt liquor is what it tasted like and stuff. But I finished it. And it'll definitely get you buzzed. I'd be like, if I'd had this back in high school, oh my God, party would have definitely got started a lot earlier.
Like 5 cents.
We're talking to the rich kid that never had
fried bologna.
Who's the rich kid? I was never.
Or biscuits and gravy.
Just because I never had Spam and I never had fried bologna. Hey,
exactly. That's
I-
you're
I-
proving my point.
I had a hot dog on a slice of Wonder Bread. It wasn't always a bun.
Bougie,
So-
right? It's bougie. It's
No.
bougie.
No,
It's
no,
the beer.
no.
It's the bread.
No,
Todd,
me too. Me too.
no.
Seriously, I used to eat on bread all the time. We never had buns.
You are copying off of me. Todd, when we got
fucking
together,
freak.
he's like, we need hot dog buns. I'm like,
Because I could afford to buy hot dog buns. We couldn't get it back then. I was like, I want hot dog buns.
we had a hot dog. If we wanted some bread, we'd take a piece of white bread.
That's
and
how-
You just
Yes.
fold it
That's
around
what we
it.
all did.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We all did that. Because I was 100% on board with the white bread on the
Yeah.
hot
Come
dog.
on.
That was it.
And then
Yeah.
sometimes you just
Except
debate.
not a hot
"Ooh."
dog beer, apparently.
So did you call it an end or a heel?
a hill.
You called it a heel. You
Heel.
called it
The
a heel
hill
as well.
of the
Yeah.
bread.
The hill.
The
Yeah.
hills. Which is the closest thing I ever got to a hot dog bun.
Yeah, it was kind of like, but you were not that piece. Like, ooh, I don't know if I want that piece. Like,
Liar.
you know, if you were down to it, and all the bread was going. That was you had left. You're like, oh, I don't really want that.
I know
heel.
your dad. Your dad ain't eat nothing on bread. He's
Well,
eating
my
on
dad was
bun.
gone all the time. My dad came home. My dad was a truck
So you
driver.
got buns then, didn't you?
He'd make a pork chop into beef jerky when he came
Well,
home.
maybe.
Rod, don't show it. Don't show what you said. I
Oh,
know
well,
you saw
I'm-
it. Don't show
My
it.
dad would have it for you, hot dog.
I am scrolling over right now. Let me
No,
see.
you.
Liar,
No.
liar, liar, liar.
No, he's saying he's skipping comments. I want to hear the comments you're
In the
skipping.
comments, well, Liz had. I'll look
Okay.
up a few old high school acquaintances. Let me look into it. This could be our retirement cottage
Liz, I
industry.
love
There
you,
go.
and I'm 100% on board.
Yeah. Stupid question. Maybe does
Like-
the powder beer have alcohol in it? If it does, I'm making brownies out
It
of it.
does.
It does.
have
It
alcohol.
does. Mal and I have hot dogs and bread 3 out of the last 4 days.
That is
Nothing wrong
100%
with
true.
that.
Oh wait,
Nothing-
so since we had the hot dog beer, we've been craving hot dogs. So we didn't bother buying buns, and honestly, all of our hot dogs have been on. Well, I do Sara Lee bread, but still bread.
That's kind of fancy.
I like
See,
the
I'll
honey
eat hot
wheats.
dog
I
with the
love
bread.
the
Now,
honey
my-
wheat. It's my favorite.
My wife won't eat them without buns. She's more like, I got to have a bun if I'm having a hot dog. So you think
Well,
I'm the
that-
bougie one.
Now that he's introduced me to hot dog buns, I'm like, I don't want a hot dog unless I can have it on a bun.
Do you
Yeah,
toast it?
the hot
Do
dog
you,
on
do you
the
steam or
bread. No,
toast a bun
But the
ahead
way
of
they
time?
sell it pisses me
I-
off. No, they sell the hot dogs in 8 and they sell the buns in like 10, and that's BS. All of it is BS. It's
No,
a
see,
terrible,
we get
terrible thing that they're trying to do where they sell the hot dogs in a different number than the buns.
I
No
agree.
fair.
no,
I
no,
call
no.
shenanigans.
We call-
Shenanigans have been called.
We get buns here in 8 when we buy them.
Because you brought the phone.
But if you end up getting a Hebrew National, you only get like, is it 6 or 7 hot dogs?
Well, I
you
still-
don't get a full 8, and I'm like, well, that doesn't match up. But then you know what? Out of the 8 buns, there's a chance one may actually crumble and not actually work right. So in that case, the Hebrew hot dogs work out.
I still call shenanigans on the hot dog to bun ratio. Honestly, that is shenanigans on every form.
Now the sausages, you get like 6 in a pack.
Well,
Those
yeah,
throw you off
but
too. Yeah.
that's different. That's different.
Y'all are doing
That's
math
special.
for me.
You
But
got
there
extra
are
stuff.
shenanigans happening.
What the hell is Todd doing over there? He's like
I
fucking.
don't know. He's so noisy.
He's like Tim
That's-
Tool Time.
That
He's like,
spilled her water, and
The
I'm
cat-
cleaning it
The
up.
cat
So.
spilled my water.
Tim the Tool Time Taylor.
he's like Tim Tool Time over there.
And I'm
Like,
the one
Hey,
cleaning
and
it up,
I live with Wilson.
as usual.
He hides behind the fence and never shows his face. So I got Wilson here. You got Tim the Tool Time
yeah.
Taylor, Tool Man Taylor.
It's like he needs Al to actually do the work because Tim always screws stuff up.
Well, I live with this guy,
Yeah,
the one who won't show
Wilson.
his face. That's right there.
You live with Mr. Hand from Mr. Bill. Yeah.
Ooh,
Mr.
ooh.
Wilson. Wilson.
No, it's
No, choose
Not
Mr.
from
Hand.
Saturday
Mr.
Night
Bill, you
Oh,
always
I
see
was-
the hand.
Tim the Toolman Taylor.
Yeah, once you have buns, you can't go back, right? It's like once you have the buns, it's a
What you
different
got
world for you.
buns, hon?
I can go back.
Can't.
Shannon was trying to get the line down.
Buns. I'm not gonna get it right.
There was a small chain called Lums
Sir
or
Mix-a-Lot.
UMS
Once
that
you
braised
got
hot dogs and
buns,
beer.
huh?
Hot dogs beer sounded weirdly awesome.
Liz,
You know, hot
have
dogs and
just
beer.
smelled this one I talked about. Oh my god, it's insane. Like it's from a home brewer and it's nuts. It smells like
Craft sausage,
mustard
like the
and
beer.
relish and onion. It's so good.
See here, we get craft sausage in 6-packs.
Oh,
So you still have a couple extra buds that are out there, like in case something goes wrong. It's kind of like when you order a desk or something you got to build. They always give you extra screws. That's how the bun packets are. You have extra buns versus
You're right.
sausages.
You
Yeah.
go to
Just
IKEA
think.
often?
You never
or-
know. You never know.
But I think this is a
Just in
myth.
case.
And
With
when you put
Swedish
it,
instructions, you
you put it
it's
together,
like,
and
I
you're
don't
like, wait a
know.
second, I have 2 screws left. Like, did I miss something? And it's like, no, those are
No,
just in case something goes wrong.
Rod. I think
Exactly.
this is a myth.
Unless you burn something, you
I
never
think
know.
this is a myth. And I think I'm just not trying to be sexist, but I'm like, maybe this is a man's myth. Like when I bought him his Lego set for Christmas, the IU or whatever, and then or we'd get some from IKEA and he'd lose something. I'm like, he's like, oh, they're giving us extra pieces. I'm like, I really don't think they are giving us any extra pieces.
They always did, though, didn't they?
They
I'm
do,
like, I mean, I really don't care. I'm like, it'll work out in the end, but I think those were meant to actually go someplace. But I know you're having a hard time with this whole thing, so I'm like, they're extra.
That's where things start out with. That's like saying no disrespect. 'Cause you know what's coming. It's like disrespect, full blown disrespect.
So
Then we go back to the Ricky Bobby. Just because you say with all due respect doesn't mean you can still be. I disagree. I said with all due respect.
Yeah, right.
it should just be shut up.
Just because you say it doesn't mean.
Shut up. Just shut up.
Mal.
Chuji
Fill us out.
Life.
Chuji Life.
Life. Mars Brewing
Water.
Company. And this says it is a sparkling lager. I don't know what that means, sparkling lager, but it is a 4.8%. Just so you know. Let's see how they do.
It's sparkling.
It's not super sparkly. I mean, I got Rod on there, which is very
That just means
sparkly.
bubbly.
Well, that's all sparkle you need right there. If you got
Rod
Rod J.
I got an
Say
awful
hello
lot
to
of
my little
sparkle.
friend.
Rod J.
Yeah, I got a little sparkle there. But the beer itself is not super sparkly. And honestly, it's not overly carbonated or anything. I don't know why they're calling it a sparkling lager. It tastes fine. It tastes like a Pilsner, honestly. It's biscuity.
Maybe the sparkles are like John Cena.
And his name is John Cena! In the WWE
Shannon is like, what the hell is going on right
No,
now?
I got
She's like,
some,
yeah,
I got
yeah.
some feelings about John Cena.
This was not
Get
super
your
sparkly
bicycle.
though. They called it a sparkling lager. I did not get sparkly. It's very Pilsner like, and it's good. It's tasty, but it's not sparkling.
Spark. That's what I thought you were getting. Yeah, because if something says sparkling, it should make you feel really good.
I feel like that's like
I mean,
some of the
it's
some of the
good.
claw beers when they have the glitter. Sometimes it doesn't glitter.
No, it tastes like a Pilsner. It tastes like a clean, nice.
Maybe they're going for the
little
spark-
sweet
maybe-
end Pilsner.
Maybe they weren't going for the sparkling in the visual, but maybe going for the sparkling in the taste,
No.
like sparkling wine.
I'll tell you
But they
what.
didn't have a
Sparkling
sparkle on
grape juice.
anything.
No
It didn't
sparkle.
look sparkly. It didn't taste sparkly. So,
No sparkle?
and I love Mars. I think Mars does an excellent job at all of the beers that I've had from them. And this is a lovely Pilsner style, but they called it a sparkling lager, which irritates me because it tastes like Pilsner.
If,
Oh,
yeah.
Call it a Pilsner.
okay.
If there's no sparkle, you
Right.
gotta boom. You gotta boom because that's part of your
But
advertising.
now, if how would you explain it though? If it did sparkle, like how do you taste sparkle?
It tastes crisp and it like kind of You feel
Carbonation.
like a tingling on your tongue. There's a
Like the
sparkle
dancing
to
of the
it.
More
dancing of the
carbon.
bubbles. It's dancing of the bubbles if it's
Yes,
sparkling.
it's
Yeah.
the carbonation. You
Yeah.
feel a tingle in your mouth when you sip it. This did not give that.
I think you
It
need
gave
to
a-
write a
a-
review.
I mean, it was biscuity and quite good. Like as far as a pilsner goes, it was quite good, but
She
it wasn't
says no.
sparkling.
Oh, now choose.
She
Ginger.
says
Oh,
no
no.
offense, no offense, but
This is nothing ever
Love
good
it.
starts with that.
all for John Cena. He loves John Cena.
Okay.
Yeah. Which John Cena was in Fast 9 that I watched last week finally because Fast 10 is out now. I got to keep up on the Fast movies because I'm a fan of muscle cars, so I watched.
Which
the
one
movie.
was the one filmed in Scotland?
Oh shit! I don't know. That's like asking somebody like Star Trek episode 25. I don't know.
Right.
I'm not
So-
that deep into it.
In 2019, when we were there for our honeymoon, they were filming one of the Fast and Furious movies in Edinburgh while we were there. So there were blocks of the city that were blocked off that you couldn't walk on because they had like cars hanging from buildings and they were doing
Yeah.
stuff, but you could see it from a distance. So we got some of our own, photos
Well,
of
that would have
cars
been-
like hanging off buildings while they're doing stuff in Edinburgh, but I have no idea what movie it was from.
That
so-
would have been 8 or 7, I think, when they did that one.
Well, it was
Would've been one of those.
2019.
Yeah.
It was September.
Because
October
9
of
came out.
2019.
9 came out last year, which is 2022. Then they had the COVID stuff in there between. So
Yeah.
that might have been number 8 when they did that.
We were right before COVID. We were there.
Yeah, that was
So-
probably 8. then
But
when
they were
did it.
filming the movie and they actually had cranes hanging cars off of buildings as they were filming stuff. Like we got photos of it, but I mean, we didn't get close enough to get involved. It was just like,
Yeah.
oh, that's happening.
I think they maybe did.
So it was interesting.
I love when the critics like look at Fast and Furious movies and they're like, "Oh, there was no plot." But it's not a plot.
Not
movie.
supposed to have a plot.
It's-
Right.
It's purely a popcorn movie. Not
Yes.
think about the day type thing. Just sit back and relax and just
Watch
like
and have fun.
yeah, you're like that shit would never happen if you did it in real life, but it's just fun to watch.
Right.
So my example of that movie, I think it was called The 6 or The 7. It was on Netflix. It had Ryan Reynolds in it, I think. And I watched that movie
Oh,
The
oh.
Magnificent Seven.
it was The 6 or The 7. Or,
Oh no, I don't talk
Was
about
it
the
the
military
Hateful
movie.
Eight?
yes, and they
No,
like,
that was good.
No, not thankfully. But
yeah,
That was
they
good
had-
too, though.
they had no identity, and then so they were like,
I know what
we
you're
are
talking about. 'cause
the
I watched
6.
that one. That was actually pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I
that
watched
was
that.
really good.
I watched that like 3 times, and like I watched it, and then
She
I
said it was 9. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, that's the Fast and the Furious. But
so
yeah, I love
she knew which
That's one
movie they
that's
were
called-
filming. I didn't know.
That's the one I
I think
just watched then.
7. I'm gonna go with the 7. I think it's called the 7.
Which kind of makes sense because they probably had to delay stuff after that.
Yeah,
The Seven
but
Samurai, because I saw
No,
that one.
No.
That was the last Samurai with Tom
they
Cruise.
were like trying to like
No,
make up.
The Seven Samurai was an old movie, way back.
Six Underground.
The 6 Underground. 6 Underground.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh my god, I love that.
I thought
movie.
6. I thought 6 was on Stranger Things.
Which was
I thought that was
after-
11. Wasn't that 11?
11.
Shaw.
11?
Maybe 11. 11 is 11 or
Sometimes
6.
it is just what it is.
Which I didn't realize I haven't watched the last season of Stranger Things. So the Todd thing though, I started watching Tulsa King. I kind of liked the premiere episode. I'm gonna try to watch it some more this weekend.
Oh, it's so good. How that
Yeah.
show's so good.
I
Yeah.
never even started watching the Tulsa King.
Tulsa King is so good.
Yeah. I don't know why you let him walk in and muscle you though, but I guess they didn't know what to do or whatever. But when you open the guy with the cash in the first episode, it's just like he's on to me. I guess that kind of.
Oh, just
I-
wait. Just wait.
No,
it's so good.
Is that's the one Sylvester?
Stallone,
The one
yes.
before that, because it's Taylor Sheridan, and then he had those, and then the one with the prison, and it was like Kyle Chandler was going to be in there, and then they killed him off in the first episode.
Oh yeah, that was the Mayor of Kingstown.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
so-
like,
that's
That's
good,
supposed to be.
too.
That's supposed to be
Oh, wait,
pretty
I thought
good,
that was
too.
Drew Barrymore. She got killed in the first 5 minutes of that movie.
I'm
No,
like, I'm
No,
out.
no, the Mayor of Kingstown is so
That's really the New Zealand wine
like,
Sauvignon. Is it Sauvignon Blanc?
Sorry.
I love Sauvignon Blanc. That's my favorite kind of wine.
It's Marlborough Sauvignon Blanc grapes in New
There
Zealand.
you go.
Marlboro,
Sauvignon Blanc
spelled
is
just
my
like the
favorite
cigarettes.
wine.
MARLBOROUGH. Sauvignon Blanc grapes. But that's where he's making it out of New Zealand. If we can find something here, that'd be awesome. But yeah, it's Marlboro Sauvignon Blanc.
Speaking of bad movies, Harley Davidson and the Marlboro Man. Have you ever seen that? That was terrible.
That
back
sounds
in
like
the
a
90s.
horrible movie. I would never.
It was Don Johnson and Mickey Rourke, though. You thought it'd be a solid thing back in the 90s.
It's worse than the title.
Anything with Mickey Rourke
In the 90s, Mickey Rourke was good.
89, no.
No, after when? After what?
1989. Anything with Mickey Rourke?
Angel Heart, he was solid.
Come on.
He was solid in Angel Heart. You never saw Angel Heart?
He was good.
The Wrestler was great. He got nominated for The Wrestler.
90 or 90
Yeah.
or 2000.
Hey, that's what I love about being human. We can all have different opinions.
The Wrestler was really good.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
think
she says to end a conversation.
the opinion of Harley Davidson
Oh,
and Marlboro Man by most everybody was like, this movie should not have been made. It was terrible. It's one of the worst movies. That's one of the movies I think I've. Have you ever had a movie you walked out of the theater?
Yes.
Yes.
So what movie did you walk out of the theater on?
Walked out the theater?
So it was one of my birthdays. I can't remember. And it was me and you and Heather. I'm like, I really want to see this movie. It has Rachel Weisz in it. And it was something, and we went in and something blue in it. I'm going to find it, though. It
I
was
remember this.
the worst movie ever. And I'm like, we were all three sitting there, and I'm like, I think I took a little bit of encouragement. I'm like, it's my birthday. Let's go see this.
Walk out on it?
We got
I
up
remember
and left.
that.
I'm like, they were on this planet. And
I remember the one with Matt Damon and.
oh, that was another one we walked out on.
But the film stopped.
Yeah.
With
Films-
Gwyneth Paltrow
The film stopped.
and Matt
on it.
Damon. Yes.
What movie was it? What was it called?
Let me
Which one?
find
The one that
first
you walked out on there.
The one she did? We all did, but I don't remember it. I don't remember
And
that bit.
I have three, so it's that one I said, and then the one with Tom Cruise and
Liz,
the
I can't believe you
Shut.
walked out of Glengarry Glen Ross, one of my favorite movies to watch. But I'm in sales, so I love that movie.
I
I love
was
Glengarry Glen Ross. It's got Al Pacino, it's got Alec Baldwin, it's got Adam Arkin, it's got Kevin Spacey. I mean, the cast is just all-star cast. But I'm in sales, so that's why I'm from the
The
aspect of why I look at it.
The Fountain.
Oh, the fountain.
Me
I
and
heard about
Oh,
the
I do
fountain.
remember that now. Yes, I do remember that.
I'm like, I can't sit here any longer. Like, and they didn't want to see it. I'm like, no, I love Rachel Weisz. We need to go see this movie. And I'm like, this is the dumbest I've ever seen.
Yeah.
What's the rating on that one?
We need,
Or no, you just looked it up.
oh, here, oh my, 7.2.
No, I was saying, I thought it was a good rating. Like, no.
I mean, we were like in our early 20s.
It was
too,
terrible.
so.
No. I want to watch it again now.
What did you walk out on now?
So, okay, you guys remember how Scream came out, and then after Scream came out, there was a company that was doing movies that was not another horror movie, or not another this movie, or not another that movie, but they were comedic overlays of what you would expect a movie to be, and they were like
Right.
overly stupid in general. That was the general idea. So my father and I, the two of us, went to see not another, I think it was fantasy movie or something like that, but it started out where the girl goes through the wardrobe into Narnia and she meets the goat man, and the goat man is on cribs, and it's like, you know, they have the boom chicka boom, and they're showing his house, his crib where he lives with his hot tub and stuff. So we were watching this movie, and they warned us before we went into the theater that the heat wasn't working in that theater, and it was a little chilly in there, so wear your coats. Okay, fine, we were wearing our coats. But we're watching this, and it's all like sexually charged. I'm there with my father. I'm probably 17 at the time.
Uncomfortable.
Right around there. So they were making sexual jokes. It was a little uncomfortable, and it was 47 degrees in that theater.
Oh, that's crazy. You should give your money back for that one.
Degrees, because it was like 20 degrees outside. So it was like
Should be like
47
the
degrees. So I'm
degree-
shivering, and we're watching this movie that is like a recreation of Witch in the Wardrobe and a couple other fantasy films, you know, like not another fantasy film.
Was this a not another teen movie?
Yeah, it was one of those. It was one of those from that company. But
Okay.
it was not another fantasy movie or like not another otherworldly movie. I don't even know what they called
Okay.
it. But it started out in Narnia, and he's doing his cribs, how he lives in the woods as this goat man, and all the sex jokes. And my father and I just kind of looked at each other like, no way in hell. And we walked out and we got our money back because no, it was not going to happen. 43 degrees and just a terrible movie.
I'm surprised
No,
they even
we
had
were
to
out.
go in and just be like, yeah, we can't
Okay.
just give you your money back from
Yeah,
it.
they
So
there were still people in there watching when we left, but you could see everyone's breath in front
They were
of the
probably
screen.
all in
Like, you could
menopause.
see everyone's breath.
Oh my
It
God,
was
this is so
cold.
good.
yeah.
So yeah, we didn't stay very long in that. So part of it was the cold, but also the movie just was not interesting, and not another horror flick or whatever that they did where they were making fun of Scream and what I saw what you did last summer and all those things. Those amused us in general. Like we were amused by them, but you can't watch them in 43 degrees. You just can't.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I
It's
think
just out of
the only movie I've ever walked out of was back in college, which it got good reviews and stuff, but I just wasn't into it. Was Presumed Innocent, which was actually a Harrison Ford movie. Which
Yeah.
people
Oh,
love
yeah.
Harrison. I was just like, I'm not buying. Like we went with a group of friends and stuff, and it's just
Yeah,
and
whatever.
and I was like kind of
Yeah.
pissed. You know what I wanted to see instead of it that night was Arachnophobia, which was playing in the amphitheater. Everybody wanted to see Presumed Innocent. I'm like, I'd rather see Arachnophobia. And it's
Don't
just
watch
like,
that movie. It's terrible. It's all
And then we're all-
spiders.
And then we're all like, we're going Presumed Innocent. I got into it, and I was like, I'm not. I'll see you guys after the movie. And I went out to the mall and just kind of hung out and did shit. Like,
I remember that movie ever since because I went to the movies and saw that, which was during the same time the Reds were in the World Series, and I watched Arachnophobia at the movies instead. I was like, I could be home watching the game.
I was scared of spiders before I watched Arachnophobia. It was
No,
terrible.
but it was good.
Terrible.
I always like watching.
I never came back from that.
yeah. Trez said 9.5 weeks with Kim Basinger.
Kim Basinger, I thought that was.
That is a hot movie.
I never walked out 9.5 weeks. That was with Mickey Rourke in that one too, right? So
That was a super hot
9.5
movie.
Yeah.
weeks was Chandler Bing and what's her
No.
face?
Kim Basinger and Mickey Rourke
Yes,
What am I thinking
yes.
of?
as a high school
When he took the ice and rubbed it all over.
as a high school boy, the refrigerator became a new device to put in the mix.
No, I know, but that was
Selma Hayek.
No,
Selma
let's think of
And what's the guy who
Chandler.
played
You
Chandler
talking about
Bing?
Chandler Tatum or whatever?
No, Chandler Bing from Friends.
The hot scene was
Joey, dude.
No, Chandler Bing from Friends. Matthew
Oh, I know what
Perry.
you're talking
Matthew
about.
Perry.
That movie.
That's
So
not 9.5
Selma
weeks,
Hayek
so.
It's sweet, but I don't think it's.
I don't
Oh, that's
think it-
full
That's my
Russian.
all-time favorite movie of all
I
time.
apologize. So
Yeah,
apparently, the Matthew Perry, Chandler Bing, and Selma Hayek movie was Fool's Russian. She just
Yeah, I
rushed
love
in to
that
tell
movie.
me. So I apologize because I thought that was
No,
9.5 weeks.
That's
and I had it
nothing
wrong.
like 9.5 weeks. Is just
Yeah.
like
Okay.
that was like coming home from school. We flip on HBO. I'm like, whoa, what is this? Like,
Okay.
And then
Right.
in these-
And
at that point, watching
said
9.5 weeks, you start thinking
Oh,
about
I
what
just
stuff.
remember that scene. That
In
was-
9.5 weeks, you start thinking about what you have in your refrigerator when you're watching that
Oh, the
movie. You're like,
refrigerator.
Yes, yes.
My
Yeah.
opinion,
Thank
Oh.
you.
my opinion, the hottest scene in 9.5 weeks was when they were in the apartment and then he left and she started going through all of his shit and then he came back in and then if you know the movie, you know what happened afterward.
What happened then?
Look at
No.
you doing good
You're
on
a
those
bad
spoilers.
girl. I'm gonna have
yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
awesome job not doing spoilers.
I was just
Thank you.
saying.
That was beautiful.
9.5 weeks to fruit scene. You know,
Thank you, Ryan. I agree
Yeah.
with that. That's what I
Yeah.
said too.
Oh,
That's what
I had
said.
a problem with
she
Train
said
Spotting
Tree of
as well.
Life. He walked out on Tree of Life. Had
Well, I
pity.
think you
Is that
all
a Brad Pitt
tapped
fan?
out soon is what I'm saying.
Okay, did anyone
You know
watch
what-
Train Spotting?
Dude, that's
You-
the one that
I
Train
love
Spotting
that.
with Ewan McGregor. Train
I
Spotting.
love Train Spotting. You walked out on Train Spotting?
I did not walk out on Train Spotting. I was
don't
watching
think
it
I've
with friends in a dorm room in college, and the baby was crawling across the ceiling and green, and its head spun around, and I was like, "Oh hell no!" And I was gone. As soon as the dead baby was crawling across the ceiling, I was like, out. And right after that, he's crawling out of a toilet. I'm like, oh no, I'm so done.
That was
Train
part of the
spotting
tripping
messed me up.
experience. Yeah, the tripping
Train
experience
spotting
was
messed me
yeah.
up.
Listen, got too sad because Jack Lemmon. Yeah, I can understand that. Then it was too spot on. Great. Yeah, it's a great movie. Glenn Ross, and Jack Lemmon basically had to resort to doing something. I'm not going to spoil the movie. If you've never seen it, you should. It's a classic.
Wait, which movie?
Glenn Ross.
Oh,
So it's Jack Lemmon, it's Al Pacino, it's Kevin Spacey, it's Adam Arkin, it's everybody in it.
Glenn Ross.
Everybody in that movie at some point has been nominated for an Oscar. It's like one of the best all-star casts they ever put together.
Never heard of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so my question is, what movie destroyed your soul? Then you're like,
Gotcha, Liz. Yeah, that was a real
Train spotting.
Destroyed my soul.
It did, honestly, because I had never touched drugs. I had never experienced anything like that in my life to like have the mind-altering drug kind of experience.
Right.
And to watch Train Spotting and to see the parents just let their baby die, like, I mean, like, I had no concept of anything that could, like, no, it broke my soul. It broke my soul.
Yeah, I don't think I want to watch that one.
I could not conceptualize having drugs take over your life so much that even your own child doesn't exist anymore. Like
the script and the directing of Train Spotting was incredible.
It was beautiful. It was so masterfully done. It was amazing how well they conceptualized what that is.
Gary Glenn Ross.
But it scared the piss out of me because I had
Police
never
Academy
drugs.
3.
I had no idea.
I mean, that's a fair statement, honestly.
Yeah.
Police Academy 3.
You know, if you're a Police Academy at a point when you're on 3, you might not. That's kind of definitely a movie stay at home watching on VHS.
There's a reason there's not an Airplane 3. Like, come on.
But I wanted to walk out half of the movies I saw with my ex-friend.
Well, I feel like that was more about Brenda and not the movie.
Oh, Trent said he didn't walk out 9.5 weeks. He loved that movie. Yeah, like every teenage boy that watched that movie. It's kind of like...
It's kind of like Porky's Revenge.
Didn't know you could do that with that, what I had in the fridge.
Oh.
Hey, Mom, when you're out, pick up some eggs. Yeah. The whole 9 yards.
Okay.
Glengarry, I forgot
What's the whole 9 yards is kind of a crazy statement. Anyway,
oh
it takes 10 years to take 10 yards for a first down. The whole 9, you're still short. I never understood that statement.
I never understood either. It's like the whole 9 yards. Yeah, okay. So 4th and 1, what are we doing here?
I don't know if I've seen it 25.
Something to do with sewing, right?
Yeah, some probably.
I've bought 9 yards.
There's no way
they've sewing before, so.
I don't know if I would say I've probably seen it 25 times, but I definitely remember the scene. It got etched in my mind from the refrigerator.
Probably that one scene, maybe 25 times. The whole movie, probably not, because it just never made it past that. But
Oh, my dad's still on here. Oh, that's happy.
Yes, you said you walked out on Easy Rider. He didn't like Easy Rider.
I can't imagine him walking out on that. He was a motorcycle guy.
Yeah, I mean, was it something with Peter Fonda or something
I think he's just saying a movie that he liked. I can't imagine him walking out
with the hottest scene, hottest sex scene.
Yeah.
But I mean, okay, so there are so many movies that we've walked out on, sure, but what's a movie that you've gone back to over and over?
25 times.
Titanic.
Really?
And Twister. Titanic and Twister.
Really?
You know what the funny thing?
Okay.
About movies or just on TV?
You know what the funny thing is about Twister? It's kind of like Twister is on, and it's kind of like you've seen this movie a numerous amount of times, right? No, but with Twister, you've seen it a numerous amount of times. But then if you start watching it on TV, it's kind of like you get hooked into it all over again.
But you take a moment and just remember, Cal. That's enough, right there, cow.
That's the same cow.
Yeah, cow. As soon as a cow flies by, you're like, fuck yes, we're good.
Chad and Heather had to watch Twister so many times.
Oh, I guarantee they did, I'm sure.
Chad and Heather had to watch Twister. I mean, and then when we went, which I was more of a glutton for my emotions back then, we'd go, I mean, I made you go like twice at least. I probably felt it 2 more times, and that's a 3-hour movie. And I'm like, I remember we were walking out, and I'm still crying in the parking lot. Over
Woo,
it.
Clue. Yes, I love
I don't
that
think
movie
I've
with
I've
all
never
the
I've
endings.
never seen Clue. I played it a lot as a kid on the board game. I never watched the movie.
Yeah, Clue was good. Yeah, that was a good movie.
You have
Yeah,
to see the movie. Tim Curry was at his best. Like,
Yeah, that was good.
you
Tim
have
Curry was
to see.
he was an awesome actor.
Oh, James, I'm right there with you. I've seen Clue at least 25, 30 times. It's amazing.
You know what I watched a few weeks ago? That was on. I was on late night watching, flipping through. Freaking Warriors. Warriors was on again, and I got hooked into it because I loved the Warriors movie as a kid. And I still watch it when it's on.
I don't know that movie either.
You never seen the Warriors? Oh my god!
It's one of those you just stop and watch, even though you've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a million times. Like,
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
what is
There goes the rest of my night. I'm not going to bed early.
Yeah.
I was trying to, but
no like I feel
Town
like
Called
when I watch-
Panic.
when I watch a movie, like
I don't know a town called
Length
Panic.
of
Do
bullet
you know
chains.
that?
Oh, that's what the whole 9 yards is about. The length of bullet chains. I was
oh
length
my
of
god,
football.
I love war movies.
But does anyone know what a town called Panic is? Because that's
No,
what Liz
I've
said,
not.
and I don't know
I've
what that
not
is.
seen that one. Town Called Panic. Yeah, that's what Liz had right here.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
Roadhouse. I've never seen.
Yes,
I've never seen Roadhouse. I've never seen it.
I have seen that one.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
Um,
good. I've seen that too.
Which one of the bars I used to go to in Kentucky, they were like, I used to go there all the time, and they were like, dude, like people always say, like you're like if you were at a bar like in Roadhouse, like your character would be like Sam Elliott's character. I guess he was kind of like the guy that smoothed things over and stuff like that. They were like, that's like how you would be.
Guy.
That's what they told me. Like I'd be,
Yeah.
and I've never seen it. But I don't like that Sam Elliott dies in the movie from what I found out. So I'm like, that's not a good role to be in.
Because Rod,
wait.
like Rod, like I feel like you get passionate about things, but you never raise your voice and you never like.
Yeah.
Hence Sam Elliott.
I'm going to just say this out here. Chew's got something with geriatrics going on.
I told you this. He's a granny chaser. He's always been a granny chaser. Ever since I met him, he's been a granny chaser.
It's a very amazing movie.
I mean, the only young person there was like Steve Gutenberg. Everybody else was like old, like Wilford Brimley and stuff. And I'm like, I don't know where Chew's going with the old people stuff here.
I'm telling you, I was clear with it.
Yes.
Yeah.
We need to watch. I need to write that. I'm
And
writing
yet
that
he
one on
married
pen.
someone 6 years his younger. So
Yeah.
you
Cocoon's
know,
a good movie,
whatever.
though. Don't get me wrong. I like
It
Cocoon.
is such a good movie.
Yeah. I just worry about Chew. That's all. Oh, it's a
Right,
French animation film. So that's what it was from that one. Town Called Panic. It's a
Okay.
French animation film.
Okay. That explains a lot.
Really funny, Liz says. Sometimes I worry about the French film because it's just like a bike going by. Like, I don't know what the bike is supposed to symbolize right now.
The Big Lebowski, the apartment. Big
Blazing
Lebowski.
Saddles. Awesome. Blazing Saddles.
Yeah, Blazing Saddles is one I've seen many
Blazing
a time.
Saddles. Young
I hear
Frankenstein.
people talk about it's parody with
Big
Wes
Lebowski.
Young Frankenstein's
Yeah.
so good too.
I mean, you could
though.
you could put Jaws on that list.
You
I've
know,
never
we're-
seen Jaws all the way through.
Really?
We're mostly focused on being older and being beer drinkers,
Right.
but for
Universal Soldier.
Rod,
Tough
Todd, and Shannon, I'm asking the three of you specifically right now. Your
Bad as-
childhood movie of choice.
I
What
bet
was your
you nobody's.
childhood?
I bet nobody's ever heard of my childhood movie.
I'd like to hear what it is.
Well, I'm just saying for JT's thing, this might be another one that you might want to watch, Harold and Maude, if he hasn't watched it yet.
I don't even think you can find it to watch it now.
Chew was
I know,
probably
but I still wanna
Chew
know
was
what
pro-
it is.
Chew was probably traumatized by The Graduate when he saw it at some point, chasing older women. I'm just
Probably.
saying. Yeah.
Yours would be the
So what did you say? What about the child movie? Like,
I want to know what your childhood epitome movie, like the thing that you go back to and you feel like a kid again. That
Solar
one
Baby.
movie that you were
Solar
obsessed with. What?
Solar Babies.
Did you see the Water Babies?
Solar.
Baby.
I know.
Solar.
I'm asking her if she saw the Water Babies, and I'm wondering if it's
Oh.
from the same people or not.
No. Solar Babies
Okay.
had Terry Garr in it when she was like a teenager.
Okay,
I
okay.
remember.
And
I remember.
it's kind of like a sci-fi movie, and the world is like devoid of water, and they're all like on roller skates, and it's a whole
This
thing.
is pre-Water World.
Have you
So
seen
it's
it?
not Xanadu then.
No, but I love Xanadu would be my number 2 for sure.
Xanadu.
But
Wait a minute.
childhood.
So this is a movie as a
All right.
child that we wanted to see, or that
That
we watched
movie
all the
that you
time.
watched like over and over as a kid. You know, like
my friends
that-
are scarred from my childhood.
What age are we talking about?
I'm scarred from her.
And you
I'm
never
not going to specify, but I'm going to say before 15.
It was terrible. I never want to watch it again.
You said
No,
what now?
No, I have watched Solar Baby.
I don't want to specify a specific age. I'm just saying before you were like 15 or so, like
Oh,
that
oh.
movie that was like the thing that you had to have in your life.
Porky's.
Solar.
Yeah. Yes, I can't disagree with that one. I can't disagree with that at all. Yeah.
I've got to see this.
My oldest friend.
I've got to see this Porky's movie.
Yes. But I bet you if I called my
Hollywood Nights. Hollywood Nights was another one.
Okay.
That's
And
a good
it could be an animated movie. It could be a regular movie. It doesn't matter.
I mean, if we're talking before like 14 or 15, those were kind of.
Yeah.
Let me see what year Solar. I don't even know if IMDb has Solar Babies. I mean, I'm thinking it's like a 1983 movie.
Heavy Metal, I wanted to see.
Oh,
My mom would let me go to movies. Heavy
okay,
Metal was what I
okay.
wanted to see.
Yeah, that one freaked me out when I saw it, so I didn't go back to it. But I got you.
Purple Rain.
Okay.
Right. That was a good movie.
So
Yeah.
I started out with Pound Puppies Meet Big Paw. That was the earliest one, and I watched it like.
But that's like when you're really,
1700
really
times.
young, right? Like
Oh
really,
yeah,
really young.
that was really, really young. And then it was Labyrinth and
Ooh,
I love
Labyrinth.
yeah, Labyrinth and Neverending Story. Labyrinth and
I was
Neverending
going to
Story
say
were my
that.
childhood.
Never-ending story. I remember that one
Yes.
for sure.
Oh yeah, I lived for those movies.
I
Like,
would
Yeah.
drop down if the Neverending Story song comes on.
I
Like-
wanted to meet Neverending Story. Oh, yeah,
Yes.
I'm
I
with ya.
did remember that. I do.
I
Like
wanted
that.
to ride
That
on
was a good one.
Falcor, the dragon, the dog dragon. Oh yeah, I wanted to ride Falcor and chase my bullies. I wanted to do the whole thing. I was right there. And
Now, I
wanted
will
to
say-
stick the Goblin King on all of my enemies. I did. David Bowie
the
as the
Neverending
Goblin
Story.
King. I wanted to marry him and stick him on all of my bullies. I was all for that.
Well, you're saying when you're like younger, so
make 'em
like when
like-
I was younger around that age, I mean, like Willow would have been something.
Oh,
back then.
Willow. Yes, that's
that
a
would have been
great
something.
one.
Yeah.
Did you watch the remake, the new one?
No, I have not watched the remake.
It
of
has the original guy, like the original cast mostly, except for Val Kilmer, who has a disease where he can't speak anymore.
Did you
Yeah,
see
that was a
That's
tough
everyone
thing
except
for.
Val Kilmer.
Yeah, that's a tough thing they had with Maverick when they brought out the movie. Yeah, 'cause
Yeah.
he wasn't a
But
minute,
there's
but he
a
couldn't
whole
do much.
documentary on Amazon that goes through all of his like voice problems and stuff.
Bob Kilmer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now there's this whole thing about Michael J. Fox. He's got
Oh,
I
yeah.
didn't want to tell you about
Parkinson's. Yeah.
his Parkinson's. It's very recent, like with this documentary about where he's at and what he's doing. And I'm like, I try to shield myself from sadness in the
Right,
world
yeah,
because
yeah.
there's enough sadness in
Yeah.
the world. But it's out there.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't
Family
mean to make this
Ties.
sad, Shannon.
What you do?
Are you doing Family Tie song? This is.
Yes, that's what she said.
What
Yeah.
would you say? If
Can
that
you do Facts of Life?
Yeah.
No,
What's the fact?
anyone noticing that Family Ties had Mallory in it? Just
Good.
putting that out there. But
No, that's Family Ties. He
Do the
said
Facts of Life.
I don't know. I thought you were still on.
The Facts of Life. The Facts. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see if Shannon knows
Take
all
the
the
good,
words.
you take the bad, you take them both, and there you have facts of life.
which is funny because I skipped both of those and went right to moving on up to the east side.
The Jefferson.
The deluxe apartment in the sky. Oh, I like that song way better.
But that was before the Facts of Life. That was back in the 70s with the
I
Jeffersons.
know, and it was fantastic.
That was
I was
way
watching that
before
instead of
time.
Facts of Life. I wasn't.
I want to see is Shannon, can you do All in the Family?
On the family.
God.
That's
No, that's
Or
you said
Mal?
All in the Family.
All
I
in the
saw
Family.
Tom. I saw a
Those were
TikTok
the
the other day.
days.
Yeah.
Yeah, those were the days. That's it.
Those were the days.
What was
Yeah,
the
those were the days.
asshole that
Because her
that
voice
fucking-
upset me. Her voice upset me. And honestly, her husband was awful. Her husband was a
Like-
terrible human being. Oh my
She's like,
god.
oh, Archie. Yeah.
Yeah,
Archie,
Bunker.
yes.
Bunker.
Yeah,
So I
Archie
saw
Bunker.
a TikTok the other day where Archie's wife found a phone number in his pocket, and she was like, "What's this?" Like, and
You
he's
got
like,
those
"I don't
digits.
know what that is." And then she was like, "Okay, well then I'll just call it." And he was standing there, and he's like, "Okay, well then call it." And then she started to dial the phone, and then he was like, "It was like a meaningful moment, apparently." And I'm like, "You're married to a racist. You need to get the hell out of there."
She
Oh,
said,
my husband is just
she
coming
said the
clean
Graduate was
all of a sudden.
autobiography. Yeah, right? That's
And,
what happens
you know,
on this show.
He had this thing with older
I'm
ladies.
just,
They
I'm
love
feeling the
him.
voice. I'm feeling the voice, and Sherry Springer's not here anymore, so he's coming out, with all this.
Jerry
all the
Springer.
stuff
I bet he
now.
hated his.
Rest in peace,
Saw
Jerry.
True Grit and all that little still of it.
Don't you think he hated his?
I've never seen the original True. I haven't seen the remake of True Grit either, which I heard was really good too.
Yellow Submarine.
I did see Yellow Submarine
Oh.
with the Beatles. Yeah,
Yep.
when I was young, bed knobs and
I love
broomsticks.
bedknobs and broomsticks.
I was such a sheltered Catholic kid. I didn't go to the movies before I was 15. Really? Wow.
Really? Wow.
Holy Grail in the theater when I was 13. Wait a minute. You just said you didn't go before you were 15, but then you say I saw Holy Grail when I was 13.
Well, you snuck out, obviously.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You snuck out. That's what he did.
Yeah, I fart in your general direction there, JT.
Your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of elderberries. Yes.
All right, Trez. Cheers, brother. Have a great weekend, my friend.
See you,
Cheers.
Tris. See you Saturday, maybe.
I did not see the adult remake of The Facts of Life. What's Blair up to nowadays?
Oh,
Blair
they
was-
had- no, that was part of like the different strokes and facts. Of
Oh,
life.
when they did the remake
Different
stuff, the
strokes for
special.
different folks.
Yeah.
So when
Oh.
you were, so when you were younger, Todd, because I'm asking Todd here, were you more a Blair or a Joe kind of guy?
Oh, I kind of like Joe, but even though she was
Yeah,
kind of,
I did too. I like Joe as well. Yeah.
I thought Blair
Joe,
was
Joe had like a bad ass attitude to her type thing.
right.
Yeah.
I
Did
kind of
yeah.
like that too.
Blair was
Like,
kind of
one
Blair was
too
kind of
snotty
prissy.
and one was too butch.
Yeah.
But she was hotter than Blair anyway.
Yeah. Shout out to
You
Nancy McKeon.
You're submissive. You just wanted her to like take control.
And she probably would have for sure.
sure she would. But
I think we learned too much about Shannon and Todd just now.
No, I would totally think. Yeah, I
I
would
hear you
totally.
there.
Yeah, Blair was
What'd you
snotty.
say, Mal? What'd you say?
I said I think we just learned too much about Shannon and Todd right now.
Yeah.
Just so you
Yeah,
know.
but Blair was too snotty, and Joe. I mean, if they're the
Yeah, I
extremes
don't
on
like-
both ends.
Yeah, I don't like her attitude.
But if I had
But
to
Joe
pick
and
a snotty person or a person that could be like, I got this, I'd pick the person that I got this.
Joe would hop in the
Okay.
back of your bike and be like, "Let's go."
Okay,
Let's
but
Joe-
I was Buffy and
No,
Spike,
would
not
follow
Buffy and
Buffy.
Angel.
Joe would be like, you.
Joe was
pick
Joe.
the-
Joe was ride and die. Ride
She
or
probably
die.
would. Yeah,
Yeah.
she'd probably be
Joe
in
was ride or
charge.
die. Yeah.
Either way,
I
you're
would-
hopping on.
Yeah,
I was Buffy and Spike, not Buffy and Angel.
absolutely. Spike
Did Buffy
all-
hook up with
Yes.
Spike on the show?
Oh,
Spike all
yeah.
day, every day.
That was amazing.
Absolutely.
Was it
Buffy
Spike?
and Spike over Buffy and Angel.
Spike
Yeah.
was like
Angel was a little wimp.
Spike was like a Billy Idol wannabe. Yeah.
I know.
Well, Spike, well, whatever.
No, he's the one who Billy
I don't know
Idol
what you're talking about right now.
Buffy
fashioned
and the
himself
Vampire
off
Slayer.
Yeah, I
of.
never watched that. So.
Thank you, because
But Billy Idol was out before Spike.
Spike started in the
You're right.
1800s
The OG.
because he came along in 1799. Thank you very much.
I don't remember seeing
was-
Spike.
it was-
Yes,
Yes.
because Billy Idol copied that
I
stuff.
don't remember seeing Spike in the White Wedding video. I just saying I don't remember seeing him in the White Wedding video.
Mal, you
Why?
never-
Did you see the
I
musical?
forgot
Because he
all
rocked
about
that.
Exactly.
I
What?
forgot all about that, Mal. And as soon as you said, I was like,
Buffy
absolutely
Spike, man. Buffy Spike.
Yes.
I was all over that.
She said Jerry
I'm
Jules
sorry.
from
I'm sorry.
Facts of Life.
Let's be specific. Buffy and William. because his name was
Spike
William
rocked Liz.
originally. He was a poet.
Liz was a fan of Spike.
He was a bad boy
Listen.
poet.
Yes.
Yeah, he was a bad boy.
Liz has she
Jeez,
was my
high
bag.
school
I
years,
love
yeah.
it.
Yes.
Hey, Spike had Angel seconds. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but Angel
That
was
sounds
a
like
wuss.
some angel would say.
Angel was
That
a
sounds like
mess.
some angel would
Angel
say.
needs
make
to
me
get
feel
lost.
better.
But let's face facts. Buffy or Charisma? It was definitely
Charisma.
Yeah.
Yeah, charisma.
Charisma.
No.
100% yes.
100%.
Okay,
Charisma
so,
Carpenter. Yeah.
when
Rob,
I
I'm
was
not
in
even
high
sure
school,
what's going on now. You know this. But
when
you
I
know
was in
this.
high school,
Because the wife used to watch it. The Charisma Carpenter. She was
Nope.
like,
She's
I don't know what
very
I don't know what her
faithful.
character name is, but she was pretty solid.
Yeah, she
Her
would be
name
the
was
one.
Cordelia.
Like, oh, if I'm a man,
Cordelia
like,
on the show. There you go.
her name was
Yeah.
Cordelia on the show. But when Buffy came out when I was in high school. Every
Yes.
Tuesday night, my friends would gather at my house, and every Tuesday we watched Buffy. This was a thing, and we were the Scooby Gang, and we all had our own characters.
So you were
I
the
was
Scooby
Cordelia.
Scooby Gang?
I was Cordelia. We were
Gang? Did
the
you have a
Scooby
mystery
Gang.
man?
Oh yeah, we
Yes.
were the Scooby Gang, and I was Cordelia. That was my role because I always wore skirts. I always was like fashion forward. I couldn't help myself. That was what I was into.
Yeah.
Fine. And I was a little bitchy sometimes and not always the nicest. So honestly, Cordelia was me. I got this.
You must have hung out some really bitchy people if you were the bitchiest.
I've gotten better.
She had hot dog
I've
buns.
gotten a lot better.
She had hot dog buns. So
I was pretty awful. So we had the Scooby Gang. If I message any of my high school friends, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, the Scoobies, let's do this," and they'll come back and we'll hang out and it'll be fun. But Space
Pouty Angel.
yeah, Angel just pouted. That's all he did. But we had all of our characters. Everything was fun. We had a blast. We spoke like them in the show. Like we couldn't help ourselves. And I know Joss Whedon's gotten under some scrutiny for not treating female characters
Him and
as
J.K.
well.
Rowling and pick your
J.K. Rowling's done her thing, and yeah. But honestly, the show was magic. It was.
It was. Yes.
It was fantastic, and what it accomplished and got people to come together. I mean, okay, this tattoo on my arm right here. I have 7 concentric circles, and these 7 circles represent my friends that I've been friends with since elementary school. And when we all got together and watched Buffy together, this was a big thing for us. And to this day, though we live in 6 different states, if we get together, any of us, it's like time hasn't passed. We're all together still. And we all have a tattoo that represents the number 7 in our own fashion. One of my friends is Irish. Her family is Irish, so she has the Gaelic symbol for 7. One of my friends is Romani. She has the Romani or Gypsy symbol for 7. One of my friends is a music major, and he got the Roman numerals, which is how you do chord progressions for music in 7. And we all have a tattoo for our group, and we've all been friends forever, and we all have this connection that's still a part of Buffy. Honestly, that's a thing that's always been part of us.
That's awesome.
So
I feel like you guys all get together in Voltron form.
I think so too. Honestly, I think with this, they'll all glow and we'll all like form into one thing and like save the world. I think that's going to happen.
But I think about you had this connection with all of them, and then but it's such a strong connection. If something happens and one of them doesn't, it's like it doesn't matter. It's like I had that connection with them at this amount of time, and I never want to forget that they were a part of my life.
Yes.
And,
and when one of us has a wedding, not everyone's going to be in the wedding party. That's not how it works because we've made friends along the way.
Right. Yeah.
But at least one is going to be in the wedding party, and we're going to be connected, and we're going to have a table that's just like our group. We always do. Every time there's been a wedding, we've had a 7 table that's for our group. it's just how it works with us because we made such an impact on each other for so long since elementary school. I'm talking like we fought over whether
Right.
Hanson or the Moffats were the better group. You Canadians know who I'm talking about with the Moffats because they freaking rocked and Hanson sucked. But Katie and Jenny and
you sound a little
Jenica
bitter
gonna,
about that.
No,
Yeah, right.
Katie, Jenica, and Jenny are going to be mad at me for saying that, but I don't care because Moffats were better. I don't care. But we all still love each other. And two of my friends, like Aerosmith, that was our thing. And we had so much together and so much that was a part of us growing up. And I love hearing you guys talk about your movies and the things that you loved as children. And that's why I was trying to get you, Rod, to go even earlier than 14, 15, like go earlier, because those things bring out emotions in people that are so strong, and I love that.
Yeah.
And that's emotions is what connects us.
I agree.
Let me see.
Rod's
here.
like, Jesus Christ, quit being such a girl.
I'm
You know
No.
what?
He invited girls on. That's his problem.
I'm a 7+ now, she says. So yeah. No, I was just looking there.
Okay.
No, it's all good. What are you gonna say, Shannon? One last question before you wrap up.
Rod, one last question, and then we will wrap up. What is a movie that destroyed your soul that you will never watch again? You watched it one time, and it affected you, made you feel so much that it's just like, you're glad you watched it, but I will never watch it again.
Ooh.
I know, right?
I'll go first.
Okay.
Mine is The Boy in the Striped Pajamas.
Oh.
What is that about?
It's
Holocaust.
okay. I'm gonna try.
Don't watch
Oh,
it.
is it?
Don't
Okay.
watch it, but it's about like World
You
War
think
II.
don't watch it, but I should watch it, right? If it's got something
Holocaust.
there.
I know, right? No, you
Yeah.
should probably watch it.
You
It's-
can, but it's about these two little boys, and one little boy, it's during World War II, and he's the son of like a German soldier, a big high-ranking German soldier, and the house they live in is like right next to a concentration camp, and so he'll like walk over to the fence, and he makes friends with this little boy that's in the concentration camp, and they're like playing a lot, and then I don't want to ruin. I mean, I should because I don't want you to like dwindle into a pile of tears. So what happens is at the end, the little boy of the German soldier wants to play with the little boy in the German.
Is this through the fence type thing?
Yes.
I think I
That's
remember
the whole
seeing stuff about it, but I never watched it. But I think I remember seeing a trailer on it.
on
Yeah.
the fence to go play
Yeah.
with his friend in the concentration camp. And at
Yeah.
that time, they're like, let's go. We're going to go here. And he dresses up like the little boy in the
Yeah.
striped pajamas. So he follows, he cuts a hole in the fence, and he goes with his friend on the other side of the fence into the gas chamber. And then his dad, who's a German soldier or whatever,
Yeah.
or a big wig, then he's like,
Officer.
where's my son? Where's my son?
And they killed his son.
And-
Yeah.
It's like, oh, he's in the gas
Interesting.
chamber with all them little boys that you think should be in the gas chamber. Destroyed my soul. I'll never watch it again.
I may go with you on that one because I have seen that movie, and I would never watch that one again, which is pretty terrible. But it's kind of like
She's like, no, I don't know.
I really
Yeah.
feel like that's the male answer. I've had so many men say the same movie, and I'm like,
it's a
don't-
pretty bad movie.
I've
You never
never
seen it,
seen
Todd? Oh, it's
No, I've never
yeah,
seen it.
It's pretty
It's
terrible.
pretty bad.
I don't
You
know
know
if there's a movie that really kind of wrecked my soul that I wouldn't.
yeah.
I do have one, and it's Return to Oz.
Oh, is that the one with Johnny Depp, or is that a different one?
It had Fairuza
Or
Balk.
Johnny
when
Depp
she
did
was a
Willy.
little girl.
Johnny Depp did Willy Wonka. Okay.
No, Fairuza Balk, who played the lead girl in The Craft, the movie The Craft. But when
Okay, I
she
know
was a
you're
little
talking
girl, she played Dorothy in Return to Oz, and they had guys who were the wheelers, who were like on all fours, and they had wheels on their hands and feet, and they had masks on top of their head and on their face, and they were scary. And there was a lady who changed her head with other heads, and she was terrible. there were a lot of scary things in Return to Oz, and I saw it as a child by myself, and I never fully recovered.
Oh,
So Return to Oz would be mine.
I know about that movie. I just haven't seen it before.
Yeah,
I think
it's pretty scary.
And
You don't have a movie, but you have a speech.
Cheers to NDT and hopefully
The-
you have a good
Extra
Thursday
Guy.
and now Friday.
But yeah,
But-
you watch it. But you
NDT's got a great channel as well.
So good. So good, though.
Todd and Shannon should watch NDT because he's out in Tennessee, so you guys go down
I'm
there all
not
the time for
watching
your
no more
family.
movies. I try not to feel stuff. So I watched a movie the other day, and it was called Book Thief.
Oh, The Book Thief. That's another World War II one.
Never seen that one.
Tom Hanks
That's
one.
another World War II. It was
Now,
a book.
I mean, that was sad.
Police
but,
for ants,
like,
lots
the
of
sweet
them.
stuff.
I don't think there's a movie that ever.
I don't either.
Broke
but I
you?
don't- I
Nothing?
can't
No.
think.
You've seen The Boy in the Striped Pajamas, though?
I mean, there's movies I wouldn't watch again, but I
I've
wouldn't
seen
say they
everything.
wrecked
I've
me or
seen
anything.
parts of it.
Well, then you will
watched
have
some
an
of it.
answer if you watch
That's
that
what I'm
movie.
saying. I don't have an answer for that one.
I mean, there
Like,
was
if
a
somebody
time when
says-
everyone said Citizen Kane, obviously, but I mean, there's.
But that's like a
nothing,
classic.
Rod,
That's
for you?
like a classic movie, though. Why would you want to watch it again at some point?
I know. I'm just saying, there's a time in the past where
Good.
someone might have said, you know, like they couldn't handle watching that again because it was very emotional, very intense. But there's nothing for you guys, really?
Nothing that I could think of that was ever
Wow.
so
See,
intense.
It's not a
Me either.
movie.
Mine's not a movie.
Pod's not a movie, and which I don't feel like it destroyed your soul enough, or maybe you just like to be your soul to be tortured. So what he
No, but it's just good.
every year, and I've not watched these. Like there's this sports guy, and every year they replay his speech. He was getting ready to die.
That's Jim Valvano. That's not a movie, though.
Yes.
But you still watch that every year because it's such a good speech.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, so it doesn't wreck your
Still,
soul.
Also, like, just tears you. You know, it's kind of like.
And I'm like, I don't want my soul to be tore apart. I don't.
I'm
want
trying to
that.
get her to watch it every year. I was like, just watch it one time. Just watch it one
Absolutely
time.
not, because I'll pay for it for 2 weeks. I'll be depressed for 2 weeks.
And the speech actually talks about it, like if you should laugh, cry.
Right.
Yeah, like that's every day. You know, you've had a good day.
A full
type
day.
thing. Yeah.
Yes, your full day should be.
See, I already want to cry, and you're all telling me about it. So, like, if I actually watched it, I try to, like, I feel so much all the time. Like, if I watch it, I'm like, it'll take me like 3 weeks to get over that.
Yeah,
You probably wouldn't understand some of it though.
I've never saw a movie that. I mean, I know like when people were younger, like people say like "Oh Yeller" or something like that and everything, but it's like I never saw "Oh Yeller," so I don't.
Did you ever see
No.
Where the Red Fern Grows?
No, I would say.
No.
Oh, that was a rough one too.
now
Where the
that
Red
you
Fern
say
Grows
those
was rough.
two, that would be, if I had to say two, that probably would be.
The Red
Yes.
Fern Grows?
That's true. That's true in ET as well. Like
Yeah, you
I've
saw
never
it.
seen anything that broke me, and there's some that have some disturbing type scenes and stuff I've seen in
What
movies.
was the one that had the kids? Oh gosh, where the little girl died. It was Macaulay Culkin, and it was
My Girl.
Oh,
My Girl.
God.
Yes,
That's a
that
good-
was another one.
God, yes.
I've not seen that one.
Don't watch it,
Yeah.
Rod. Don't watch it.
They're bad or terrible.
But
Scathed
from
by
that
cinema.
movie,
Crying's
I
not
found my
bad.
favorite song of all time, which
It
is
is.
called
Right,
"Smile."
Right up
So-
alone and watch the show.
Well, Chu said crying is not bad. I guess it didn't break me. I don't know. Like I would never want to watch the Crying Game again. Since Chu mentioned crying, that was one that caught a lot of people off guard. Like you
Yeah.
know,
But
it
I
made
feel like that's just
it almost
because
made Forrest Whitaker's eye go right. You know what I mean? It was kind of like it's just like,
It's
but
a
it wasn't.
wow factor.
It didn't break my soul or anything. I wouldn't want to really watch it again. But yeah, I've never had anything that's kind of broke me. Now I guess I look at the movies as just being kind of that as a movie. So I know it's not real. I know it's not going
And
to be
that's-
anything that's going to disturb
And
me.
that's
It's
fine.
like 'cause I know
That's
some
fine.
people that get like they can't watch horror movies because it like they have nightmares. All kind of like I never have that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So
I
I,
take
love
it
the
as the
horror
movie.
movies. I love the horror movies, but I can't watch the end of the world movies. I can't watch like Day After Tomorrow or The ones
No,
that like
I-
the whole world ends. Like I
That's good.
can't stand it.
Yeah.
Even
Oh.
Independence Day, where the beam came down and took out the whole city, and people were running for their lives. Like
Prisoner of
I
Sam
can't,
Pit. Wow.
I can't function watching that. So
Did you ever see Deep Impact?
oh
Yeah.
frick! I started watching it and I was dying halfway through.
Me
Like,
and
Why is
I
it-
Todd
couldn't
watched that in
function.
the theater.
Why is it gonna go bad when there's a black president? That's all I'm asking. Like a black
Yeah,
president,
right,
now
yeah.
things are bad. That's where it's gonna hit the world. Like, why is it gotta
That's
be that
true.
story?
That's true.
Had bad seats in the theater, and we're like in the front
You
row.
got it.
Tia Leone and her dad were standing
like,
at
yeah.
on the shore, and all the waves were. I was just like sobbing. I'm like, I can't. And I had to, I had to get up
Deep
and leave.
Impact. Deep
I wouldn't have been
Impact
there.
was
I would
bad.
have tried to get away.
Deep Impact was rough, and then you had Armageddon at the same time. You had
Yes,
Day
those
After
two-
Tomorrow at the
yes.
same time. Walking Dead came out not too long after that.
My girl.
I mean, you have to think about like
On
this
your
end of the world thing that people are obsessed
Right,
with,
right,
and
right.
it's just I can't watch that stuff. I can't.
No.
World War Z. World War Z.
Oh, I love
I-
World War
I-
Z.
that
I
is-
love that movie.
I had trouble with World War Z because the zombies were fast. Or
That's what I
28 days
love.
later. 28
love
days
it.
later, 28
That was a
weeks
good one.
later.
That was
Why
a
are
good
they
one.
fast? They're
I
not
love when the-
supposed to
I
be
love-
fast. They're supposed to be slow.
I love when the zombies put the work in. I love it. I love
Right,
watching
Oh.
movies.
right.
Yeah.
Go to work. It's
You
go
know,
to
It's
work.
like-
you know what?
it's
that
I
like,
mean,
let me
Night of
walk-
the Living Dead, I can handle. Night of the Living Dead, gimme. You give me Night of the Living Dead, one baseball bat, I'm surviving that shit. But
World
when you
War
bring
Z,
in
not
World
so
War
much.
Z, I'm goner. There's
I'm
no
actually,
way in hell.
I'm actually upset with World War Z in that it's supposed to be like a trilogy, and they've had issues getting the other parts of the movie done. I want them to do the other parts because I think it's like a great storyline with that movie.
Yeah.
Man, I will take Fellowship of the Rings over that any day.
I'm with you, NET. I love some good horror stuff. You know,
I don't like. I just feel like a good horror movie has to be believable.
I agree,
and, like-
JT. A lot of them nowadays aren't as scary as what they used to be. It's kind of like
Shannon, did you watch Paranormal Activity?
I think
I have
did.
not watched that yet, Liz. I need to watch that one still.
The Strangers
I watched-
is the
I
scariest.
watched the first one.
The
now.
Strangers and The Ring are my two scariest moments.
But see, the Ring isn't even scary. Like I look at the Ring and I'm like, oh, you're PG-13, so you can't scare me that
No,
much
the
going
ring.
in.
The ring wasn't it. No,
Paranormal Activity has
Paranormal
some stuff that
Activity.
make you jump. Yeah.
that will make you jump because they're sleeping and it's like their camera on their bed and it's catching things that they don't know is going on because they're asleep. Oh my god! Like no.
Well, even though you know it's a
no.
movie, like Blair Witch Project would get you to actually jump a certain.
I was gonna
point.
say I liked the
Yeah.
Blair Witch Project when it
Yeah.
first started.
I enjoyed
was
Blair
like,
Witch.
I was
Yeah.
like, oh, jeez, oh wow.
Yeah.
And then they run into the house and there's the guy in the corner standing with his back to them, and then there's a
Yes.
like,
Yeah.
oh
But have you
no,
seen
no,
The
no, no, no,
Strangers?
no.
Have you seen The Strangers? That's based on a true story.
I have
No.
not seen The Strangers.
With Liv Tyler.
The Strangers is good. That is good. That is
No,
good.
I will tell
Okay,
you.
I will watch that one because I love horror flicks.
I
I
That
do-
can't
is
stand the end of the world stuff, but the horror flicks I enjoy.
I do want
Yeah.
to see M. Night Shyamalan's last movie. I know he's like a hit or
The
miss type kind
Cabin?
of guy.
Yeah.
Knock at the Cabin Door. I kind of
Yeah,
want to
we
see
liked
that.
that.
That looks. It was pretty good. Did you like it?
It was.
It was.
Ah, God damn it.
No. Here's the
That was
thing.
awesome. That was
If
awesome.
you didn't know what he'd done before,
Yeah.
then you'd be impressed. But you know what he's done before, so
Yeah.
But you
it's
can't
not-
put them together. It's kind of like you got to try to keep it. I want to see that, and I want to see. I want to see Nope as well.
Speaking of
From,
M. Night Shyamalan, I'm
Apocalypse
just
is
throwing this out as M. Night Shyamalan. So, growing up in middle of nowhere, Illinois, when Signs came out, my front yard was a cornfield.
Love the zombies.
All
Yeah.
cornfield.
Great.
Oh my
And
god!
when those noises, like you hear those noises, it's the branches and stuff. Oh my god, I could not function under Signs. Signs
No,
messed me
I
up.
would agree with what you said though. If you'd not seen
Right.
anything before that, thinking of
if you didn't-
just like
Yes.
thinking that's his movies in the
Right.
past.
If you didn't know M. Night Shyamalan had come out with that movie, it would have probably been a really good movie for you.
Right.
But knowing what he's done in the past, and then you watch.
But you can't compare to what he's done to others. So you got to look at it for what it is at that point.
No, you're
Right,
right,
yeah.
Rod. But it's
Yeah.
kind of pre-notions going into it, thinking of the past, like, oh, this
Yeah.
is what you expect, and it's not what you expect.
Because
But it wasn't. It was okay. Wasn't bad. It was
right,
okay.
but that's
I
just,
did not know Mel Brooks' son wrote World War Z.
Really?
Oh wow.
I
Yeah.
did not know that either.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I heard about the Legend of Boggy Creek. I never seen it, but I remember that. Now, I will say, as a kid, one movie that freaked me out was, what was it?
Pumpkinhead.
No, it was a vampire movie with David Soul.
For me, it was Phantasm.
No, it was a made-for-TV Salem's Lot. That was one that freaked me out
Oh
as a kid.
yeah, that was a good one.
For
I'm
a made
saying, I
for a
remember
made-for-TV movie, that was like actually pretty scary.
I remember
It's
going to the drive-in
it's.
watching
I mean, come on.
Phantasm.
No, mine
Made for TV.
Yeah,
That's Mickey Mouse.
but
Messed up,
but it had more suspense than some of the movies
Oh,
you were
that's-
paying for.
Yeah.
Phantasm was
NET like knocked to the cabin, so that yeah.
Knock on the cat.
early
Yeah.
1980s.
Yeah. Nope is so good. I gotta watch Nope still, so I want to see that
No,
as well.
Yeah, I haven't seen that either.
Which is so weird that he's doing all these great horror movies, knowing
I
he's
know.
such a funny comedic type
Funny
person.
dude, yes.
Because he's
yes.
multifaceted.
You just want to throw that out
Chew,
there.
you're a
didn't you? This is one of my based true story. All the same universe.
you know.
I've not seen Return to Salem's Lot. I know there was a Return to Salem's Lot. I'll have to check that out.
I didn't either.
The original Salem, actually, when I was a kid, my mom got so freaked out from Salem's Lot because when it came out, it was a made-for-TV movie, but it was in 2 parts. And she got so freaked out after the first part, she wouldn't watch the second part.
But
And
you
I'm
did.
No, I couldn't because we had the one TV, and I couldn't see the second part because she would not let me turn it on. And so I was like,
So
I'm in a
So-
cliffhanger state.
I had an insomnia issue when I was a kid, and I would get up in the middle of the night and watch TV when my parents were asleep. I saw the movie Pumpkinhead, which was a terrible, terrible, terrible horror flick
I know.
that had
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a fake looking thing that where you could see the strings, like the full works.
Right.
But I saw that when I was like 7. I convinced my father within the next month that I needed a bunk bed because I needed to be off the floor and up high. So I as a only child had a bunk bed because I couldn't be close to the floor, and my cat had to be in the room with me, and I had stuff hanging on my doorknob, so if the door opened, I would hear it. I hid all of my porcelain dolls in drawers because I had
I mean,
fear
that sounds
issues,
very-
like
Porcelain
super
dolls
fear
never
issues.
sounds scarier.
Yeah.
than what's
Well,
outside.
yeah, I had several of those, and I hid them all in drawers. The cat had to be in the room with me because if she noticed something, I would wake up and notice something too. And oh my
Yeah.
gosh, it was terrible. But I love horror flicks. I've always loved them.
I don't
Back
think
in
I've ever
back
heard
in
of-
1977,
NDT,
There were-
you got
there-
me.
there was a freaky movie that came out that actually, as a kid, I actually loved to watch. But it's kind of like as a kid, you're watching it, but you cover your eyes type thing. It was a movie called The Car. If you've never seen it as an old school movie, basically it was like this black car that was like the devil's car. And it would basically run down people and kill them.
I don't
It's
think
like
I've
that
ever seen
one-
that one either.
Another one I
It-
hated. It was called,
It was pretty good.
Remember? It was they had a car that it was like a van kind of looking thing, and they kept chasing down. They made like 3 of them.
Oh, we're talking about when they were.
That was a Stephen King thing, wasn't it? Where the
No.
semi trucks took over.
No, I know what you're
Yeah.
talking about.
That was that was a movie when Stephen King did it there.
Yeah. I remember the short story. I read the book, but I never saw the movie.
You said it was
No.
so terrible you wouldn't go watch it again.
That might have been
Yes.
another one I walked out.
Jeepers Creepers.
Jeepers
Jeepers
Creepers.
Creepers.
Oh, I remember
Oh,
that.
that was a
I
bad one
remember
too.
that.
Yep.
That was awful.
Oh, I love the next comment. Sorry.
No, when I was
You
a
had a
kid,
problem with
the thing I
E.T..
hated was Nightmare on Elm Street.
Oh yeah, because you can't go to sleep. That sucks. Why the
And
heck
still-
would
Yeah,
you
that
make
was
a
a
video
good
where
one.
you
That
can't
was
go
a
to
good
Still,
sleep?
to this day, when I'm in the tub, I'm like, because I like baths instead of showers, so I'm in the tub. And there was a scene. It's like this girl's in the
Yeah.
tub, or this guy's in the tub, and then we have a basement, so I'm like, it's not that far from
And
reality.
the claws come out.
Yeah.
It's the claws
Bottom of
that
the
come
Now
out.
the
Like,
for
that-
Chew or
That was
NGT.
that free Dookie in the bed.
it was.
The
Johnny.
car was a different premise than Christine. So
Yeah, it wasn't
Christine was
Christine.
totally
It wasn't
different,
that
where
one.
you had to actually drive. The car was actually a car that nobody drove, but it was basically the essence of the devil that was driving this car and like hunting people down.
Snacks.
E.T. scared the shit out of me as a kid. Yeah.
Well, he was creepy looking.
Well, that's because
Found a little sheltered.
she had the
Just
Atari
kidding.
game, and the
Found a
Atari
little
game was horrible for E.T.
Just
Horrible.
because he liked Reese's Pieces doesn't mean he's safe to be
They're
around.
talking
I'm
about
sorry,
doing
he
a
doesn't
remake of
think
that one.
no.
Original the stuff tonight for Halloween. They did it for kids back. Yeah, that was actually for an old black and white film. That's kind of a freaky movie back then.
No, don't
Yeah.
show that to children. That's
Yeah.
terrible.
When he comes up out of the basement and everything, that's kind of
That's
terrible.
awful.
Church people should do the research.
I think this Freddy's a kid. He's my favorite villain.
Oh God.
Freddy was all right. It's like we used to have debates back in the day, like who would be the worst killer chasing you? Would it be Jason or would it be Michael Myers or would it be Freddy? And I've always felt like it would be Michael Myers because you know what? Michael Myers never ran. He never ran because he knew he had you. He just took his time. He was just strolling over. He's like, do what you're gonna do. Yeah. He's like,
branch hanging out. Like,
he was like, he's like, you can run all you want. I'm gonna find you. Like Jason,
in your nightmares, like go to sleep. He's coming out to get you.
it's like
Yeah,
Jason would run, Freddy would run. Michael never ran. He just strolled. He's
So-
like,
No, Michael never did. He's
do
like,
what you think
dummy.
you're gonna do. I'm gonna be right there.
I'll get you.
He
I'll
was,
get
he
you.
was the intellectual.
Rod?
of the group.
Yes.
There was a moment earlier in the show where you said you were happy that you had two women on, and I'm going to say to Shannon right now. So the old school horror flicks played women in a very poor way. We always ran
for
upstairs. We always ran away scared. We
They
always
played
tripped
black
and
people to
fell.
death. Black people were the first one to die all the time back in
Yeah,
the day.
black people.
But we're not talking about black people. We're talking about
One
women.
thing,
If you're a woman or in black, or if you're a black woman, you're screwed. You're screwed.
one thing my father always
Oh.
taught me, and so I loved horror flicks as a kid. My father
I was so happy
raised
when
me.
Busta Rhymes survived Halloween. I was like, yes,
yeah.
that's a win.
Finally, somebody made it.
When
Yes.
I was a child and I loved horror movies, my father said, "Okay, we're going to watch this horror movie. You shouldn't, but you're going to watch it, and we're going to learn from it." So he sat down with me and he watched these horror movies with me. And
It's
when
the
he
black
said,
people.
"Okay, you see, she was running from the guy, and the guy fell
Just
down.
right in front of you.
What should she do?"
Push
She
black
always
men.
ran, right? She always ran away. No, he said 16 pounds of pressure on the front of a kneecap will break that kneecap. So you lift the ankle, you press down on the knee, you will pop that knee out of the joint, and you're fine. They will not be able to chase you. My father used these as learning experiences. He said,
Right.
No. The
Are
guy
you
falls
telling
down.
me you're
This is
watching a
what my
horror
father
movie?
did.
You're watching a horror movie, and RS is giving you Mr. Miyagi tips.
I'm telling you right now. He said, "Okay." She looked at the bad guy.
That's what you're thinking about. Then you forgot about the movie.
He's
Oh,
like,
God.
"Okay, she's outside the house. She sees the bad guy coming towards her. She looks at the house. She runs inside the house. She doesn't lock the door. Would you lock the door?" I'm like, "Yes, I would lock the door." He said, "Okay." Once she didn't lock the door, she ran into the basement. Is that a good place to run? Because can she get out of the basement? And he's like, "No, you can't get out of the basement. Why would you run there?" And he used these as learning experiences for me to not
Yes.
get killed. My
Don't-
father
Yes.
did this.
Don't do that.
He did.
That's
I
what you shouldn't do.
I just told Todd this like a couple of weeks ago. So when I was younger, I would
That
come
guy
home
falls
from-
down, you hit him with an axe.
And if it's a guy with a hockey mask chasing you,
And
you
don't
just-
run into the
don't
damn
kill him.
house. Don't go to the house.
Go to the fucking police. What are you doing?
This is like
are you
that
kidding me?
bad Geico commercial, whatever they show the
Yeah,
kids
that's what I was
running
gonna
around.
say.
Yeah.
Yes, what's happening?
We should get in the car. Are you crazy? Oh,
I
God.
know, right?
This conversation we had.
But my father had these conversations with me as a child. He was
He
like,
did survive on that one, but
No,
it was very
that guy
few in
fell
between,
down.
Chew. Very few in between.
that guy
We
fell
had this
down.
conversation the other day.
Yeah.
I was like, when I was a kid, I was
You
like,
pick up the
I've
ankle
been
and
home by
push on the
myself,
knee.
and we had a basement, and I thought I saw somebody in the house.
Because he ain't gonna
I go to
chase
the
you if he
basement.
doesn't
I'm
have
like,
one
I'm
leg.
getting the hell out of this house, and I ran out my back door, and I waited in the like little easement between our suburbs, and I was like, "Is there somebody in that house?" I mean, I was like 8. I'm like, "Why would I stay in the house?" I'm like, "I'm getting the hell out of here."
I think this is the first time I've heard about someone getting like survival
Talk to my
tips
parents about
watching the
that.
movie.
I did. He was like, "Hey, if someone's chasing you and they fall down, fuck them up so they can't chase you anymore."
Yeah.
Like,
But
what
you
are
know,
you doing?
when you look at Friday 13th and when Jason went to New York, the one guy tried to box him and it didn't work out for the guy. I'm just saying.
Oh, it didn't work out for that guy. But honestly, if one of those girls in the first like 3 movies had broken his fucking knees, he
Well,
ain't chasing anything.
the first movie wasn't Jason, it was Jason's mom.
True.
So
But if you break her knees, she ain't chasing anyone either.
no.
Honestly,
That's true.
16 pounds of pressure on a kneecap will pop it out of socket. That's all you need is 16 pounds of pressure.
For those of you
know
watching,
this.
now you know the numbers. You got to run them.
Yes.
So yeah,
It doesn't take much. You can do it with a
There
hand.
you have it.
that's why a chop block is illegal in the NFL.
Right.
Exactly.
But don't get yourself in a position where someone can keep chasing you. Fuck them up
get top
so they can't chase you. Like,
Or
seriously.
just stay out of the woods.
You're right.
Well, yeah, stay out of the woods is the first rule, but if you happen to be in the woods, for God's sake, don't let the guy keep getting up.
In the basement.
Make him not
or
able to
yeah.
get up. Break
Oh,
him
God.
so he can't get up.
Liz says loving these safety tips.
Sorry, it's just
Never put
true.
some knowledge
Like,
together
those
why I'm
movies
afraid of
played
Mallory.
women. Those
I'd be
movies
afraid too,
played
Chew.
women.
Mallory's got some
100%.
knowledge there. You better be careful. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's a sweetie. I don't have to worry about that. But
You know, we're going to watch here and I'll be hollering.
those movies played women as much as Miller Lite
Break
did.
his knees. Break his knees.
No, those movies played women as much as Miller Lite did, as much as
True.
Budweiser did. They played us as weak and useless and the victim that people could feel for.
It's like
but no, don't be a victim.
It's like you see the horror movie and women try to run in hills and then they fall. I've seen women try to run from stuff before. They take the shoes off.
Right, exactly. Yes.
And can I say how much I love the NDT show is going to be saying break his knees now?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, NDT shouting break his knees at movies is going to make me happy for the rest of my life. That is a thing that's going to happen. Thank you.
Yeah, NDT has some great stuff down in Tennessee
For
that
God's
he's put
sake,
out there.
just bust his knee and screw him. He ain't going to chase you nowhere.
Yeah.
He's going to sit there and cry because his knee is broken.
I mean, it almost worked for Tanya Hardin. I'm just saying. So.
True enough.
Yeah. We got to wait for it if it
with
wasn't
a
for that
weapon.
Jeff
You don't need a
Goodoway.
weapon.
Yeah.
You don't need a weapon to incapacitate someone.
That would have been like your Scooby-Doo thing. We got to wait for it if it wasn't for that Jeff Goodoway guy. You know. Yeah, Jeff screwed that one up. All right, well, it's 12:57 a.m. Need to probably tone it down. And
boring.
I got to work in the morning.
We have to clap.
Shannon does
clap
too.
It off today.
Yes.
You know we have to clap it off today,
well, she
right?
she hasn't hooked up the clapper yet.
And I don't even have any
not for
ambient
her.
tonight, so
We have
I'll
to
probably
clap off
be
the
up till like
show.
5.
What do you mean clap off?
Clap
I
on.
mean, you sing
Clap
a little
on.
song and we clap together, and then the show ends.
I feel like I'm really
It has
gonna
to be a proper ending.
I don't know what song you're
clap for
planning to
this.
sing there.
Clap on, clap off, clap on, clap off the clapper, and then we clap, and then it ends.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
it.
I
We
was
gotta
like,
do it
I'm like,
proper.
Well, I think you just did it.
Well, no
No,
one
that was
clapped.
my
I
watch.
can't do it without anyone clapping.
Oh,
Now
yeah.
everyone knows what's going on.
Well, you did it already, so they already know. They're spoiled.
Spoiled?
First world. Yes,
Spoiled.
exactly.
I just
it.
taught
That
them the
is-
script.
I should put this
That's
in the
not
mail.
spoiled.
But if I sent this to somebody in a third world country, they don't even fucking have electricity. So
Did you just drop
now
the
I
F?
feel really guilty about having it.
Did you just drop the F bomb on my show?
I know, right?
I think I might have twice before. But I
Shame
worked
on
with truckers,
shame.
so
all all I can say to that is
Ding dong, motherfucker! Ding dong!
that's all I got there.
I think I need to sit down and have a conversation.
And on
with
that
him.
note,
On that note, we're going to go ahead and sign off. And thanks for everybody that tuned in and appreciate you. Y'all haven't checked out NDT. Check out NDT. He's got some great stuff, especially like Todd and Shannon, because he's down in Tennessee where you guys go down sometimes to visit the family. He's got some pretty cool stuff he's putting up there. And Mal and Perfectly Me Crafts, make sure to check her out. Some great stuff.
We love Mal. We love
as well. And enjoy it as well, my friend. And hopefully you have a great Friday and heading into the weekend. And how do we want to sign off? Do we want to drop something? What did we drop off last time? The guy in the beer store, right? That's what we had last time there. He was trying
play
to
a sad scene from the boy in the striped pajamas.
I feel like it should
No,
be like
no,
the
Shannon.
boy with the beer stand.
I feel like we play Dusty Rose all the time now, so I feel like I can't
Yeah,
play.
so I'm saying the boy in the beer stand, the Jimmy Kimmel skit.
Do I have that one here with the boy?
make that up,
Let's
Todd?
see here.
No, he knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what he's talking about. Let me see if I have that one here, because people do enjoy that one. Let me
It was
see
nice
what
to
I
talk
can
to you,
come up
Liz.
with here. It was nice to talk to Liz as well. And why do I not see that anymore? I might not have that one now.
Just do an impression of it. Just do an impression of it, and then that'll probably be even more funny.
You can't do an impression of it.
No, you can't do an impression of that one.
Bet
I
you
do.
could.
Let me see
Not
here.
without getting
Actually,
blacklisted.
That might be true.
I
don't even
may-
know what it is.
I may have it here. Let me
I've
take a
had to
look.
see nothing before.
You had that seen it before.
Because I have,
do have-
so you must have.
It has been a John Cena night, so I do have this one here.
I'm gonna just go with the overhand.
You're gonna go with the overhand? Okay. Open mic with his first overhand chop.
Ready?
Yeah.
You suck up!
His head bounced off him. And it was a lot better for him.
You think it was
he's
better
more
for
a
him?
reverse knife edge guy.
Which one? Now, which one are you gonna give to him?
Me, I'm an overhand guy. So
I'm gonna leave.
allow me just to put my clothes back on. Over here.
I want to see it from this angle. I
want to see.
Now, Mike, you did stop a fan with your man,
Yeah.
so you can't be flinching or nothing.
No,
You're not the most bulky guy on the face of the earth, so I'm gonna need a target. I don't want to hit you in the face.
Yeah, don't shatter his
like that,
ribcage.
all right?
Yeah.
Don't move. For
I
it,
won't
okay?
move, man.
You may want to close your eyes.
I got him. There you go.
All right?
I'm gonna close my eyes.
Just right there is fine, okay? Overhand chop.
Right.
Come on, beer here. Come get your beer. Come on, who wants it? Hot day, cold beer. Hey, honey, want a beer? Interest you dolls in a cocktail? This one's on me. Maybe later I can get on you. Would you like an ice cold beer? Beer? It's ladies' night. Bitches drink free. You're gonna have to check your ID though. No, just kidding. You're old.
I don't know how you would be allowed to sell something alcoholic. You're not old enough. You're not 21.
Are you gonna buy something?
No, I'm not going to buy something, but I don't think that you're doing something against the law. Okay? So I suggest you leave.
Okay, listen, Hitler. There's no German beer here, so move along.
What a smart-ass kid you are. Boy.
You need to loosen up. Have a beer. Hey, Toots, how about a beer? No, thank you. Your mouth says no, but your fat gut says yes. Hey, what's up, Julio? Want a cerveza? Hey, there's the happy couple. How about a beer?
Can I use my laundry dough?
You're obviously not using it for laundry.
I'll have
You should drink them both so your girlfriend looks better. Would Don't you two young broads like a drink? Hey guys, should I pour you 3?
Yeah, that's all we need.
That'll
25 cents?
Yeah, each. I'm gonna need to see some ID though. You guys look like you barely have pubes.
Let me have a smoke.
Alright. Were you in the war, sir?
Yeah, but I was in World War II.
Kill any crowds?
I don't think so. If I did, I don't know it.
You were so drunk you didn't know.
There you go, man.
Head for the mountains, literally.
So how's business going?
Good.
You just started?
No, I'm serious though. Head for the mountains. Get out of here. Can I rub a little lotion on you?
No, that's okay.
Come on, seriously. Let me grease up your boobs. Boobs.
Hey, I have 2 children that are your age. Come on.
Do they grease up your boobs?
Oh my God.
Can I rub some lotion on you?
No, I'm all covered up.
I won't just do your shoulders. I don't mind exploring. I use the lotion on myself a lot at home. Hey ladies, can I interest you in a free bikini wax? How about you two open up and let me get in there? Will you rub some lotion on my back? Do it slow. Let's make this party last a while. Just a little right there, I guess.
You're all cranked up.
Now let me do you.
No, I didn't think so, because I'm taking my shirt on.
Alright, I guess I wouldn't want to get my hand all hairy anyways. I want to practice mouth to mouth.
No, you can't do that.
No?
No mouth to mouth, because you know why?
Mouth to anything?
Nothing. Nothing.
Come on, honey, I thought all the cold fish were in the ocean.